Nerdy Neo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles old to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles old to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-end screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. These questions deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
What's up, everyone? Good evening. Happy Thursday. Had a bit of some mix-ups, some technical difficulties, so we started a little bit late and then started later than that. So glad you're here and have a great show tonight. See a bunch of people in chat. Had someone already tip before we went live, but I'll get to that in just a moment. But tonight we got a first-time channel guest, but I've talked to him before on other channels and seen him in chat a lot on other channels. First time here on my channel, but we got Lord Slosh joining us for an open mic tonight. Good evening, Slosh. What's up?
What's going on?
Glad you could make it and that we got it all situated.
Yeah, it's totally my fault. I'm late in game. I'm sorry. I do appreciate your patience though. And
no worries at all. So originally, because I normally start this stream at 6 Pacific, since he's Eastern, I said 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern, and he said 9 o'clock. That's great. And so this was like last month when we were scheduling this, and then tonight he's like, I'm gonna be live, and I only caught this because he posted in Melee's Discord saying I'm gonna be live at 9 Pacific, 12 Eastern. I'm like, I think there's a little bit of a mix-up there. So
yeah, it was definitely.
We did push it back a little bit, and then when he did join in, he had some trouble with getting it to recognize his microphone. And then once we got the microphone working, then my audio was all wrong, but we got it all situated, so we're here to have a great open mic. Glad we're here, and glad you could join me tonight. So how you doing today?
Good, doing pretty good. It's unseasonably warm here on the East Coast. It's usually pretty chill and rainy, but it feels like June. You know, I'm sweating 2 months before I'm supposed to be sweating, so I'm not too happy about that. But I'm doing pretty good otherwise. Getting up and getting myself out, enjoying the weather while we got it.
Okay, yeah, we've kind of had the opposite. Where last month it got really warm. There was like a week where it was like in the mid 80s.
Yeah,
it was actually warm enough that I actually hopped in my pool a couple times, and then up until today, it's been like overcast like for the last month, and then just the last 3 days we had a storm, and it was raining literally cats and dogs. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to go live yesterday because of how much rain we were having. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if the power goes out or the internet. So
for sure.
But today was nice and sunny. I got some chores done, spent some time outside. It was really nice. So I like the heat and the warmth. So I'm definitely ready for springtime/summer.
I'm getting there for sure. Yeah, it's we had a pretty cold winter, or an appropriate winter, I should say, because for the past 2 or 3 years, it's been kind of like mild, you know, not really any weather or anything, just kind of cold, like, you know, everything's dead. But we had that big, I don't know if you remember this, but that big, massive snowstorm that blew through the Midwest. We got just the tip of it. And
I'm in California, so I didn't experience that. But
I
shows with a lot of people in that area, and they were talking about it, and it was like 70 degrees here, and they're like, "Yeah, it's like freezing." I'm like, I definitely don't envy you.
No, they were outright telling us like, you're expecting power outages, stock up on batteries, get some supplies if you can. We got none of power outages. We got nothing like dangerous or detrimental to what happened with the snow. We did get 12 inches of snow though. That was the most we've got in like years, like over a decade, I think.
Wow.
And I personally like the snow. I'm an aesthetic lover of, when it comes to the holidays, like Christmassy snow time and all that stuff.
I love snow as well, but I don't live where it snows. I go up to the snow because I love snowboarding.
Yeah.
But
I know. I've seen you mention that before. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I actually got this hat just last month when I was up at Whistler, and that was an awesome trip. So yeah, I love snow, but I do like if I had to choose between uncomfortably cold and uncomfortably warm, I'd take uncomfortably warm every single time.
Oh, sure. At least you can open your window and go outside with that. Like you got to bundle up in the cold. You got to close everything. You got to stock up on blankets. Like it's funny too when they announced that snowstorm. I was like, okay, I got to buy batteries. I got to get some like canned food. I panic stocked up on stuff just because I hate when the power goes out, and it's just kind of a recent development where I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. I downloaded Donkey Kong Country Returns on my Switch specifically because I assumed that the power was going to go out and I could bide my time playing it. And I did. I never played it the whole time. I was just waiting on the power to go out. I was like, I'll just kind of wait it out and see what happens. Nothing happened. We got the snow and that was it. Ironically,
we're definitely going to have to touch back on that here in a few minutes.
Sure, absolutely.
But I want to say hi to chat and address something else. So while we were backstage, while I was actually still waiting for Slosh to join in the studio, I had a tip pop up, which is a very rare occurrence. So I always greatly appreciated that. That.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So I got a $4.20 tip from Aramis saying, just coming in to support Lord Slosh. It's funny that he's tipping me to support you, but I appreciate it. He's come in once or twice before because he liked whatever guest I was having sent me a tip. So I appreciate it.
Aramis is a good dude. He actually met the Melee crew back when they did their meetup in down in Texas for the Side Scrollers arcade thing.
Okay.
So he actually got to meet the legends in person, we'll say.
I'll have to I have to have something to touch on that in just a moment as well.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, I haven't had any direct interaction with Aramis like in Discord or anything, but I see his name all the time and he's tipped a couple times. So I appreciate Aramis. You're awesome. I never, like asked for tips, but the link is always there just in case anyone ever feels like it. So it is always greatly appreciated. But says just coming in to support Lord Slosh. He's crazy shenanigans. It says he is, but I think it meant his crazy shenanigans bring a chuckle or shudder or both to all. But he's a good lad. Cheers, bud. So thank you, Aramis, for the tip. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I hope that I bring some entertainment to some people. I can be very black-pilled sometimes, admittedly, and anybody who talks to me in the Discord knows I can. My first reaction is to always be negative about something. So I do try to check myself when I can. But I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, because there is so much negativity out there. So not that I don't ever be negative towards anything, but I try to keep a more positive energy, positive vibe going on my channel and talking about stuff. So occasionally we'll have negative topics, but for the most part, it's usually positive, uplifting stuff.
No, that's the great thing about your channel. And I was watching you play GoldenEye, I think was the last stream you did. I was watching that. And I was lurking, I'll say. I wasn't in the chat, but
I was I didn't see you in chat, so you were lurking.
I was doing a little prep work for today and conversation pieces and such. And like your channel, James and Kay's channel, even Nightmare, even though he's got a different schedule now. Like the fact that you guys are celebratory of the culture and games and stuff, that's really that's the stuff I want to see. And I hate that I hate so much stuff in current day. I really do. Exactly I want to love it so much. I want to be positive, and I know it's incredibly hard to do that. But there is a little bit of a shine in the pile of slop that we do get. So it is appreciated that you guys do what you do for real. I always consider myself in the company of giants. I'm not a professional streamer by any means.
Giant. And it's a little rinky-dink channel. I just do this for the fun of it because I enjoy it, and I have a lot of fun doing this.
You know your stuff, that's for sure, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being patient with me through it. So
Yeah, no worries. So, yeah, I rarely ever open up my Stream Elements page because the tips are quite uncommon. So I opened it up because I have the pop-up notification in case I ever get one on stream, but it just says, tip. So I have to go open my Stream Elements to see what the message was. And RMS was also the last tip I got about a month ago. This is saying
No kidding. Hey, he's consistent. That's all right.
It's when Nightmare and Kay joined me on Party Chat about a month ago. So,
that's right. I remember that. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you again, Armis. I appreciate it. So, all right. So when we're talking about Armis, and then he got to meet James and Kay in person, I was this close to meeting them in person as well when I was up in Canada. Because I went to Whistler, and I don't know exactly where. I just know I was like, hey, I know you guys are in my time zone, so you're somewhere on the west coast of Canada. I'm going to be up there for snowboarding. Maybe we could cross paths sometime. And we had it planned out because I got in on Monday, and we were leaving on Saturday, and we're like, the plan was we're going to meet on Friday night, because we came down from the mountain and we flew in and out of Vancouver. So they're like, hey, we could meet you in Vancouver on Friday night. And I'm like, oh, that would be perfect, because we're coming down. We're going to stay overnight at the airport because we got to fly out early on Saturday morning. So we had it all planned.
Sure,
we're going to meet up. And that weekend or that week, like, James was like deathly ill. So we ended up not getting to meet.
That was
I was like, so close.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that at the beginning of the year? Because that was when I got sick too. In fact, that was the last time I talked to you, was on Nightmare's New Year's Eve stream. I was just starting to get sick.
That's right. I think you had to leave, and then I joined in like right when you left. So but no, that was at the beginning of March, so about 6 weeks ago.
Okay. So it was a little sooner than that. Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. A lot of people have been getting the bug, and cold and flu season starting just now to let up. But like when it was like in the thick of it, everybody was getting sick. It was crazy.
Yeah. Fortunately, I rarely ever get sick. I get sick.
That's good.
Like I'll get like the sniffles and stuff, but like an actual like sickness where I like, have trouble like getting out of bed, or I'm not currently working, but bad enough to keep me from going to work.
Oh, sure.
I get sick like that like once a decade, and when I do, I get like deathly ill.
Oh, bro,
listen. Days.
The last time I got the flu was the worst flu I ever had, and like I would get it occasionally when I was a kid, right? When you're a kid, you get all that stuff. But the last time I caught it, it was in the summer. It was like 2024, and funny enough, not to bring up politics or anything, but it was around the Trump, like the campaign stuff when he got shot at. And the only reason I bring that up is because I remember watching coverage of that, and I started to notice, like, am I getting sick? Like, am I feeling kind of like whatever? And sure enough, it was like, not to be graphic, but it was like involuntary. Like, that was the worst I've ever felt, like a stomach flu. And it was in July, so you can imagine.
Yeah.
It was not very pleasant.
Yeah, it's interesting how like some of those like big moments, like you remember exactly what you're doing. Like I remember I was out in my pool that day, and I heard that like, he got shot at, and I remember that, and I was like, that is nuts. But all right, so I do want to say hi to everyone in chat. I don't know if Nightmare was the first person, but it's the first person that shows up in the restream side of things saying late, and I have to correct you, late in GoldenEye, because Perfect Dark is not gay. GoldenEye isn't either. It's just Perfect Dark is better. But he's always yanking my chain, pushing my buttons.
I got a couple comments on that because I saw you playing it last night, watching on stream, and I actually tried to attempt to play it on the Switch earlier today. So.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no, I freaking love GoldenEye. It's just I like Perfect Dark better. So once I do beat GoldenEye for Retro Rewind, I will be immediately following that up with Perfect Dark. But it's funny that inspired you to play some GoldenEye, as well as my buddy Max Smalls, who's been on my channel a few times recently.
Oh, sure, yeah, I know Max. Yeah.
So you probably saw him in chat. And he was actually helping me figure out the perfect control scheme.
That's like I could.
Because I'm playing the N64 version, so it thinks I'm using an N64 controller, but I'm using my like third-party Switch controller.
Oh, okay.
So, I had it originally set up where because on an N64 controller, the right bumper would be the like manual aim, like the aim down sight. So I made that my left trigger.
Okay.
And normally it would be your Z would be to shoot, And so I mapped that to right trigger, and then the original controls. Thank you, Nightmare. I'll get to that in a few moments. But on the original N64, like up and down would be to move forward and back, but left and right would not be to strafe, it would be to turn. And then to strafe was actually your C button. So I remapped it all for my first 2 streams, because I started it 3 weeks ago now. But last night, Max was like, hey, change these settings, and then it'll operate, instead of having to like trick it, it'll be like a legitimate first-person shooter. Because the thing was, when I hit the aim down sights, essentially, then it changes where I can aim right and left here, but to aim up and down is not with this joystick, it's with this one. So in order to aim up and down, I have to use this joystick, and to aim right and left, I have to use this joystick. So he was like, hey, do this and this and this. And it took a while, but we got it all situated. So now that when I hold right, hit left trigger, then I can aim up, right, down, and left with the right stick. So shout out to Max again, because he got all the settings correct so that it plays like the controls at least are more like a modern first-person shooter.
That's what I was hoping they would have did when they when Xbox got a hold of the Rare library. Was did they do a quality of life improvement to it when they ported it over there?
Yes. So, and where I was going with that was, so last night after stream, Max booted up some GoldenEye as well, and he actually recorded a short where he played through the entire facility level on 00 Agent doing slapping only, so he didn't use any guns. He tagged me in that. So shout out to Max, because he also got inspired to play some GoldenEye. I have also, because I've been doing the N64 version for retro achievements on Retro Rewind over the last couple Wednesdays. I have also off stream been playing the Xbox version. I'm actually probably, even though I haven't beaten the game on stream yet for retro achievements, I've done more than the Xbox version, because I did actually beat the campaign, but I've only done it on Agent. And that's because on the Xbox version, there's an achievement for beating each level, regardless of what difficulty. And then there's an achievement for beating the entire game on Agent, and the one achievement for beating the entire game on Secret Agent, and then one achievement for beating the entire game on 00 Agent. So now that I've beaten all the levels, I won't get another achievement for beating any levels until I beat the entire game on 00 Agent. Whereas the Retro Achievements has an achievement for every difficulty for every level. So if you beat it on 00 Agent, they don't stack though, so you do have to beat it once per difficulty, but you get essentially 3 achievements for each level just for beating it on each of the 3 difficulties. So I've done more on the on-stream version than the off-stream. All that to say is, to answer your question, yes, the Xbox version does similar. You don't have to do any shenanigans like I had to do for the N64 version via emulator to get the controls right. The controls on the Xbox version are just like you would expect them to be on a modern first-person shooter.
Also, it's double stick. You don't do strafe with the right stick and then just control with the left.
You can if you want, but it doesn't default to that.
That's what threw me off on the Switch, because I played it once before earlier today. I played it, I think it was like last year, for the very first time, because I saw it was on the NSO, and I wanted to try it out because it's the first time I played it in, oh Lord, I don't know, 25 years, I think.
Same here. But I started, playing them both very recently. It's the first time I played GoldenEye in decades.
And it just, I don't know, it felt broken on the Switch controls. I tried to do adjustments to it, and maybe it was just me not remembering how it played on the N64 controller. Because what threw me off,
but it was normal at the time because we didn't have any console first-person shooters really.
And it reminded me of the first time playing Metroid Prime on the GameCube, because
you
use the one stick. You use the one stick to control left and right, back and forth. And
I do like the default Metroid Prime controls better than the original GoldenEye controller.
I had trouble adjusting to the remake of Metroid, or the remaster of Metroid Prime, because I was so used to those controls. I had to get used to.
That's one of the things I often talk about is, like, I've beaten Metroid Prime many times, the original GameCube version, but even if they only changed one thing on the remaster and left everything else identical to how it was on the GameCube version, the addition of the modern controls is what boosts it up. And that in and of itself, in my opinion, is worthy of calling it remastered, because that's the only thing that really needed to be, in my opinion, like a perfect game. Because the upgraded visuals are nice, but it's still for a GameCube game, it looks really good.
Oh, it's
so
fantastic.
I definitely don't mind the better graphics, but that the modern controls just make the game so much better, in my opinion.
It's definitely in my top 3 Metroids for sure. So the remaster and the original. So I kind of hold it in the same regard.
The remaster, Metroid Prime Remastered, is my second favorite Metroidvania and is my third favorite game of all time, right behind my number 1 favorite Metroidvania.
What's your first one?
My favorite Metroidvania is Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Oh, wow. Okay. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Never played it, but
my Ori right there. And that's my second favorite game of all time behind, no surprise, Mass Effect 3 is my favorite game of all time.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I remember you saying that. Yeah, because you were talking about it when James was playing. I think he was playing Mass Effect 3, wasn't he? When you and Nightmare.
I crashed one of his streams one time.
Was that the one where Nightmare was like he was memeing on you about something? I can't remember. It was good banter between you two. I remember that. That was pretty funny.
There was one night that James just went live with Mass Effect 3, and I was watching the stream, and I'm like, all right, when he's searching for a match, or he had a lobby, and he had it set to certain like this map with this faction on this difficulty. So I searched for those parameters, and it was the only one. So I got into it. He's like, "Hey, look, Neo showed up." So that was a lot of fun. And then we ended up getting in the Discord call.
That's cool.
But yeah,
that's funny.
While we're on the real briefly, while we're on the topic, normally I do Metroidvania Monday every Monday, but this upcoming Monday, I typically do the last Monday of the month, which is this upcoming Monday. Is going to be Mass Effect Monday, where we're going to be playing some Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and Max Smalls and Nightmare and Clan Duran from Open Mic last week are going to be joining me. So we got a full party. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, nice. I might check it out. Yeah, might pop in chat.
In the future, if anyone else wants to join, it doesn't have to be on stream because I just love playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. But it's all the Mass Effect Mondays is always open to anyone who wants to join. So, and I do have it on Xbox and Steam. My main platform is Xbox, but I bought it on Steam so I can play with all the people who have it on Steam. So,
sure, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So if you ever want to join, just let me know. So
I'll keep that in mind for sure.
All right, let me go ahead and continue on here. So we got sidetracked because Nightmare said late and Perfect Dark, but Perfect Dark is awesome. Rocker Dude is here. What's up, Rocker Dude? Oh, great to be seeing you so much this week. Says let's go. And Nightmare says I didn't expect to be the one who's not late. He said because he was in chat last night and he's like at the end I was saying what I'm going to be having Slosh on Open Mic tomorrow night. He's like I don't know if I'll be able to be there live, so if I'm not, tell Slosh I said hi. So Nightmare told me to tell you that he says hi, but he's in chat anyway. So
oh no, he's good.
Rodney's
You're good,
here
Nightmare.
as well.
Hope you're doing good, buddy.
We made it. What's up, Rodney? Oh wow, it wasn't scrolling, so there's a bunch more down here than I thought there was.
What's going on, Rodney?
Yeah, and just talking about the weather stuff. Nightmare says it's still baffling me that James thinks Starfield is like Mass Effect. I haven't played Starfield yet, but I don't think they're very similar. Did he really say that? Because I don't think they're at all close.
I mean, James, we know James by this point. He's kind of kooky with his his oddball takes, and it's funny because I have some opinions that I know it's a joke between him and I that between him and I. I have some similar takes on some different things too. So I know what it feels like to be controversial.
I don't know if controversial, but the whole GoldenEye versus Perfect Dark never-ending debate, and I there's nothing that will ever change my mind that Perfect Dark is better than GoldenEye. I will go to the grave with that, even though GoldenEye was far more popular, but Perfect Dark is a better game. But they're both great. I love them both.
Perfect Dark was meant to be a sequel, wasn't it? And then they just kind of because they couldn't get the rights to 007 or something. And they just made it a spiritual successor.
It is a spiritual successor, yeah, because it's made by the same studio. In just a couple years later, it's built on the same engine. So
Rare's awesome. They're one of my favorite studios, legacy studios by now, I would say. But
yeah, I mean they are still active, but are they really when the only thing they do is Sea of Thieves? Because
I was gonna say if you've seen
Microsoft
Sea of Thieves,
has relegated them. Similarly, Microsoft has done to Rare what Activision has done to Raven.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Raven also did great games, and now they're relegated to is Call of Duty crap. And then Rare had their heyday was the N64 era, and then Microsoft bought them and has done almost nothing with them.
Yeah, once they bought them, they did Nuts and Bolts, which I wasn't really a fan of, and then I didn't really see much.
They did the Avatars.
Oh, did they?
I'll give them credit for that.
The James Cameron Avatar games?
No. Like the actual Avatar system.
Oh, the anime. Okay.
where because before they just had gamer picks. It was Rare
Oh!
that developed the Avatar system on Xbox.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I
Yeah,
thought you were
not
talking about the
Avatar like James
franchise.
Cameron or Avatar the Airbender.
Yeah, I thought
the
I was
actual
like,
Avatar
whoa,
system.
really? No,
Yeah,
I know
no,
what you're saying.
The Avatar, or at least the most recent Avatar game, that's Ubisoft, which I have.
Yes.
I haven't played it yet. I've heard it's actually pretty good. It's like Space Far Cry.
I bought it for James to see if he wanted to play it, and he's considering it sometime for a stream. So I'll see if he likes it, because I really like. I'm in the camp of I really like the first one. Never saw the second or third one yet. So
we're talking about James Cameron Avatar, right?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen the first and second one. I've not seen the third one yet.
I heard the third one was it was like a repeat of the second one, so I wasn't really sure. I mean, I'll still probably watch them. You know, I'll probably give them the try. So
yeah, I'll watch it eventually. I don't watch very much because
I haven't been either
playing gaming. So
yeah, I've been focusing a lot on different hobbies and just haven't had time. Like I just barely made time to watch The Boys, which I won't get into. That's just
okay.
Why am I even watching this show that I hate? You know.
I've never seen it other than like the commercials, so I have kind of a high level gist view or understanding of it. And what the little I know about it, I like the concept. From what I hear from people who've watched it, I don't think it has great execution.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Carl Urban, I watch for Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander. But Carl's he's the draw for the show.
He's an awesome actor. I love Carl Urban. I don't know if I've ever seen anything with him in it that I didn't like.
Yeah, you know what? Thinking about it, that's true. You're right. Because I've seen him in some obscure movies where he was the star and it wasn't like a big picture or anything, but he was still pretty good in it. So he can definitely carry a good movie.
Yeah, the first movie I remember him from was Born Supremacy.
Oh, that's right. He was the
guy.
Assassin in it. Oh, I forgot he was
that's
in
the
that.
First movie I remember him from.
And he was
not necessarily the first movie he was in that I saw. That's just the first movie I remember him from.
No, you're right, because that was pretty early on. Well, he did the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
but
I didn't realize that was him until way later.
Yeah,
he looked so different in that one.
He was Baby Carl for sure.
But probably my favorite Carl Urban role was probably Dredd.
Yeah, that's a lot of people's favorites. I really liked it. I need to watch it again. It's been so long.
I watched it last year, I think, because I need to watch that movie again.
Does it hold up?
The what's the studio? I'm blanking on the name, but the studio that just did the Teon.
Oh, Teon, yeah.
The RoboCop game should do a Dredd game.
That's what everybody's been saying, and they're working on Hunter x Hunter, I think, now instead. That's their next franchise they want to do.
Okay, that's an anime thing, right?
Yeah, and it kind of surprised everybody because the consensus was they're doing these 80s franchises, which they did to great effect. I really like the Terminator game. The RoboCop game was fantastic.
Yeah, I've got Terminator and RoboCop. I haven't played them yet, but I'm looking forward to playing them at some point because I've heard
RoboCop is I watched RoboCop ever since I was a little kid, so he's kind of been with me for that long in my life, and seeing a video game to great effect using him and Peter Weller comes back and does the voice for him.
Yep,
I thought that was pretty cool. So it was like a sequel that we never got.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's basically like the sequel because I haven't seen RoboCop 2 or 3. I don't know what the consensus is on 2, but I do know the consensus on RoboCop 3 was that it was terrible.
2's mixed and 3 is terrible. Yeah, objectively. Okay. It's a kid's movie.
Kind of like how similar like the Terminator franchise, 1 and 2 are amazing. 3 was okay, and basically all the other ones have been terrible.
Yeah.
So
essentially,
the Terminator game is kind of like the sequel that we never got, or not Terminator, because there's been a number of Terminator games, but the one that Teon did. So similarly to the RoboCop game being kind of like the RoboCop sequel that never existed.
Even that 2D one that came out last year was pretty good.
Oh, 2D No Fate.
2D No Fate. Yep.
It hasn't gone on a big enough sale yet, but I'm absolutely going to pick that up at some point because I really want to play that one.
It is fun. It's got a lot of, and crazy enough, it's got a lot of replayability to it because you can do different difficulty modes, different. I think you can take different paths, or you get different outcomes or something.
Okay,
I'm fuzzy on it. Don't quote me on it, but it's it's really good. I was really.
I've heard that the biggest issue is just it's way too short.
Yeah, for the price. Yeah, for what you're getting. It's not.
I'm patient and frugal, so I always wait for stuff to go on big discount before I pick it up.
Hey, I just bought Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga for $12 when it was $60. So,
yeah, let's see here. The only game, Metroid Prime 4 was the first game I bought on day one and the first game I've pre-ordered, I think, since the original Destiny in 2014. The only other thing I've bought close to launch was I did buy Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1+2 remake within a week of it launching. Other than that, basically every game I've bought since Destiny 1 has been like a year or more after it came out. So
yeah,
I'm good to wait. I have a huge backlog, so I have no problem.
no,
waiting.
yeah.
And I don't like
I'm with
multiplayer
you.
stuff, so I don't really have a FOMO.
I'm not generally a concurrent gamer, as it were. I tend to wait on stuff. Like I just, for the first time last year, played Doom 3, Super Mario Odyssey, and the Arkham trilogy. That's the first time I played those games.
Arkham trilogy, first time? Oh,
yes.
Did you like it?
I loved it. It's my favorite
Yes.
Batman story. I've talked with Nightmare at length about it, and James, because
Yeah.
they were both the big Arkham guys that I
Yep.
when I first started playing it, I referred to them a little bit about their expertise, and I really like it. I really liked. I don't know. I love the
trilogy.
first one. The first, it's a very aesthetically like Halloween game. Like I'd love to play it in the fall. I don't know why I haven't yet. I was busy playing Resident Evil this past.
It's funny because Arkham Knight actually takes place on Halloween.
Yeah, which
And
is
then-
awesome. And I should have played it then, but I waited until February.
My favorite of the three, or I'll include, I'll say of the four because I also it gets. I don't think it's it kind of gets like the treat like the redheaded stepchild, but Arkham Origins was done by WB Studios. It wasn't by Rockstar, Rocksteady, not Rockstar.
Well, that was sort of like a transitional, like in between game while they were developing Night, wasn't it? It was after City and it was before Night.
Although it's a prequel because it takes place before Asylum.
Yes,
but
yeah,
because it's a different studio, a lot of people rag on it. I thought it was still a fun game, and I think of those four games, each one of those games has some aspect that it does better than the other three, in my opinion. Yeah. But City is my favorite of them, although Asylum is the one I've played the most amount of times, and that's because on Xbox, Asylum has you could play it just on in the Xbox ecosystem, I should say, 6 times and get achievements for it every time because there's 6 different stacks of Arkham Asylum. It's one of the most stackable games on the platform. There's a couple others that have 6 versions. But yeah, the Arkham Asylum is I've played it the most time. I still have 2 more versions to play. So there's one that there's the 6 versions are the original 360 version. There was the 360 Game of the Year version.
Yeah.
There was the Games for Windows Live version, the Games for Windows Live Game of the Year edition. There's the Return to Arkham Xbox One version, and then there's the Japanese version. So the Japanese version I'm not going to play because you need a legitimate Japanese 360 and a Japanese copy. So I won't be doing that one. But I've already done 3 of the stacks, which are the 3 on Xbox 360 and Xbox One. The 2 that I still have to do are the Windows version. So I do plan to do those at some point.
Man, I mean, it's got enough replayability that you can hang it, I think.
Yeah, and it's every time I played it has been like a number of years apart. So it's like, I'm ready to play it again.
Yes.
So it's not like I played them all back to back.
That's what I wanted to do, was kind of space my time out with it, because I played all 3 because I bought it it was the trilogy bundle on the Switch.
Okay.
And I was able to play all 3 back to back.
So, I keep getting sidetracked here. But yeah, awesome that you played Arkham for the first time.
Fantastic games, all told. Even with the problems I had on the Switch with Night, because I had a lot of issues. The game
are we
crashed.
talking like things that just didn't, like technical issues, or things that
technical
just, like,
issues? Yeah.
Okay. Not
technical
like
issues.
I didn't like this about the game design. It was more so like the game had technical problems.
No, I mean, story wise and themes wise, it was fine. I just kind of wish that. I mean, can I spoil the ending to City? Is that okay? Is chat okay? If not, I can dance around it.
I'd say spoiler warning if you haven't played Arkham. Arkham City. I definitely recommend it because it's an excellent. Like I said, all 3.
It's a perfect game.
Are great honestly. Games.
Yeah.
You have I'll wave again when we're done talking spoilers.
Yeah. So. Okay. So it's a spoiler warning for City. At the end when the Joker dies, that was my only big issue with City, was they could have saved that for Night. Like, because to me, the Joker is like a seminal figure to Batman. Like, if he dies, then it's kind of like half of Batman dying in a way.
Yeah.
And it just felt kind of strange that they killed him off in that game and they brought him back the way they did in Night. Which I liked, and I liked Night. There's nothing like super like jank or wrong with it. I just didn't like that they resorted to the Arkham Knight character and then the whole military takeover. And I get that, you know, as far as themes with like escalation, like, you know, the criminals, you know, the cops got to get their amp up their weapons, and then in turn the criminals amp up their weapons to escalate the criminality, and Batman's going to amp up his weapons, dominate all of it, right? That's what the tank and stuff is for. I get that, but
yeah,
it just seemed like they could have done something better with the Joker. Is my only real criticism of it.
That's fair. Yeah, it was surprising that they did they killed the Joker in City, but I know because when I originally played I played Night. I think I'll have to double check my achievements here on when I actually played it, but I feel like I played it somewhere near its release.
Oh yeah, pretty soon after. Yeah,
Arkham Knight. Let me see when I actually played it, because it came out in 2015. So when I get my first achievement in it, I got my first achievement in December of 2015. So yeah, I got it. I played it the year it came out. So you know, fairly early on in its life cycle. And at the time, I heard a lot of people like ragging on, you know, how they treated Joker in Arkham Knight, but I freaking loved it. I thought it was ingenious. I loved how they handled Joker in Night, despite him dying at the end of the.
It was creative. Yeah, I think they were able to work around what they did with him in City pretty well, and incorporating him enough, because it's not like these games honestly don't feel complete without the Joker. Again, it's like Batman needs the Joker just as much as he needs Batman.
Yeah,
and having them both in the games,
Joker
really
made that point in Dark Knight.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Same point. So, you know, excellent movie. So, all right.
I got a lot of thoughts about Dark Knight. Believe me, they're positive thoughts, but yeah, it's loaded. So I don't want to get into it if you don't want to.
All right, waving spoilers over. We're moving on to non-spoiler topics. So all right. So a few minutes ago, Nightmare did send a $1 tip. So thank you, Nightmare. I appreciate that. He said it's a slosher. He sloshes. I don't know if he's quoting anything, but is that a quote from anything that you are familiar with?
Sounds like a Kino Casino reference.
It does. He did type it in all caps, so that's why I put real emphasis on it. But I appreciate that, Nightmare. Thank you for that tip.
He's late. He's in the wrong time zone.
So, yes, Nightmare says, well, I was talking about Raven and Rare. Nightmare said same thing with Treyarch as Raven. They made the best Spider-Man games and now just do Call of Duty as well. I didn't even think about that because I totally forgot that Treyarch. My introduction to Treyarch was the Call of Duty games. So I did not even realize until literally like maybe a year or two ago that they worked on stuff that wasn't Call of Duty prior to the Call of Duty stuff. So yeah, Treyarch is in that boat as well.
How they relegate these studios down the way they do, because it's like a big conglomerate, like everything's consumerized and it's like corporatized now. So there's no individuality with a lot of stuff anymore, sadly. It's unfortunate.
So Nightmare says he remembers Urban from Born Supremacy, and Rodney, I think I said it right before he did, but he said he also did the better Dread, which I agree as well. The Stallone Dread.
I'm a Stallone Dread defender, but I agree that like factually, I agree factually, the Carl Urban is better, well done. Better.
Yes, I enjoyed the Judge Dredd, which is the Stallone one. It was a fun, cheesy movie from, I think it was a 90s movie. I don't think
95,
it was 80s.
I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So that was fun, cheesy. I am the law. But yeah, I think Dread with Carl Urban is better. But they both have their places, and I enjoy them both.
Well, even then, as a kid watching the Stallone Dread, I remember thinking, man, he looks so cool with the helmet on. And then when he took it off, because I know who he is. It's like, I know it's you, Stallone. You don't have to show your face for me to know. Like, you can wear the mask the whole time. And I was kind of disappointed he never did. So
yeah, and that's another thing that with actors always wanting to get FaceTime, and now like
Yep.
in the MCU, all
Yep.
these characters that have they're taking their helmets or their masks off in the middle of battle, so the audience can see their face when they would never do that in universe, and it's just to get exposure, and it's like you can do it well without having to see their faces. Just look at Urban in Dread, where you never actually see anything other than his mouth because his helmet never comes off. And my number one example of doing that excellent is V for Vendetta. You never ever see
Yeah,
Hugo
he never
Weaving,
took it off.
and that
Never,
movie is phenomenal. So take
How
notes,
does that rank?
Pedro Pascal, crappy Mandalorian who I'm never supposed to take my helmet off, and now I take it off all the freaking time.
Honestly, the stuntman does more work in the Mandalorian armor than Pedro does anyway. The only time I've ever seen Pedro do any work on the show is when he's got the mask off. Because it's that it's a stunt guy. He's a black guy. He's got dreads. He's real athletic, so he can move around a lot inside the in the armor. And he's a cool dude.
Yeah.
He's done other stunt work too, if I remember correctly. But he's the Mandalorian to me, honestly.
Yeah, seriously. And if you're going to do something like that, it should be like in the, I don't know if it was or not, but in the contract, especially when it's in the lore that they wrote, that you're never supposed to take the helmet off. It's like, all you got to do is voice some lines. You don't even need to dress up. We got someone else to do it. And you never take the helmet off. Then that's all you need to do. You never need to do anything other than record audio.
I remember in season 1,
I want people to see my face because I'm vain. And
well, you keeping it like video game related. Halo, the Halo TV show. Pablo Schreiber took his helmet off.
I don't know what you're talking about. There is no Halo TV show.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
It doesn't exist.
Right.
But yeah, that's another perfect example. Is 20 years of Halo, 25 actually, because almost 25, because Halo launched in November of 2001. We've still never seen Master Chief's face.
Nope.
And episode 1 of this show that doesn't exist, he takes his helmet off. We see his face. Yeah, that's a big one of the biggest red flags ever.
I think the biggest egregious thing that they did in the show was not reusing any of the original music. Like they did an original score. They didn't do any of Marty O'Donnell.
I wonder if it's because they don't like Marty
because
O'Donnell,
of him being him leaning the way he does.
His political leanings.
It
I wouldn't be surprised at all. They're like, no, we don't want to use his music.
It could be because of how and it wasn't like overt messaging in the show, but it was very clear that they had an agenda in mind with casting and just certain themes and stuff. So yeah, there's probably a little bit of a buffoonery behind the scenes.
Yeah. So Jeff from Sons and Shadows is in chat. What's up, Jeff? How's it going tonight, buddy? Says hail chat and homies. Good to see you. Ariana Floyd is in chat as always. Good to see you, Ariana. I always got to catch myself showing up very consistently. Always good to see you. Let's see here. Yeah, WB Montreal. That was who did Arkham Origins. And yeah, Nightmare saying hell yeah, Slosh, because I think that was in regards to you playing Arkham games for the first time. Origins is all right, but its biggest problem is his voice cast. Because they got like the B team essentially, because I don't think it has.
That was my reservation about playing it too, was because it's Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy. It's like those are my guys.
I don't think any of like the A team from the other games' voices are in there. I know that the one guy that's in literally everything like that Nolan North isn't in.
Oh, Troy Baker.
Troy Baker, thank you. Like it's like blanking on his name. I know
Soy Baker, yeah.
But I understand that. So Rocket, I was just about to ask how Arkham games ran on Switch. So apparently, that's a good question. So you had technical problems with Night, but did you have problems with Asylum or City?
So with Asylum, it played fairly well. There was only one moment where, and it's the exact same moment every time you play in the game. It's where you're in the botanical gardens, and you transition from the first area into where the flooded hallway is, where it's electrified, and you got a bat zip over top of it. There's a loading delay where when you open the door and you go into that hallway, and it's every single time. That was the only issue with Asylum. Okay. Otherwise, it played very smoothly, looked great, looked like a game of its time, but it performed well on the Switch. Okay, so with Asylum City
performed well on Switch.
It was good.
Was good. City, it was just Night that really had the technical problems.
City, I had zero issues with, unbelievably, and that's a bigger game than Asylum, and it ran perfect. Maybe they
Nice.
scaled it down. Maybe they did some quality of life improvements before they put it on the Switch. I don't know. But it plays great. I actually played it during that snowstorm we had because I was kind of like biding my time. I remember telling you about like waiting on, the inevitable, the big one, the power outage or whatever. And I was just kind of sitting there playing Arkham City, doing some missions, and it still plays handheld pretty good, and it plays docked because I play mine docked most of the time. So
Okay.
I rarely play it on handheld. Night was the most problems that I had, and it had lag, a drop in resolution, frame rate. There was one moment where when I jumped out of the Batmobile, I fell through the city and I clipped like for 5 minutes. In the city, you can see the whole map of all 3 islands above you.
Like above you because you're falling down.
And you're falling, and it's like I had to reboot it a number of times. I still enjoyed it, and I understood perfectly that it's a major, unoptimized game on a system, and it's the only system I really have to play anything on currently. And
Okay.
I just kind of dealt with it, but all told, it was fine. Most third-party games on the Switch, they perform pretty well. I actually just got done playing the Crisis Remastered trilogy,
Okay.
and I
have
did
that in
have
my
some
backlog. I haven't
crashes.
played it yet.
I have some crashes with that, but it's just because they're third-party games, and I think the optimization that they do before they port them onto that system. Most like home games perform very well, obviously, like with Donkey Kong, Mario Odyssey, all those play very consistently
Right.
well. Even Resident Evil 4, and that's technically a port, even though it started on the GameCube.
Yeah.
The version that's on the Switch is actually like a carryover of the old PS2 version.
Okay.
Because when they ported,
I didn't realize it was on Switch, but I guess the game
Yeah,
is
the
on.
ori-
Like
yeah, the-
Doom, that game is on like everything, so it doesn't surprise me.
it is, yeah, it's like the Skyrim, like the Doom of horror games. It really, it's like it's literally on everything, and yeah, those games perform well. But the only ones I had like really bad issues with was Night, and recently Crisis 3 would crash on me, and Crisis 2 crashed on me. Crisis 1, I think, only crashed once. In like I get the meme of I totally understand the meme
Can it
now
run
of
Crisis?
can it run Crisis? It does mostly. Like 98% it runs it. So
Okay.
all
Yeah,
told,
I'm
it's
looking
fun.
forward to playing those because I always want to play them back in the day. It just I think they were only on PC at the time, and
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't think I had a PC that could run it. So when it came to consoles, because it is on 360, although
Yeah.
I don't think it would originally launch on 360. I think it came to 360 later.
I don't think so, no. Yeah, I think
I
eventually
think I ended up getting the first one through Games with Gold, but I was like, I'm not going to just play that one, and maybe I can get a bundle of them later on, and then later on they announced the remastered trilogy, so I picked up the remastered trilogy for like
that's when I bought, yeah.
I think $20 a couple years ago. So I'll get to it eventually. I'm hoping to get through it this year because that's right up my alley on the type of like first person shooter I want to play.
They are very fun games. They have some issues that I didn't like, and it's not anything spoilery, so you don't have to worry if I get into it. But like my biggest problem with it was, and the crashes, like I said, didn't bother me because you could just reboot the game, start it up, and go back to your checkpoint. But my biggest problem was when you replay a mission, you have to sit through the cinematics and you can't skip them.
Oh, it doesn't have skippable cutscenes.
Nope.
Oh, that's annoying.
And I was trying to, like, even if you want to speed run it, like, because I was trying to go back after I finished the games, like a second try through them, just to like see if I could speed through the missions a little bit easier. And you still have to sit through all the cinematics. You can't skip any of the cutscenes, and it was very frustrating.
And that's one thing that all video games should have is skippable cutscenes.
I think so too. Yeah, absolutely. And I've dealt with that before. Like I played Black from EA from like 2006.
I've heard great things about that. I do want to play that at some point.
That was my favorite FPS at the time. It was solid. It was a modern
I've heard
warfare style shooter. Like, because we were deep in that era of World War II shooters, because that's all that anything came out shooter-wise was.
Yeah.
And
that's why, like, when Modern Warfare finally came out, like, holy crap, they're doing a Call of Duty game that's not in World War II.
Oh, bro, yeah, it was big.
Miracle.
That was a big deal. That was cool. But yeah, Black's fun.
Totally
it's got fully destructible environments, but you can't skip the cutscenes in that either.
Okay.
And they're full motion. They're like live action cutscenes. They use real actors.
Live action.
But you can't skip them. That's the only thing.
Okay. Yeah, the only Grace I'll give you is if you can't skip them on the first playthrough, but then you can skip on the second playthrough. I'm okay with that.
I
But
get
if
that.
it's just you can't skip them at all ever, it's like,
Nope.
what are you doing? Bad developer.
Oh man, I was screaming at the TV. I was like, "Are you kidding me? I can't skip these." Like, and it's not a bad story. And again, I won't get into spoilers or anything, but it's just like I already watched this. I already know what's happening. I already know what to expect. I don't need to sit through it 2 times in a row.
And the most egregious is when you have an unskippable cutscene before the checkpoint.
Oh yeah, no,
So if you
that
die,
was what
you have
got
to go
me.
through the cutscene again.
Because
and
every
again,
mission
and
when
again.
I replayed and yeah, the checkpoint, it's a cutscene that starts.
It's like
the
put
mission.
the checkpoint after the cutscene, not before. So if you do
Mm.
die and have to do it over and over again, you don't have to watch the cutscene every freaking time.
That crap went all through me, man. I was like, come on, this game, like you're killing my joy for this game. It's a fun game. I think the worst criticism I would give them, aside from that, is probably they're maybe a little derivative of like the Halo games.
Okay.
Because there's some
Hey, if you're gonna
elements in
draw
the
inspiration,
games.
might as well draw from the best.
No. That's like, if you wanna, if you wanna copy somebody, copy the best. And and they came out around that same time anyway. I think the first Crisis hit when it was the same year that Halo 3 came out, I believe, 2007.
2007 was Halo 3. I don't know what year each of the Crisis game came out.
I don't know the two. I don't know when 2 or 3 came out, but I'm pretty sure 2007 was the first one. I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it, but it was in that era of like late 2000s, early 2010 shooters, and they're fun. Right. They're solid. They're good games.
So, all right. Nightmare is clarifying. He says, "Yeah, it is a Kino Casino reference."
That's
regarding his tip. So it definitely sounded like it.
Belted by Nightmare on stream.
All right. You know what? I want to ask you about that in just a moment as well. Write that down so I don't forget. Do we want to finish catching up here on chat before we move on? Rodney says Sly's motorcycle, though. That was awesome. Talking about Judge Dredd.
I like the motorcycle. Cool. It's good. It's funny. A fun fact is Johnny Versace designed the Dredd outfit for that movie.
I've heard that name before.
He's like a high fashion designer. He was like very flamboyantly like gay. And
wait,
I think he
Versace, like the
Versace.
The Versace.
Yeah, the Versace designed that
okay.
outfit. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Now
I read that on IMDb, so maybe somebody like edited in there back when you could still do that, but that's what I read. So.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That is that's quite interesting. So
that's why I like the more tactical Carl Urban one, because it's like it makes more sense. I like it.
So Nightmare says, I really gotta appreciate Carl Urban for not taking his helmet off. Exactly. I'm not reading that one because he's quoting fake Star Wars. And then the only time an unskippable cutscene is okay if it's masking a loading screen. I will also give some leniency to that as well, but I still don't like that either. Another thing that drove me nuts in Gears of War was the one that put this on the map for me is when you're walking around really slowly with your hand to your ear because it's a hidden loading screen. But we didn't know that at the time. I'm like, stop putting your hand to your ear, or you can still walk faster. You have to walk so freaking slow.
Oh, you know what? I can excuse that with
until later. I realized it's a loading screen. Which a little more leniency, but still, it's like I freaking hate that.
I can excuse that with the Batman games because they do that in Arkham too, where Bruce is talking to like Lucius or
Alfred, he does the same thing. It's like,
but with
those,
you
don't need to touch your ear for the person you're talking to be able to hear you.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the headphones.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like in universe, it doesn't even make sense. So,
like another to the ire of it being a walking simulator. Yeah.
Similar, but it makes a little bit more sense is where you have to like turn sideways and like go slowly through this tiny little crevice.
Yeah, hidden cuts.
Because those are a loading screen as well.
That's that all the time.
I like that a little bit better because at least that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's kind of integrated with the gameplay. The Tomb Raider, because that was a game I played for the first time last year, was Tomb Raider 2013 on the Switch. They do that a lot.
I haven't played those yet either, but from what I've heard, that they do that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that
the one game that I have played that does that a decent amount was Fallen Order did that. And I haven't played Jedi Survivor. I'm assuming they're probably going to do it as well.
Fallen Order, is it the second one?
No, Fallen Order is the first one.
The first one. Okay.
So
I don't know if I because I've seen gameplay of it. I've seen enough of it that I was kind of intrigued, but I don't know if I want to fully commit to it. And I get it. It's modern Star Wars, but it's also lore of like the end of the Republic and early rebellion and stuff. And that's my era too that I like of Star
lore,
Wars.
Though it's all
Fake
under
lore.
Disney, so it doesn't count.
That's what. Yeah. See, that's my whole problem. Like I
But
pick and choose my slop when it comes to Disney.
I do give it credit in, like I said, I haven't played Jedi Survivor yet. I will play it at some point, but Fallen Order, I do have to say that's the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars. Not that says a lot because the bar has been so low.
Yeah.
And I still think it's only a mediocre game, but it's still, I think, by far the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars. But if I would happily wipe out that, as well as every other thing Disney has ever touched with Star Wars, to get it back where we were before Disney took over.
Oh yeah, if it means purging all of the slop that we got over the years.
Yeah, people are like, oh, just be glad you're getting anything. It's like I would rather have nothing than the trash that they've been giving us.
Yeah, I hate that sentiment. It's just, and they say that with everything. Oh, you at least you're getting something. It's like
no,
I don't want something.
Want this. If Star Wars would be in a better spot right now if Disney bought Star Wars and had done nothing with it yet. People would be clamoring for Star Wars right now, but they've just ruined it. And now no one gives a crap about Star Wars because it's just so terrible.
Shut it in the vault like they do their other IPs, and then just like let the hype for it build up. Maintain some authorship over it, like George Lucas did. Not shilling it out to all these different directors that you want to give a leg up to.
Yeah, the last movie, it's been nothing but their crappy TV shows. Because the last movie was the Rise of Palpatine, and the next one coming out is Mandalorian and Grogu. Oh boy, so
very underwhelming. Admittedly, I may have some curiosity about it to go check it out, but that's just because I don't know. I kind of want to wash the bad taste of Last Jedi out of my mouth. If I see something mediocre, at least it's better than The Last Jedi.
It's great because we're talking about Star Wars. I call that the Mandalorian effect, where when everything is so bad that when something comes out that's mediocre, looks amazing by comparison.
Yeah, and it's not even that great looking to me. It's just
exactly.
I just want something, and I get it because we're getting the 50th anniversary next year. It's probably going to get a re-release in theatrical, original cut, quote unquote, original cut. My prediction too about that is, if they do a celebration next year like they usually do, they're going to do an announcement for a reboot of or a remake of the original trilogy.
No, I hope not.
I don't want to speak that into existence, but with how Disney's track record
don't jinx it.
I know I don't want to. I really don't.
Yeah, I guarantee you I'm not going to see Mandalorian Grogu in the theater. I don't even know if I ever will.
I don't blame anybody if they don't. I don't blame anybody if they crap on it, like totally, because I'm with you for the most part. I don't know. I have morbid curiosity, and it's not like I'm even going to defend it if it does bad or good. It's just like I'll go watch it, whatever. Maybe
watch it eventually. Possibly, but probably not, because like I said, I rarely watch anything. So if I am going to commit to watching something, it's going to be at least something that I want to watch. So if I ever do end up watching it, it'll be a long time from now.
Well, and far and away from Disney's money and grasp, and I totally get that too. Believe me, I don't even pay for Disney Plus anyway. So not that I'm getting it, by any tangential means. I actually do get it. It's part of a subscription service I get. So
so it's like, hey, if you sign up with us, we'll give you Disney Plus as well. It's like, okay,
and I actually cut a pretty good deal to get it too. So it's like I get it for free even if I don't watch it. It's like, cool, all right.
So and Nightmare, he says Fallen Order stunk. It was, I don't think it's a great game, but I still think it's like the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars. But puts feces on a plate and hands it to you. Be happy you're getting something. Exactly. That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, Nightmare knows what's up. He listen. I know I mentioned about being black-pilled and stuff. He talks to me all the time about the current state of gaming, movies, comic book stuff. So he's on the same page. He gets it.
Yeah. So Rodney says it's just going to be a long episode from the show. I'd rather save the money. Oh yeah, the Mandalorian Grogu movie.
That's all. So. Yeah, honestly, glorified. And it's Filoni, and that's my thing too. I've never supported Filoni. I've never been a fan of his. I've had people over the years tell me, "Oh, well, Clone Wars is pretty good." It's like, can you show me where? Can you tell me which episodes are good? And then they point out like, yeah, but you got to skip this episode because it's too good. It's got too much kid stuff in it. You can watch these. It's got like and it's like, this sounds like homework. I don't want to do any of this.
I'll give them this. Clone Wars was good. Tartakovsky Clone Wars.
I was about to say
Clone Wars.
Neo knows what's up.
The
Neo's
real
got
Wars.
it, baby. He knows. I got that on DVD, man. That's my jam. That should have been the direction.
It actually fits between episodes 2 and 3.
It's perfect. It leads directly into Revenge of the Sith. That's why you talk about like show face reactions and stuff to like movie trailers and stuff now. I did the show face during Revenge of the Sith when we first see General Grievous walk in and he's coughing and holding his chest. And I'm like, I understood that reference. That was so good.
It's like that meme with Leonardo DiCaprio who sits up with the drink in his hand.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yes.
Is that what movie that's from?
Yeah, that was Quentin Tarantino's. That was his last.
I don't like Quentin Tarantino movies, so
they can be an acquired taste. They can be an acquired taste.
Yeah, I use memes from. I use that meme fairly often.
That's a fun meme. I like it, but it's so appropriate. That's exactly what I did. It's funny too. On the topic of Metroid, I did that same reaction. I won't spoil it, but for anybody who hasn't played Dread, but I did it during a very pivotal moment in Dread when you find out about a certain race of aliens and whether or not they're still
like, I know what that's about.
I was like, holy crap.
That was
pointed
me,
at the screen.
The first time I played through each of the Mass Effects, because the books tie in well with them, and so occasionally in the games they'll reference something that happened in one of the books, like just like lightly, and be like, I know what he's talking about because I read that in the book.
That's so good.
So
that's so funny. It's a cheap pop. It's cheap nostalgia, but it works in a context. Like if you're tying something with something else and it references it, it makes sense. If you're just doing it to jangle keys over the viewer, then it's a little disingenuous.
So Nightmare says, I do hope Jack Black makes a reappearance in the Mandalorian group.
Oh, and the for sure. They're throwing all the bells and whistles at it anyway. It honestly, the trailer for it looks like a modern MCU movie. That's what got me about it. It's like the scripting, the dialogue sounds just like it. It's like it's all the same now. It's not even Star Wars anymore. It's just product.
Yes. Yeah, consume product and get excited for next product.
And I mean, listen, I'll fully admit, I consume a little bit of the product. I have a little tiny Mandalorian minifigure in front of me right now that I painted. But he goes in a ship, so that's why I added some detail to him. But yeah, but I'm willing to admit that it is slop. I'm willing to outright front say, like, yeah, I'll consume a little bit of slop just because the abundance of it is hard to really to slide by you.
Yeah, it is. So, all right. So I was gonna say, on a happier note, because I talked about how I like to at the beginning of the stream, how I like to keep things positive. We've been crapping.
No. You're listen. You run the show. You're good. I fully appreciate it.
We're gonna flip it around to a more positive note in just a moment. But you said something a moment ago, and I hear this term a lot lately, and I don't know what it means. So I'm hoping that you can enlighten me. You said something about you getting felted by Nightmare. I hear this felted term all over the freaking place, and everywhere I see it, it's like they just expect everyone to know what it means. Like I've never heard anyone explain it. I don't know what it means because I don't understand the context. So can you explain to me what felted means?
So I borrowed it a little bit from Nightmare, and I'm not fully invested in the Kino Casino quartering drama. It's kind of humorous to me, but they use the term felted a lot. Felted, I'm pretty sure the term
felted kind of originated from is Kino Casino.
That's where I've heard it from, but I feel like I've heard it like in the medieval sense. You know what I mean? Like old time Europeans would say felted, but maybe I'm misremembering that. I feel like it's like getting bested or getting overcome, getting dogpiled on, getting one over on somebody.
Okay.
I like the term though. It's just a fun like catch-all for like somebody
I see
annoying
it in, like YouTube thumbnails and videos and stuff. I'm like, what the heck does this freaking mean?
Well, I've seen Kay recently use dented, and she's used that a couple times, and dented's a good one too. They use it a lot on their show.
I've never heard that term in other than like actual like a dent in your car door sort of thing.
It means like you're like triggered pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Learning
like you
stuff
bump your
tonight.
head and you get a dent in it, and now it's like that's going to annoy you the rest of the day or something.
Okay.
It's kind of the sentiment, I think. So
Gotcha.
Nightmare might be able to elaborate more better than
Nightmare is well versed in the Kino Casino stuff. So
he knows his stuff. He's got it. He's got it down pat.
Says he's felt it. It does come from Kino Casino, but it's a gambling term. Okay.
Okay.
Probably from the felt on the table, like playing poker or whatever. It probably has something to do with that.
That would make sense. Yeah,
that would make sense.
I always thought it was like it was borrowed from medieval times because I've heard terms carried over.
It's when you lose all your chips and all that's left is the felt on the table. I called it. I was right.
You got it. Okay.
It had to do with the felt on the table.
I don't know where I got the medieval thing from then. That was just me just piecing fragments of memories together, I guess.
Okay, so basically you lost at something badly or someone made you lose. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for enlightening me. I got it now. All right. So I wrote down 2 other things so far. We'll get to the other one, but flipping it around because, like I said, I like to keep things positive. So we were crapping on Star Wars. Sorry, I skipped Rodney's. He says I have the same feeling with the He-Man movie. It looks like MCU slop. So I don't know anything about He-Man, so I can't say. The trailer looked interesting, but I'm probably not going to see it since I have no.
I was a little intrigued. Yeah,
it was slightly before me. So
my time too. Yeah, for sure. I was a '90s kid. It was in the mid '80s.
Yeah, same here. I was a '90s kid. So, all right. So, positive. There is a lot of garbage out there. Not AAA has almost been like a like AAA games have had the stigma. That's the word I'm looking for. Stigma to them lately, and there's lots of good stuff coming out of like indie and AA studios, but like AAA games have not been in the greatest state. So just this week, I would say a AAA game came out, and I've heard nothing but good things. I played the demo. I loved it. I will eventually play it once I can get it for a good enough sale. But have you been following, or have you happened to have played Pragmata yet?
I've not played it. I've seen a lot of coverage of it. It didn't look particularly interesting to me, but I'm a big so Resident Evil is my second favorite game franchise of all time.
What's
I know Super Mario. I know that's like a normie answer, but like the Super Mario like mainline games, because those are what I grew up on. Like my earliest memories are of Super Mario World and
It is that Super Nintendo right there.
There you go.
That got me into gaming. My grandparents got me that Super Nintendo. Came bundled with Super Mario World when I was a kid. So that's
literally me. That's it right there.
I'm just not big of I'm not a Mario fan. I had Super Mario All-Stars, Super Mario World, and Super Mario 64, and those are like the only Mario games I've really ever played. I've never played anything past Mario 64. I am going to be making up for that very soon. Because I'm going to be playing Yoshi's Island. I'm going to be playing
Yoshi's Island's a good
Sunshine. I'm going to be playing both Galaxy games. It's just I've never been big on Mario. Back in those days, I say this all the time, my platformer for Super Nintendo that was a straight up platformer, not an action platformer, Donkey Kong Country.
That's my jam too, man. DKC baby.
So, anyways,
but no, that's
Resident Evil's your second favorite.
Yeah, so I have a little familiarity with Capcom.
I should get you my co-host on Top 5, Jason. Resident Evil is also either his favorite or second. I'm gonna pull it up here because we did Top 5 video game franchises.
Oh, sure.
And I know Resident Evil is possibly his most favorite video game franchise of all time as well. And his number 1 was Resident Evil. So you should talk to Jason sometime. I messaged him just today because I haven't talked to him in a while. Because Lowest Expectations and I have been doing Satisfactory the last couple weeks, and we just play Satisfactory and chat about stuff. And he's on Top 5 a lot. And he's like, "Hey, what's the next Top 5?" And I'm like, "I haven't heard from Jason in a few weeks, so there are no other Top 5s on the calendar right now." So I messaged him today. I'm like, "Hey, haven't heard from you in a while, man. How you doing? What's up?" So I haven't heard back from him yet, but you should probably talk to Jason at some point because he loves Resident Evil as well.
That'd be cool. Yeah, man. I love talking about it. I've been mostly negative about it in recent times because of RE9, and I have my criticisms about a lot of modern Resident Evil games, but I still love the series. And I even love because I know you might like this, Neo. Mega Man X, the original, the first 3 Mega Man X games on the SNES.
Those are my favorite Super Nintendo games of all time.
Oh,
and
they're so good.
X3 is my favorite Super Nintendo game ever.
There you go. Hey, you're in good company. You know what's up. So I do have a little bit of familiarity with Capcom.
Mega Man is my favorite Capcom franchise.
Yeah, and yeah, because X is it for me. I never really played anything past X3. One thing, because I didn't have a system to play it on, but even when I did have an opportunity to play 4, 5, and and so forth, they just didn't look as palatable to me, honestly.
So X4 is good. Some people like it the best. I still like the Super Nintendo ones better than X, because X4, 5, and 6 similar. Like X1, 2, and 3 all look and play exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
X4, 5, and 6 are the exact same way, but they were all PS1 games.
That's why I didn't get a chance to play them right away.
The art style a little bit, but I like the Super Nintendo art style better than the PS1 art style. But X4 is good, 5 is okay, 6 is not good, and X7 is terrible.
Is it bad?
Awful garbage. X8 was not a return to form, but X8 was, I would say, X8's probably not as good as X4, but it's better than X5 in my opinion.
Okay. And I've seen gameplay of it, but like you said, I didn't like the art style. I don't like the full motion video cutscenes. I just like the simplicity of 1, 2, and 3.
So,
and the soundtrack.
Yes, the sound. When we did top 5 soundtracks, Mega Man X was in my top 5 soundtracks.
Oh yeah,
because X3 is my favorite, but
Primo.
X has the best music.
Beautiful, so good.
X3, I don't really, even though I literally just played X2 2 days ago, I still don't really. X2's music definitely is nowhere near as memorable as 1 or 3.
It's got some good tracks, but yeah, for the most part, it's like I was more immersed in the gameplay and story with X2 than anything else. The music I liked a lot, but yeah, I got you. I agree with you.
So I think I come to this realization every time I talk about this, but Mega Man X1, 2, and 3 are very similar to Halo 1, 2, and 3 for me, as well as Splinter Cell, where in all 3 of those franchises, the third one is my favorite, the first one is my second favorite, and then the second one is my least favorite. I still like all 3 of them, but all 3 of those franchises are the third one's my favorite, first one's my second favorite, and the second one is my least favorite of them.
That's funny. Halo 3 is my favorite 2 of the 3, but
that's what I'm saying. Halo is my favorite. Halo 3 is my favorite Halo.
Yeah.
But Halo 2 is my least favorite.
X3 is not my personal favorite, but I still like, as a trilogy, I think it's solid. I really got to think. It's a toss up between X1 and 2 as being my favorite.
So, but yeah, X2 is still a great game. It's my least favorite of those 3, but I still have absolutely no problem playing through it. But X2 has, I think, the least memorable music. Then X3 has some really good tunes, but X1, there's like not a bad track.
No, it's unbeaten.
Soundtrack. The entire thing is a banger.
Yeah, top to bottom, banger. Yeah, you're right. After banger after banger. It is really good.
Nightmare also, thank you for reminding me. He says, don't forget Slosh and Ryan, who's my co-host on Party Chat, share our Resident Evil opinions as well. So,
is he kind of like on about RE9 and different?
I think
I'm really all over the place with Resident Evil, but all told, like I still love the series a lot. I love a lot about it.
I'll have to get you on Party Chat at some point if that works for you. Those are on Tuesday.
That's
nights.
All right. Yeah, I could do that.
Set topics like, what's the worst game in the best franchise, or what game you spent the most hours.
Oh yeah, that would definitely
topics like that. So
I can definitely talk a lot about that for sure. As far as RE goes, even Mario, I can talk about like bad Mario games.
So yeah, we'll have to get you on a Party Chat here in the near future.
That'd be fun.
So,
but with Pragmata. I know that was the topic that you were.
Yes, getting back to Pragmata, Rodney says, yeah, Space Dad Simulator. My favorite term I heard for it was Dad Space.
That was mine too, yeah.
I love that. I haven't actually played Dead Space yet. I will at some point, but I typically don't do scary. But if it's like sci-fi horror, like Alien, like, what's his name? The guy that directed Alien and Aliens.
Ridley Scott. Or
Ridley Scott.
Ridley Scott, and then James Cameron did Aliens. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, Ridley Scott is who I was thinking of. So I was like that type of like horror, like Alien, or I don't really think Predator is really that scary. That's more, more of an action movie.
A little more action, yeah.
But yeah, that type of horror, I'm definitely more inclined to partake in. But like the supernatural type of scary. Not that Resident Evil is really supernatural, because I don't really mind zombies that much, but I would, if I'm gonna do something scary, I'd much prefer like scary aliens rather than like zombies. But like supernatural, like possessing and demons and stuff, that I don't I stay away from that.
Yeah,
stuff,
that's more akin to like I would say Silent Hill, but Silent Hill's more psychological paranormal horror.
From what I hear,
Resident Evil is very based in science. It's very much like science horror. Everything is based in virology and genetic tampering, and it's got a very grounded kind of verisimilitude to it. Resident Evil does. Dead Space, I think you might really like. I mean, it just depends on the scare factor and like the action and stuff. But Dead Space was actually inspired by RE4, the original. The developer, he pretty much said like, I want to model a game in space based off of like what happened with the stuff in RE4, and that's kind of where it came from. It's a really good game, that first game.
Yeah, so despite my hesitation towards scary stuff, I was convinced by multiple people to like play the Dead Space game. So I have dived them, which means I've gotten an achievement in each one, meaning I put it on my tag, which means I will play it at some point, because I am a bit of a completionist. So if there is a game that I get an achievement on my, because I like having a high completion percentage. So once I get an achievement on it, like I'm committed to getting as many of the achievements in the game as possible. So I will play all 3 Dead Spaces at some point. I just don't know when, but they are on my tag, so I will play them.
The third one is very action based. It gets away from the horror a lot, but it still focuses a lot on the necromorphs and stuff, but it's very action based.
Yeah, and I hear that a lot of the Dead Space fans, they don't like Dead Space 3 because it's so different from the first 2, and it went away from the horror and went more action. I think Dead Space 3 is probably going to be my favorite, but we'll see once I get around to playing it.
That sounds a lot like how James is with horror games too, because I think he veers more towards more action over horror. I think if it came down to the 3 of those, he would probably like Dead Space 3 a lot too, it sounds like.
And I do know that Dead Space 3, you can play the whole thing in co-op. And I also know that it messes with you, where you'll see something on your screen that your co-op partner won't see, because it like, psychological messes with your head sort of stuff, which I think that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, that's the way it still kind of integrates a lot of the horror elements into it without being fully action. Yeah. It's creative enough. I like it. There's a lot of games like that with like the space. Well, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just reading Nightmares comment. He says Neo's an achievement skank, as we established yesterday.
An achievement skank. Nice.
Because I was on, I think it was either Retro Rewind or Chatus Factory yesterday, where I was talking about the different type of achievement hunters, and someone called me an achievement whore. I'm like, I used to be an achievement whore. I'm not anymore. And so he's like, okay, you're an achievement skank then. I'm like, I don't agree with that. But I guess if you want to call me that, it's not as bad as an achievement whore. So sorry, go ahead and continue with what you were saying.
It's a step down. It's all right. You got to graduate to whore status, I think.
No. Achievement whore is the bottom tier. So achievement skank is a step above. So not quite as bad.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you're not quite that bad with achievements. But no, the horror space aesthetic is I really like it. Like I played Alien Isolation for the first time last year. Well,
it's scary, especially not in VR. No way.
Very
not that
intense.
I have VR, but that game would be terrifying in VR.
It was very intense, and the AI is set up in that game so eloquently, I should say, that you never play the game the same way twice. It's never the same way twice.
I do know, like the way they program the AI in that game is kind of ingenious. Do you know how exactly the xenomorph AI works?
I don't know for sure. I just know based on like the mechanics of what it does, because it learns from what you do in the game and it adapts.
So I've heard this, Alien Isolation mentioned on tons of different like list videos and stuff. And
sure. Yeah.
The AI in the game is excellent. And the way that the AI works, like the background code or whatever, so you wouldn't know this from playing the game, but if you heard someone talk about the development of the game, is they have the Xenomorph has what they call two brains, and one brain always knows where you are.
Yeah.
And the other brain doesn't, but the brain that knows where you are feeds hints to the brain that doesn't. And depending on certain things that happen in the game will determine like how frequently it gives hints to the brain that doesn't, so that the brain that doesn't can figure out where you are. So it's like a really genius system that they came up with.
I 100% believe that. Yeah, that is absolutely true, because there's points where like if you're hiding under an object like a table or a gurney or something because you're in a hospital at some point on the space station, the alien will come down, the xenomorph will come down, and it'll start searching, and it's in search mode. What you can do is you can evade around it, but the thing is, let's say you evade around it one time and it turns around and catches you. Well, upon your respawn, every time after that point, it turns around and looks behind it to expect that you're going to try to sneak around it.
Oh, yeah. So it learns from your tactics, which is
if you
even more terrifying.
That's what I'm saying. You can't play the same game the same way twice. You can. It gets better to a point. Not to spoil it after you get the flamethrower in the game, because you can just finally scare it off
a little bit.
Yeah, and then you can kill the face huggers and stuff. But it's such a it's so intense. It's crazy. Even the working Joes, the synthetics in the game, they're creepy as all get out too.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think they have the same type of AI integrated, but
no, I don't think so. I think it's only for the Xenomorph.
Yeah. But it's all told, it was an awesome game. I couldn't wait to play it. I remember seeing gameplay of it or playthroughs of it, whole playthroughs back in 2014 and 2015, and I finally got to play it for the first time last year. So I don't know. I'm not a big. I mean, I guess I am a big horror game fan, but there's some games that I probably won't touch. It just really depends on my interest in overall the franchise, I guess. But definitely Resident Evil.
While we're on the topic of Alien Isolation on Xbox, it's currently 75% off for $10 if anyone is interested.
Ooh, yeah. Hey,
on the Xbox side of things.
I mean, it's a good story-driven game. It does suffer a little bit from the cinematic, like walking simulator bits. Like what you were talking about, where the cutscene where they transition from one section of the room, the map, to the other. They do that a lot in that game. But all told, it's like a very engaging story that I'd let a lot slide in it, I think.
One quick tangent on how you were explaining how the AI learns from your tactics is the one when we did top 5 Stargate SG-1 episodes. Are you familiar with Stargate at all?
A little bit. I mean, I know Richard Dean Anderson. I know the alien guy, the black guy. He does the voice of Kratos, I think, doesn't he?
I did not know that until a couple of years ago, and because he accepted an award for God of War, like the Game Awards.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the heck does he have to do with God of War? And I looked into it, and I was like, oh, he's the voice of Kratos. That's awesome, because obviously I know him as Teal'c from Stargate, and I had no idea that he had. Because I haven't played the new God of. I've never played any God of War game, even though I've always wanted to. But there was a PlayStation franchise. I never had a PlayStation.
Yeah,
so that's one of the
franchises
how I missed out on. So I do want to go back and play them at some point. I do own the 2018 God of War since the new ones have come to Steam, so I bought it on Steam. So I do want to play that one. My buddy, my IRL, Razik, who he just played it recently. He's like, dude, it's really good. So I don't know when I'm going to get to play it, but I am going to play it eventually. And I do want to go back and play the originals. But yeah, I was blown away when I found out that he voiced Kratos, not in the original ones, but in the remake or the rebooted series.
Yeah, Ragnarok, and then the 2018 one. I remember,
2018. Yeah. So, anyways. We did top 5 Stargate SG-1 episodes back in August, and then we actually just did top 5 Stargate Atlantis episodes last week.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice.
But because top 5 will occasionally do non-video game topics, but like 99% of the time it's a video game based topic. Like we did top 5 Star Wars games, top 5 Zelda games, top 5 Mario games, top 5 360 games, top 5 N64 games, stuff like that. But occasionally we'll do non-video game topics.
That's fair.
And one of my top 5 episodes of SG1 is called Avatar, and it's an episode where Teal'c goes into this basically it's like the Matrix, where he goes into this simulation and it's for training. But
Oh wow.
when you're in the simulation, you can't tell it's a simulation. It's like it looks and feels like the real world, like the Matrix does.
Nice.
And they say that you can come out anytime, but there was like a malfunction with the device and he can't get out until he completes the scenario. And just like the Matrix, like if you take damage in it, it doesn't immediately kill you, but it does wear you down over time. Like your physical body starts taking a toll.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
gets trapped in the simulation. And it's also built to learn from your tactics. So he has to, every time he thinks he beats it, he's like, I beat the scenario, and then the game legitimately like cheated. It spawned like an enemy right behind him, and it killed him. And then so it's a great episode. But when you're talking about the xenomorph learning from your tactics, it reminded me of that episode because
that's exactly
kept learning from his tactics, and he had to figure out how to beat the cheating AI in order to get out and not die.
Yeah, it almost feels cruel at times. It's like you couldn't even hide under tables or anything for very long, because if it found you under a table, the next time you respawn, it just started looking at your tables like automatically.
Yeah.
So it definitely, it's fun. I like concepts like that, and it's a one of a kind game for sure. I hope that they can do something meaningful with the sequel, but it's been so long now. Who knows? By this point, like we're in the modern gaming space, and who knows?
It was originally a 360 game.
It was, yeah. I mean,
I think it was probably on PS3 as well, since it was published by Sega.
Yes, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
but
I saw PS4 gameplay of it. I think is when I first watched it at the time.
The
but
360
it might have been
version came out in 2014.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I think it was cross. They both came out in 2014, so it was a cross-generational, since that was like right during the launch of the Xbox One. It came out on both consoles, so it's not like it came out on 360 and then later on Xbox One. So
that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay.
Cross-gen release. So, and yeah, I remember saying, okay, it was on Chad's Factory we were talking about. I thought so. It says Neo had his achievement fund. Now he's ready to settle down. So, anyways, yeah. So it definitely, going back to Pragmata, it definitely looks like, I love the term Dad Space, because it looks it doesn't look like Dead Space, but it looks like it kind of the character model and the movement is kind of a little bit slower paced, like Dead Space and Resident Evil.
See the comparisons,
but it's not
to that,
a horror game. It's an action game, and it's got the sci-fi setting, which is right up my alley because I love sci-fi. I don't like horror. Not that you couldn't have sci-fi horror, but like,
for this game, I think it works.
On the moon is freaking awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that
armor. So I played the demo and I loved it, and it's been no surprise from the like the mainstream has been giving it crap, but all the actual players seem to really be enjoying it, and so I'm very much looking forward to playing it once I can get it for a good deal.
Well, it's weird because you have these like mainstream outlets or quote unquote journalistic outlets that try to project this lolly culture on it, and it's really not that at all.
Yeah,
like it has no suggestive sexualization with the android at all in it. It's just a harmless.
She's just adorable.
She's just a little girl, or well, it's an android mimicking what a little girl does.
Yes,
and it's just, it has no connotations to like objectification or anything like that at all. It's completely the opposite.
Yeah, all these people are like projecting like pedo crap onto it. It's like, I think you're the problem, not the game.
Yeah, it's just really ham-fisted. It's like it's astroturfed is the term I use a lot lately, but it's like artificially they're trying to make it like a thing that it's actually not,
Yes.
All told, it's not a terrible game. And it plays good. The only thing I didn't like about it from what I've seen is that you do a hacking mechanic every time you encounter an enemy. James really liked it because he played it on stream a couple days ago. Okay. Other people I've seen play it didn't really like it, so I'm kind of mixed. I'm leaning more towards the negative of I don't really like that part of it.
I thought that was a really cool concept because I was at the beginning of this year, we did a top 5 of 2026 games that we're anticipating. And let's see, I think I had Pragmata on there. Let me pull it up here real quick. Yeah, it was my number 4. So
okay, yeah.
I was like, I don't really know what's going on here because you're like doing 2 different things at once, and I was like, And then Jason knew more about it. So on that episode, he actually explained it to me more in depth of what's going on. I'm like, that's a freaking dope concept. So I like that, doing something way different that you haven't really seen in a game before.
It's new for sure. And it gives Diana something to do instead of just opening doors and unlocking gateways and stuff to get to the next part of the game. It gives her something to do in the middle of the combat. So I think that's pretty good. I'm kind of weird about the feet thing. Like, I know she's an android and you don't really need feet, or you don't really need shoes, but they made her like really one-to-one, like a little girl, and
she's barefoot in the game.
Yeah, she's barefoot, and I don't know. It's a Japanese thing, I guess.
Okay, I didn't even notice that. So, dude's coming over rating from Rumble. What's up, dude? He says,
"What's going on, dude?"
That is awesome. So I was in his chat before we went live.
Okay.
He does a lot of his achievement hunting on stream, and so he's playing Metroid Prime 3 for retro achievements right now, and he just mastered it. The last achievement he needed was the speedrun achievement for beating the whole game in under 3.5 hours, and it didn't look like he was going to make it, and he made it with 60 seconds left. So,
bro,
mad props to you, dude. That is awesome that you got the
Good
Metroid
deal.
Prime 3 mastery. I do
That's
plan
awesome,
to go
man.
and get the mastery as well, because I did beat it, but I've got about 80% of the achievements, because I only did a playthrough on normal, and you do have to play through it on hyper mode, and you have to get I got 100% of the items, but I don't have 100% of the scans yet, and I also need to do the speedrun achievement. So
yeah, the scans always got me with
I still need to go back and finish mastering Metroid Prime 2, because I still have like 5 or 6 more achievements, so I'm going to do that before I master Prime 3. But that is awesome that you did pull it off, because he didn't think he was going to make it in time either.
In the nick of time too. That's really cool.
That's awesome. And that was his first attempt at the speed run. I think on the Metroid Prime. Well, actually, no. Dude, you have to remind me. On your Metroid, when Metroid Prime got retro achievements on GameCube a couple years ago, did you get the speedrun achievement on your first speedrun attempt, or did it take you multiple? Because it took me about 3 attempts to get it. But he has beaten Metroid Prime a lot more times than I have, so he's more familiar with it. So he might have gotten it on his first try. But that is awesome that you got the mastery. So the only thing I've mastered so far, because we just got retro achievements about a month ago, and the only one I've mastered so far is Twilight Princess. I finished that up like last week or the week before.
Oh,
that
nice.
was fun to play through that.
Is that your first time playing it, or was that
no?
The first
I
time
played
in a
it
long
about
time?
3 times when it first came out, and then I haven't played it since. So it has been a very long time since I played it, and it was great playing through it again, because that game is freaking phenomenal.
Was it mirrored, like the Wii version was mirrored to the GameCube version?
Well, that's the thing, is I've never played the GameCube version. I've only played the Wii version. So
yeah, that always threw me off.
When I do go back and play the
the
GameCube version, it'll be mirrored to me, even though, technically the Wii version came out first, and the GameCube actually came out about a week after the Wii version.
Yeah, wasn't that the last GameCube game? Or
I don't know if it was
one
the
of
last GameCube game, but it was the last GameCube Zelda.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
I have no idea what the last GameCube game was, but yeah, I didn't actually know that the mirror thing with the GameCube version of Twilight Princess until dude told me about it on one of our achievement chasers.
Yeah, because I remember, because when I played it, I looked up videos on YouTube at the time, because I was trying to unlock something, and I know that's kind of a sacrilege. You're not supposed to do that, but
oh no, I do that all the time.
But I was looking up videos of it, and it was mirrored, and it said it was the Wii version, and I was like, well, why is it like, it was weird. I don't know. It's still the same game, but yeah.
So I haven't played the GameCube version yet. The GameCube version has much more difficult achievements, so I probably won't get the mastery on the GameCube version. Dude has it, but I did get the mastery on Twilight Princess, the Wii version. So that's the first mastery I got. I've beaten a couple of Wii games, but dude's gotten a lot more progress on the Wii games than I have. But shout out to dude, because he is, if I'm going to change it, I always put him up because he's way more of a hardcore achievement hunter than I am. So
that sounds like it. That's a good achievement, though. I like doing speed runs of stuff, especially when you know the game pretty well.
So he's got I have a lot more completions, but he has a lot more tougher completions than me. So he has many that I will never ever have. So, and he says this is his 12th Wii mastery already, and I only got 1. So, and he says when he did Prime 1, the speedrun, that was on his first speedrun attempt as well. So, very
not
nice.
bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, It took me a couple tries to do RE4 speedrun, because I did mention it, but that's my favorite video game is RE4, the original.
Oh, RE4 is your favorite game?
Yep, that's my all-time favorite game.
Version is your favorite?
Probably the GameCube version, but I haven't played it in so long because every version that they've ported to other systems was based on the PS2 build of the game. So when it went to PS2, I think it was like a year later, maybe. It came out in 2005 on the GameCube. And
it was 2004, but I will double check.
It was supposed to be 2004, but they delayed it until January of 2005. I do vividly remember that because my mom was going to get it for me for my birthday that year in 2004.
Okay, yep, January 2005.
I want to say it was like October 2004, but they delayed it at the last second, and I had to wait till January.
PS2 version was October of 2005. So
so it wasn't even a year. Okay, I kind of thought that. I wasn't sure, but when they ported it, every build or every version that was on like the Wii, oddly enough, the Xbox 360. And going forward, like even up to now to the Switch and Switch 2 versions, those are all based on the PS2 build of the game, which I guess it was easier to port. But and it plays the same as the GameCube version. The GameCube version just to me is more special because it was the first time I played it, and it kind of looks better too. Like when you compare, even today, in modern day, you look at the GameCube build versus the PS2 build, it's less polygonal. Like they smoothed out a lot of the mapping on the characters and stuff. It looks really good. They actually did a fan HD remaster. I don't know who it was, but it's on, like, if you get the Steam version of the game, you can get download the HD remaster version. It's called RE4 HD Project, I think.
Okay.
The guy that remastered it, this was insane to me. He went to Europe and he took pictures of the same buildings that Shinji Mikami and the RE4 dev team did, and he did them in HD this time. Nice. So all the same textures and images from the village and stuff, he just mapped that into the HD remaster. So it looks like it's so beautiful looking. I'd love to play it if I can get a chance, but yeah, it's nice. It's awesome. But I did a speed run of that a couple times, and I narrowed it down to it's like a 20-hour game, 24-hour game or whatever, full time. I narrowed it down to like 2 hours and 26 minutes, I think.
Okay. Very nice.
That was my personal best. It wasn't anything I showed to leaderboards or anything like that, but it was something that I wanted to do for myself. So
yeah, awesome. So Lighthaven is in chat. What's up, Light? How's it going?
What's going on, Sergey?
Good to see you, Sergey. And he says James got to play RE4 and RE4 Remake, either one. Are you saying that he had to, or he's going to at some point because he's been gifted?
He played the original. I don't know if he's played the remake or not. Okay. He might like the remake better just because it has more smoother dynamic control compared to the original. He hates tank controls. Yeah, he's very
can't blame him.
You got to be grandfathered into it, and even then, I understand if you don't like it because it's very antiquated compared to what we have today. But I get it. I personally don't mind it just because I've played so much of them. So.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, this is what I was about to touch on. But dude says Resident Evil 4 has retro achievements on the GameCube and the PS2 versions. And someone is currently working on achievements for the Wii version since the Wii, we just got support last month. I was actually surprised that it didn't have achievements for launch. But the Resident Evil 4 is the only Resident Evil I've played, because usually when I say I played a game, that means like I played it through and at least beat the story.
Okay, yeah.
But I say played because I never actually beat Resident Evil 4. I got probably like 70-ish% of the way through the game, but I never finished it. But I originally, because everyone wouldn't shut up about how good Resident Evil 4 was, I bought it just because of the hype on GameCube back in the day, and I played it, and I didn't like it because I can't hit anything because I think the controls in that game are ass. And it's very.
The
way I always describe it is, in most shooters, you're like aiming the gun. In Resident Evil 4, it almost feels like you're aiming the arm that's holding the gun. I don't really know how to describe it better, but I can't freaking hit anything because the controls in that game are so bad, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very, very tankish, even with the over-the-shoulder third-person perspective.
So I had it on GameCube. I was like, I don't like this. Then the Resident Evil 4 Wii version came out. I'm like, I wonder if that'll be better because I won't be using, like a joystick to aim. I'll be using motion control. So I traded in my GameCube copy for the Wii version, and that's the one I played because I'm like, oh, I can actually aim at crap now. So I
Yeah, a
played
lot
through
of people
most
said
of
that
it.
they like that one a little bit better just because of the smoother, the aiming to it.
So in my opinion, the Wii version is the best one because you can actually aim. But I never finished it because I got it's a good chunk of the way through the game. Then the regenerators show up, and you can't beat them without a specific gun and the thermal scope. And I didn't have either because I don't like that gun, and I was like, what the heck do I need a thermal scope for? And I was like, oh, I'd have to go backtrack through half the game to get back to where it was. I learned actually on an episode of Party Chat recently that it's like, oh no, you don't have to go all the way back. You can buy the stuff you need from the vendor. I'm like, oh well, I didn't know that, but I was like, I'm not tracking all the way back through the game to 8 chapters ago to find the stuff that I need for these enemies. So I gave up, and that's where I stopped playing it. But once it gets achievements, once the Wii version finishes getting achievements, because like I said, they're in development, I will finally go back and play through it and beat it start to finish. I don't know if I'll get all the achievements, but I am going to finally go back and beat the game so I can finally say I beat Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. I hope you have fun with it. Genuinely, it's like
I
I
did
said,
enjoy
it's my
the game
favorite
for the most part. And I had this, I actually think I just talked about this on a recent stream that, like I said, I'm not into scary. And that's one of the reasons why I've never been interested in Resident Evil. But when I finally played through Resident Evil 4 on the Wii version, I actually got through most of the game. I was like, I was expecting this game to be scary, and it wasn't scary at all. It was, so I didn't have a problem with that at all. So from what I hear, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 are actually scary. Resident Evil 4 is definitely more on the action side than the scary side. So.
Yeah, RE1 Remake is definitely scarier of the two. And RE4's got scares in it, but it's more intense and it's more action focused. That was where the franchise really, and I'm sure you've heard everybody talk about it by this point, but it's where the franchise took a turn. Some would say for the worse. I would say it was just kind of an evolution. I think Capcom really shot themselves in the foot with 6 was the worst one.
And I have a feeling that would probably be my favorite if I had to
That's
guess.
what I was saying the same thing. James might like that one too, just because it's very action focused.
Just like
I don't blame you for that.
The one that everyone hates would probably be the one that I like the most.
I don't blame you at all for that. It's not a bad game. 6. It was I actually like thematically, I considered it like the Avengers level RA game because all of the main characters meet up in that game and they kind of go after like a global threat kind of thing.
Which one are we talking about?
6.
This 6. Okay.
Yeah, 6 is the one where it like got objectively jumped the shark pretty much. And
I do know it has a very bad reputation.
But it doesn't play bad. It's just I think the story soured a lot of people just because it had a lot going on. They put a lot into that.
Is game. 6 the one where Chris punches the boulder?
That's 5.
That's 5. Okay. Because I've heard
that one's cartoony too.
That one memed to death as well.
Yeah, that one's pretty cartoony too. I actually liked 5. I had to warm up to it because when I first played it, I thought this is like so derivative of 4 because it has the same control scheme, same gameplay scheme. It's just a little smoother because it came out on a different generation of console. I think they waited about 4 years before they developed it. It came out in 2009. Okay. And 5's fun if you have co-op. Like if you don't have co-op, and Sheva, like she's just the worst AI companion. Like she is terrible.
I think Resident Evil 4 has the same problem that Army of 2. It's a great game in co-op, but if you're playing with an AI partner, it sucks.
It is bad. It is not like and it's not like it's broken or anything. They just didn't know how to program her on her own.
Yeah,
they tailored her strictly for her.
Dumb as crap.
It is goofy.
We actually had a topic on a somewhat recent, within the last month or two, episode of Party Chat where we talked about games where your AI teammates don't suck because there's not a lot of them.
That would be a good. I might have to check that out and see.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of instances where it was like like going back to Pragmata. She's pretty good in it.
My number one pick for that one, I think, was Space Marine 2. Your teammates are actually pretty useful.
Are they? Okay. That was the recent one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, you were about to say something about
oh no, I was going to say what on the subject of Pragmata. Diana's like a pretty good AI companion in it. So,
although that's like AI companion on a meta level because she technically is. AI,
yeah.
she's an android, but
it's like in game.
I don't think that she like she doesn't operate on her own. She only
No, she's not a support.
Yeah, she doesn't do anything on her own, so I don't think she would qualify for that topic.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Really thinking about
It'd have to be, you know, an AI team that is fully self-dependent, essentially.
Yeah, like going off and doing something on their own and just doing,
that
that makes sense.
You may tell them to like go here, but you can't really like tell them what to do, sort of thing. So
yeah, that was the problem with Sheva. Is like, and she would always heal. You can't give her any healing items. That's the one thing. If anybody who's never played it, don't give her any healing items. I don't care how much space. I don't care how much space you don't have. She heals you for no reason when you don't need it. She heals herself. She takes up all the ammo, and like you can get to a point to where you can get unlimited weapons and stuff. And it's better when she has that because she just fires like she's just ridiculous. Great character, like story wise, great character, but holy crap, horrendous AI.
What was it? Oh, yeah, the other thing. But if it was just AI characters that are good, then yeah, I definitely think Diana would qualify for that. But yeah, for that specific party chat topic, I don't think that she would.
Yeah,
anyway,
she probably wouldn't qualify for sure. She's more like in game, in story.
Yeah.
Like what you were saying.
On the Resident Evil 4, so I got through most of Resident Evil 4 on Wii. I actually enjoyed my time with it. And finally, nearly 20 years later, I'll finally go through and beat it. But maybe like 4-ish years ago, Resident Evil 4 was on Game Pass, the Xbox One version. I was like,
okay,
you know what? Let me give it another shot. Because I'm like, I'm probably gonna have problems with it, just like the GameCube version. But let me just give it another shot. You know, it's been 15 plus years since I played it. Maybe things will have changed. Maybe my preference on how the game plays will have changed.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all. I tried. I literally the opening segment where you go into the village and you get swarmed. I couldn't beat it after I tried like 3 times and I immediately got killed all 3 times. I'm like, nope, screw this. I'm not playing it. So I gave the Xbox version another chance, and yeah, just like the GameCube version, I'm like, nope, not doing this. So
and that's tough if you don't know where to go. And like that was the era where they didn't really hold your hand a lot with stuff. So like you had to figure out which building to go into to unlock the chainsaw guy, to get the shotgun, to get all this stuff. You had to like get good, scrub, basically. You had to figure it out on your own.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like I couldn't figure it out. It was like the first 3 enemies that attacked you killed me over and over and over again.
Yeah,
like,
they
hit
swarm.
anything.
They come at you crazy.
So
and that's the first major part of the game too, which is insane.
So all right. So Light says, yeah, I love RE4 Remake 2. I prefer the action type games over the slower horror. So yeah, same here. While you were talking about was it the Resident Evil 4 like fan mod project you were talking about? What was that one called again?
RE4 HD project, I think it's called.
RE4 HD project. Okay, because Nightmare said that sounds kind of a lot like Deus Ex Revision, which is probably like a not modernized, but like some quality of life improvements mod for the original Deus Ex, because they did originally announce that it's getting a remake or a remaster.
Oh, that remake looked rough.
I haven't heard great things about that, especially from like Fractured Filter's a huge fan of Deus Ex.
Yeah, I know he's mentioned it a few times.
And he was like, he's not looking forward to it. So
it looked rough. Maybe it plays good, but it looked bad.
I only played the most recent one, or not the most recent. I have the most recent one, but I haven't played it yet. I can never keep the 2 most recent ones straight. There were the Adam Jensen ones. One is Human Revolution, and the other one is Mankind Divided. I want to say Human Revolution was the 360 one, and Mankind Divided was the Xbox One one. Or do I have that backwards?
I'm not entirely sure, honestly. I've only ever really heard a lot of praise for the original one. I've not heard many people talk about the sequels at all.
Okay. Okay, I did have it right. Human Revolution was the 361, and I 100%ed that one. And then Mankind Divided was the one on Xbox One. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. So I've not played the original. I never played Invisible War, which although I did play the demo for Invisible War, but I never actually played the full game.
Was the demo pretty good?
I liked it, but I don't think Deus Ex purists liked it because I mean, I played it was the demo when this was on a demo disc for original Xbox. So
Oh
this is way
wow.
back
Okay.
in back in high school,
No kidding.
like 20 years ago. But I remember enjoying it, but I think from the purists, human or Invisible Wars, my guess, I'll have to talk to Filter about this, but if I had to guess, I would say Invisible War is the black sheep of the Deus Ex games.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. He'd definitely
I
be
could
the
be
guy
wrong
to
about
talk to.
that, but I don't think Deus Ex fans were a big fan of Invisible War. But I do know like everyone loves the original one. So
I get that. I get that with franchises too. Like I like mentioning RE4, and it again, it's not like RE6 was a terrible game. It was just Capcom flat out admitted that they were trying to compete with with Call of Duty. They flat out said we're trying to compete with Call of Duty with this title because we want to try to capitalize on like the action kind of globetrotting stuff, and that's all you get in RE6. And it just did so poorly that they had to essentially reboot the franchise.
okay.
But I get it. I get it with the Deus Ex.
So, dude says he's beaten RE4 once. It was okay, and he still needs someone to complete the DLC Mercenaries mode in Resident Evil 6 on 360. Good luck with that. You might be able to find someone if you posted like a boosting session on True Achievements, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody wouldn't mind playing it. The Mercenaries games are pretty fun from the Resident Evil games.
That game mode.
Yeah, it's like
you said Mercenaries. I thought you were talking about the actual game Mercenaries, which is the open world sandbox like Mercenary
no.
You're talking about the Mercenary game,
the game
mode
yeah.
in Resident Evil, though.
I actually forgot that was a separate game.
That's another game where I played the demo, fun. But I never actually played the full game as the Mercenaries games.
It's fun. It's fine. It's like it's combat based. It's very arcadey, which I don't mind at all. I love.
And we're talking about the Resident Evil one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, no, those game modes were always pretty fun. It started with RE3, RE4, and RE5 did one, and I guess RE6 had like you could do co-op in that one, which I've never played it, but basically you just run around. It's a time limit. You kill as many enemies as you can in that time limit. And you can get power-ups and stuff. And it's just, I don't know. It's just like you drop in and you unlock different characters. It's pretty good.
Okay. So, Nightmare said, I only ever played Army of Two on my own, but I still enjoyed it. Originally, when I first played it, I also only played it with the AI team. I have since played it in co-op, and it was much better. But I still enjoyed it. But yeah, sometimes it's like, what the F are you doing, you moron? But the game mechanic that they had in Army of Two was really cool. The aggro system.
I've been wanting to play it, but I could never find it on a good system to play it on. If it's on Steam, maybe eventually if I get a Steam Deck or something, I might play it on there.
Okay,
but I don't know if they delisted it or. It's been so long since I've heard anything about Army of Two.
So, yeah, it's been a abandonware franchise, but
okay.
Let's see here, Army. I do know that the online mode in the first game, at least, is what the servers were shut down a long time ago. So I'll never be able to get to completion in that if I wanted to, because you can't play the online mode. Army of Two. Let's see. Is it on Steam? It is not on Steam.
Oh, okay. I wonder if it's on GOG.
That's a good question.
GOG puts on a lot of
Nightmare.
A lot of stuff that
I'm putting you on that one. Find out if Army of Two is on GOG. But
yeah, he could check.
It's fun game and co-op. The aggro system that they created for that is really cool. So if like one person is shooting a lot, then they draw all the aggro, and the other person is basically invisible, so they can like sneak around and like flank the enemies and stuff. It was a really cool system.
I like that. That sounds cool. Yeah.
And you actually have this like bar down at the bottom of the screen, and on which character has the aggro. So when one person has all the aggro, the other character's little avatar is like literally like transparent, meaning that they're practically invisible to the enemy.
Yeah,
so it was a cool gameplay mechanic.
It's like drawing all their fire. I like that. That's a cool, yeah. I'm surprised more games don't do that.
Yeah. I thought that was going to be like the next big thing, and it's like Army 2 games, the only ones that did that. So, dude said that Sheva was my Resident Evil waifu until Lady Dimitrescu. Nice.
Yeah, Lady D. She's I didn't like that they, and not to spoil anything, but she wasn't the main like draw of that game. Unfortunately,
That's what I heard from a lot of people. They're like,
she's
I
like
was
in the
expecting her to
first.
be in the game for a lot longer. She's like the first
Yeah,
chapter.
she's in the first third of the game. Yeah.
Okay, third. Okay. And yeah,
Well,
Nightmare says,
I split it up into 3 acts because that's how I kind of like get like the stories and movies and stuff. So
that's kind of what I've heard from most people. Like, it makes sense in a 3-act sort of splitting the game up.
but very briefly in the beginning of the game is pretty much where she's at.
So, dude said I also need to finish Resident Evil 5, the 360 achievement list. And good luck with that.
That's probably got some good ones on it. Yeah.
Yeah, when you mentioned the co-op, because it's funny, had Paul on, way back, and we were talking about Resident Evil. It's actually when he was on Party Chat, and it was because we were talking about some of our favorite gaming memories, and one of his was, he got Resident Evil 5 on opening night. He went online and paired up with some random stranger. Neither of them had a mic, but they played through the entire game together.
Oh man,
opening night with no communications. And he doesn't remember the guy's gamer tag or anything, but they played through the entire game together from beginning to end, not saying a word to each other, and then neither of them ever dropped out. So it's like that's just a memory that I have of Resident Evil 4 or 5 that he really enjoyed. So
that's kind of baller. I like that.
So Nightmare said the revision is a fan remaster, effectively. Very nice.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the HD RE4 is. I like that they do that. I just wish that more games could do that, but the game devs, they've got a monopoly on so many titles now, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the modern Deus Ex games are prequels, aren't as good as the original games. I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I did enjoy Human Revolution. But I do know that they are prequels. I didn't know that when I originally played them. But
I always thought they were sequels. Okay,
I did too, until after I played Human Revolution, I was informed that no, that's a prequel that takes place before the original game. I'm like, oh,
no
I
kidding.
did not know that.
Yeah.
So, and he clarified that Human Revolution is the first prequel and Mankind Divided is the second. Invisible War isn't great, but it tells a good story and is a good ending for the Deus Ex series. So, apparently Invisible War is the last one in the timeline.
Oh, wow.
I did not realize. But that does make sense if I had actually thought about it.
I would have never put it together, honestly.
Invisible War was very simplified from the original for consoles. That was the impression that I got, because I do know that the first one has a lot of choice, and you can, you have a lot of choice in what you do, but also how you build your character, which kind of determines how you play. And I think a lot of that got stripped down for Invisible War, and it was more of a straightforward first-person shooter rather than having all these choices of, not, if you want to go through without killing anyone, you can. Or you can kill people, or you can just, subdue them and do, less than lethal methods, which Human Revolution had as well. And there's actually an achievement for beating the game without getting any kills other than the bosses, because the bosses you have to beat. And the reason behind that is because they actually outsourced the development of the boss battles to another studio. And that's what most people's issue with Human Revolution is the boss battles were terrible. And if you didn't have the right build, the boss battles were nearly impossible. And that's why, is because they outsourced it to another studio who didn't build it with the rest of the game in mind.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So when you're going for your non-lethal playthrough where you don't kill anyone, you're sneaking around, you don't really need to kill anyone. So when you get into these boss battles, it's nearly impossible because you don't have the right specs. Because it's like, why do I have this boss fight that I have to, use a lot of guns for when I have no points in any of these skills? So they did, I don't know if they patched it in that version or they re-released a revised version, but I do know they addressed it later on at some point in some regard.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, it was a lot of people's issue with the Human Revolution. So, yeah.
And the player choice is a big thing a lot of people like too. I think that's why so many people responded well with the first one.
Yeah, it's, from what I hear, there's a lot of player choice in the game. And I also hear that it's kind of like The Simpsons, and a lot of things that they did in that game actually happened in real life. So not necessarily a prediction, just, this fake future they made up, and a lot of the things that they made up in the future have actually happened. So, dude says Army of 2 is now, it has a bunch of unattainables because the multiplayer mode is shut down, and the servers are offline, so you can't play it, so you can't get those achievements unless you got them while they were up.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Army of 2 was only PS3 and 360. Okay, thank you for that clarification. It never had a PC release, so apparently it's not on GOG either.
Oh wow. Okay.
IW and Infinity Ward does have a lot of RPGs. Nope, not Infinity Ward, because Infinity Ward does not do RPGs. And I don't know what IW is.
Yeah,
IW does have a lot of RPGs and sim aspects. Oh, Invisible War.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just pared down. Yeah, exactly. I could go on about Deus Ex and everything it predicted for hours. So, all right. We'll move on to the next topic that I never come prepared with topics for this.
No, you're good.
But
you're good.
Just some of the things that you've said, I'm like, oh, I want to talk about that. So I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Did you have any specific topics that you wanted to talk about?
No, I mean, you covered the Mario games. I was going to ask you about that, and I don't know. Like I mentioned, that being my favorite franchise, and I get it. It's like a normie choice to say that, but like those are the games that I fell in love with Nintendo, and Nintendo's kind of been with me my whole life. I wanted to veer off, like when the 360 was hot. That was going to be the one that I was going to make the jump to for sure, with Halo 3, and then even with like Tomb Raider Underworld, I was really seriously considering getting a 360 just to play that at the time.
I did play a couple of the 360 Tomb Raiders. I can never remember which ones, so let me check my achievements here real quick. I played let's see here. I have Underworld. I haven't played it yet. Okay. I completed Anniversary and I beat Legend, but the thing that really pissed me off is that this is the case with both Underworld and Legend. The 360 games. So they came, let's see here. Legend came out in 2006.
Yeah, I played that on the GameCube actually.
April 11th. It just had its 20th anniversary. Just
did it? Oh wow!
April 11th, 2006. So it just had its 20th anniversary a couple weeks ago.
I had no idea. That's one of my favorite Tomb Raider games. Probably if not my favorite one.
I haven't played very many. The 360 ones, these two, Legend and Anniversary, the only Tomb Raider games I've played. I do have almost all of them. In that I've got the Survivor trilogy, and I do have the 1, 2, and 3 remaster. And I will be picking up the 4, 5, and 6 remaster once it goes on a big enough sale. But I haven't played any of those yet. The only ones I've actually played is I have all the achievements in Anniversary, and I beat Legend. But what I'm about to say, this applies to both Tomb Raider Legend and to Tomb Raider Underworld. So these are 360 games. Oh, Underworld came out in November of 2008. So it's like 18. So these been around a long time. These games have gone on sale on Xbox many times for, I think, like $1 or $2.
Yeah, they're dirt cheap, or they can be.
The thing that pisses me off to no end is both of these games have 2 DLCs, and the DLCs are $10 each, and they've never, ever, 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 ever gone on sale. Not once. 20 years, and these DLCs have not gone on sale. So I've got both of these games for like $4. I had to spend $40 freaking dollars to buy all 4 of these DLCs in order to get the completion. Give us the damn DLC for like 50 cents. What is your deal? These are 20-year-old games. Give us the DLC on sale, not just the base game.
It's not even its own, because some DLCs are enough to warrant like being their own game, right? Like Dying Light, Following. That was its own game almost. Or it was its own game, but it was technically a DLC.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that touches on another thing that makes this incredibly insulting. Is one of the I don't know, I could pull it up here, but one, if not both, of the DLCs for Tomb Raider Legend. You know what? I'm gonna check here right now.
I honestly had no idea they had DLC, because I played the GameCube version, so I only played the vanilla version of it.
They both have 2 $10 DLCs, which have never been on sale ever. Let's see here. So that is, which one am I looking at right now? I'm looking at Underworld, so I didn't think it was that one. Let me look at the DLC for Legend. Yeah. All right. So that's what I thought. So the 2 DLCs for Tomb Raider Underworld are what you would typically expect of a DLC. It's like a short campaign that continues the story of the game.
Sure, yeah.
That is the case for Tomb Raider Underworld's DLC. Tomb Raider Legends DLC, all it is they took... Let me make sure I'm saying which one it is. All they did was they took Tomb Raider Anniversary and split it up into 2 sections and made it DLC for Tomb Raider Legend.
Oh, get out
So
of here.
I already 100%ed Tomb Raider Anniversary, but in order to 100% Legend, I have to beat Legend and pay $20 to play Anniversary again in order to get the completion for Legend.
That's stupid.
Explain that to me. That is complete garbage. Shame on you devs for putting another game that I already played as DLC for the next game and never putting the freaking DLC on sale. I'm
That's
not
really
angry
petty.
about this at all or riled up. You can tell. This doesn't bother me at all. 20 years it hasn't gone on
slimy
sale.
game publisher behavior. I honestly didn't know that Legend had a DLC. I only thought that after Anniversary and Underworld came out that they started doing that. But the way it sounds, it's not even worth
exactly. The DLC is just the previous game in the franchise.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Or actually, it's the other way around because Legend came out in 2006 and Anniversary came out in 2007.
Yeah, and that's basically like a remake of the first 3 games anyway, I think.
I didn't realize this. I thought it came out in the other order. So originally, so this is actually backwards. I'm learning something here on the fly. Is that they actually had this as DLC for Legend and then re-released that DLC as its own standalone game.
That's what I'm saying. That's stupid.
That explains why. But it still
ridiculous.
Pisses me off that in 20 years the DLCs have never been on sale. So I'd pay $40 to get these 4 DLCs in order to complete these 2 games.
That's crazy.
So,
and I played Anniversary Collection. I played it actually on the Wii. It was kind of broken. I'd love to be able to play it like on a proper system if I can.
You know what?
And I've never played Underworld. I know about Underworld. It's funny. You might like this. I learned how to pronounce Mjolnir thanks to Lara Croft in Underworld because I didn't know how.
I learned it from Halo.
Well, that and I think in one of the Matrix movies they couldn't pronounce it, so they just called the ship that one of the humans fly. They just called it the Hammer. They couldn't pronounce Mjolnir. I think.
I'll have to double check on that, but
yeah, because you're definitely Matrix
the
guy.
Hammer. I had no idea that the ship. That's not actually the name of the ship. They actually called it that because it was Mjolnir, which I'll have to look into that. I've never actually heard that before.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that. It was like at the time it was like on IMDb, so because I was big into Reloaded when it came out, and
that would make sense.
On it. Yeah.
But I have not heard that before.
Because all the other ships had really fancy names, and they just called that one the Hammer. And I'm like, why is that one called the Hammer compared to these other like Nebuchadnezzar?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, it's like these all have cool names. What, the Hammer? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's still a cool name, but it's not as it doesn't have the je ne sais quoi, if you will.
Yeah, it's like they gave that one to the slow captain of the group. He's like we'll just give him that one, and
he drew the short straw.
Yeah.
So that's really that makes a lot of sense. I just had never actually heard that little tidbit of information. So
I was like that bit of trivia.
That'd be really cool.
I was big into Reloaded when it came out. I bought the DVD, like the 2-disc special edition. Granted, it's not objectively the best Matrix movie. Obviously, the first one's solid, right? I'm preaching to the choir. I know, but
Nightmare says, "Hey, Slosh, ask Neo about the Matrix. He definitely doesn't like that. You never ever guess it. It's not only my favorite movie of all time or anything."
Well, bro, 99 was such a solid year for movies. Anyway,
so many good movies in
Phantom
99.
Menace, Brendan Fraser, Mummy.
I never Matrix. I know there were some other about that one because I've only seen those Mummy movies once. But that one.
What did you think of them? Did you like them? I know a lot of people praise them. I like. They're some of my favorite movies for sure.
I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I've only watched them once, like many years ago, so I don't remember much of it. But I did like it. I just when I think of 99, that's not one of the movies I think of. But yeah, I think of Phantom Menace, obviously The Matrix, because not only is it my favorite movie of all time, I think it's the best movie of all time. Single movie, that is.
It's hard to beat. I couldn't argue with that if anybody had that on their top 10 list for sure.
Definitely not the best trilogy by far, because I am Reloaded and Revolutions get a lot of crap. I am a defender of them.
I like them. I like them.
I don't think that they're great, but I think that they're better than everyone made them out to be. But yeah, obviously the best trilogy of all time is Lord of the Rings. Even though it's not my favorite, I think it's the best.
I was thinking that too. Because I feel like objectively, because I'm a Star Wars guy, I'm a sci-fi guy.
I love Star Wars, but
objectively, Lord of the Rings was such a great trilogy.
Like there's things that both Star Wars trilogies, because there are only 2,
That's true. Yeah.
There are ones that I still like Return of the Jedi is my favorite of the originals, even though it's
Oh, mine too. Yeah, absolutely.
it's got issues. I don't think the Lord of the Rings trilogy has any issues. That's why I think it's the best trilogy ever
No,
made.
they perfected what Peter Jackson did. That's the cool thing about those movies is a lot of people associate him not only with Tolkien but Peter Jackson himself. Like that's his
I didn't know about
authorship
Lord of the
over
Rings
those
before
movies.
the movies.
No,
I
no.
did eventually. I did end up reading the books
Yeah, me
during the
neither.
time that the movies were coming out,
Yeah.
but I didn't know. I never even heard of Lord of the Rings until the movie got announced.
No, it wasn't until when the movies hit that I was really familiar with them. I kind of knew about the cartoon, the Hobbit cartoon, because I think I saw it on TV one time when I was little. I was like, "Oh, what is this?" You know, and
I did not
that
know
was
about that
really
until much later.
yeah, that was really the extent of what I knew about anything about Lord of the Rings until the movies came out. I bought them on VHS as a kid. So
Oh, well, I got my DVDs right there in the extended edition box set, along with
perfect.
my Matrix
There you go.
10 disc set, and Star Wars original trilogy. I think it's a special edition.
Is that the 2004 edition that you have? The DVDs?
Let's see here.
It looks like it might be because it's got the Roman numerals under it.
The gold one.
Oh yeah, hey, I got the VHS version of that.
I have. I don't know whatever happened to it. Let's see here. Is the full screen version because back then we didn't have widescreen TVs, so it's like,
oh yeah.
I don't want all these giant freaking black bars on my screen.
We were still dealing with like 4:3 aspect ratio.
Yep, 4:3. I did have the VHS trilogy of the. I thought this was the original trilogy. This is.
Yeah, it's the prequels.
Wait, what the?
I thought it was the original trilogy too, but you got episode 3 in there.
I need to go do some searching because this is the original trilogy, and I've got.
I was like, wait a minute.
A New Hope. I've got Empire Strikes Back. There's no Return of the Jedi in here, but I have my Revenge of the Sith disc. I have no idea how many years the wrong disc has been in this set. I have some searching that I need to go do because this needs to be fixed.
Yeah, for sure.
Where is my Return of the Jedi case?
Needs to be minute. It's in the prequel box or something. Watch it be in the.
I don't have a box like this for the prequels though. All of my prequel DVDs are just.
They're single DVDs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have I don't have a trilogy set like this, so I need to go figure out what the heck happened to my Return of the Jedi disc. But I did have the VHS set of the original trilogy as well, and that's watching that because my dad had it when I was a kid, and that's what really got me into Star Wars.
Hey, there you go.
I just have no idea whatever happened to that. If he has it, if it got thrown away, I have no idea. Hopefully it's somewhere, but I'll have to ask. I'll have to look for that and see if someone still has it.
Be worth looking into, yeah, for sure.
Anyways, oh yeah, we're talking about trilogy and stuff. Yeah, I think I like Star Wars better than Lord of the Rings, but I think Lord of the Rings is objectively the best trilogy ever made.
No, he did good with those. He put love and care into them. What a workshop. I always call them What a Digital because they did the effects work too. But
yes,
what a workshop in general. Like when I heard about the Halo movie being talked about, I was so excited for them to be involved in it.
Yeah, with Peter and Neil Blomkamp. I wish that would have happened.
I was so hyped for it. They made a real life warthog, I think, for it, like a running gas warthog.
Yep.
They were doing work on the elites, like the stilt work on the elites and stuff. I was like through the roof about that. Yeah, I shouldn't say I never played the games, but I was still very foreign to the games by that point. But I just loved Halo so much. I finally did get to experience the multiplayer of I played 2 and 3 a lot with my friends and family. But I've never played any of the campaigns. So that's something I still need to. Yeah, I'm very much.
You've played a lot of the multiplayer, but you've never really played through the campaigns of them.
No.
Interesting.
I played a little bit of I wouldn't even count playing it because I just played like 5 minutes of the campaign of 3, the very beginning of it. So I wouldn't count that. But
yeah, I wouldn't.
A lot of multiplayer.
So okay. So when I'm talking about, I mean, because like I said earlier, Halo 3 is my favorite, then Halo 1, and then Halo 2.
Sure, yeah.
And that is mostly for the campaign, but that also does go for the multiplayer as well.
It was fun. I remember playing the beta when it first came out because my buddy had a 360, and we just kind of hopped on there and played a little bit. That was a lot of old internet gamer days.
Yep.
Sure.
I'm very thankful of the way that the Halo 3 beta was handled because do you remember how that worked?
I don't no, I don't.
It introduced me to what also became a favorite franchise of mine. So the only way you could get the Halo 3 beta was to pre-order Crackdown.
Oh, I remember that now. Yeah.
I pre-ordered Crackdown solely so I could get access to the Halo 3 beta, and then I ended up falling in love with Crackdown. I freaking love those games.
That's crazy. I totally forgot about Crackdown. Wow.
So I have 100% in Crackdown 1 and 3, but I still need to go back and complete 2. And it's because 2 has a bunch of co-op achievements that I haven't, and versus achievements. So 1 and 3 don't have those, which is why I was able to complete those. But yeah, I still have a number of achievements in Crackdown 2 to get.
And those aren't delisted. You can still play them.
And you can go and get them. I'm pretty sure if you just go on the Xbox store, you can get them for free as well. Crackdown 1 and 2, that is. 3, it is on Game Pass, but you can buy it. But yeah, they're not delisted.
I was about to say on Game Pass, yeah. They're talking about lowering their prices again on Game Pass too, aren't they? Or is that
just
BS?
Happened? No, it
actually did. She actually did that.
Yeah, yesterday or the day before, it dropped from $30 a month to $23 a month. And the caveat is, future Call of Duty games will not launch day one on Game Pass. They'll enter Game Pass about a year later, which I have no problem with because I'm not big on Call of Duty anyways, and I have no problem waiting a year for those games.
I think even by this point, Call of Duty fans are just kind of burned out, especially with that last one. I don't know how much you know about it or seen gameplay of it, but
I've heard nothing good about Black Ops 7.
It wasn't even like military campaign, like, shoot them up into the bad guys and stuff. It was a biomechanical terrorist who injected them with a virus, and they're hallucinating the entire time.
I think I watched Angry Joe's video on Black Ops 7.
I think he probably did. I'm sure, yeah.
So
all it was like it was like a zombie campaign. Like you fight a giant Resident Evil like monster villain at one point.
A giant Michael Rooker.
Yeah. And I like Michael Rooker. He's cool.
I do.
He's a cool dude.
I do too. Yeah.
Very underrated character actor.
He is. So, Nightmare said, I hate it when games don't do sales on their DLC. Yeah, and it's given that how long it's been since it's been on, the game, and that those games in that DLC have existed, it's unlikely they will ever go on sale.
That makes no sense to me though, because the DLC for Legend is the Anniversary Collection, just split in two. Also,
it's Tomb Raider Anniversary, so it's game.
But they're charging separately for Tomb Raider Anniversary as its own game as well.
Yes,
that's wow.
What they should have done is if you buy Anniversary, you also get the DLC for Legend, which since it's the same game. Yeah. That I would give some okay, that makes sense. But no, you have to buy it basically a second time, for full price in order to get the completion in this other game. So, but yeah, you mentioned Tomb Raider on Wii, and I looked at there is Tomb Raider Anniversary on Wii as well as Tomb Raider Underworld are on Wii. I don't know if Legend was on Wii, but those are.
That's a good
I'm
question.
only looking at retro achievements right now, so it may have, and they just don't have a page for it. Although I would be surprised if that game existed on Wii and they didn't have a page for it. But neither of those games currently have any retro achievement sets, nor is anyone currently working on it. But who knows? Someone could develop an achievement set for those games in the future, and I would absolutely go ahead and play them.
If you can even get them to work on the Wii, because the Underworld, the version of Underworld that I played on the Wii was like basically broken. It was virtually unplayable. It was bad. That's why I mentioned I was going to make the jump to get a 360, because I was legitimately like excited for that game, and obviously all the Xbox 360 exclusives and stuff at the time. I was willing to try Halo 3, obviously, in the Halo games, but why am I blanking? Gears of War. I was going to play Gears of War too, eventually, if I ever got a chance. Yes. Well, now I can get a PlayStation and play it on there.
So, maybe if either of those get achievements, maybe I won't play them on Wii. We'll see if the controls are that bad.
I mean, if you're playing it like emulated, it's probably better than playing it on the stock Wii itself. So you probably have a better chance of enjoying it like you're going to play it.
That is a perfect segue into another thing, the next thing I wanted to talk about. But I did want to catch up here on chat as well.
No. You lay the way, man. It's your house.
Nightmare learned to pronounce Mjolnir from Marvel Ultimate Alliance. That makes a lot of sense. And Light says, yeah, I like Matrix 1 and 3. 2 is not bad. We don't talk about 4. I don't even know what you're talking about. There wasn't a fourth movie. I haven't actually seen it, so I just heard nothing but it
I
was
saw
trash.
one scene and I was like my legitimate reaction to it was I need to go upstairs and go to the bathroom because that's my joy I get from seeing this movie.
I will watch it at some point just because I have to, because it's the Matrix, and Matrix is my favorite movie of all time. So I
Hey,
do need to
listen,
see it. I just don't know when I'm
I'm
going to, because like I said, I rarely ever watch anything, and
Yeah.
when I do, it's like it's gotta be something that I want to watch, and I don't really want to watch it.
It's like I said, I'm against the idea of slop and stuff, but I'm not going to judge you if you watch any slop because I watch it too. Everybody does.
Nightmare only saw Fellowship of the Ring and just wasn't into it.
I hated it at first.
We
when I
can't
first
be
watched
friends
them.
anymore.
Because I was in my like formative, like snobby teenage years when I first saw him, and I hated him at first. I was in the camp of, you remember that scene from Clerks 2 where Randall's like riffing on.
I haven't seen it.
Anyway, he's riffing on Lord of the Rings and talking about how homosexual they are and stuff.
Oh.
And that was kind of my attitude for it. It wasn't until, and this is kind of a long-winded, I'll try to keep it short here, but Cloverfield came out, the movie Cloverfield.
Okay, I did see that one.
I got in with this community of people on it was a message board at the time, and I made friends with this guy on there who loved Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. And it was him who I talked to in great detail. Like we would do Skype chats and stuff, just riffing like what we're doing here.
Okay.
He really opened my eyes to like the quality of what like Weta and Peter Jackson and them did. And that really changed my opinion on Lord of the Rings. And I gained a lot of respect for those movies after that. And King Kong came out. I really liked the King Kong movie that he did.
Oh, Peter Jackson.
And that was my favorite of his movies until I gained that mutual
I think those are the
respect.
only Peter Jackson movies I've ever seen is Lord of the Rings and King Kong.
I've seen The Lovely Bones. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. That was the one
heard
about
of
a
that
girl. It's about a girl who gets kidnapped by a man who loves children, and she gets killed. And it's not a spoiler; it's in the description of the movie.
Okay.
She gets killed. Her spirit comes back to try to tell her dad or something that she was murdered by this guy because he's their neighbor, and the dad, obviously they find the girl, she's dead and stuff, and they have the funeral and all that. They never suspect it's the neighbor, and she's busy like in the spirit realm trying to warn her dad about this guy. And I won't spoil the ending. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's got Stanley Tucci as the villain.
Oh, okay.
It's got Mark Wahlberg as the dad, which he's kind of and then I can't remember the girl. Shoot, she was a young actress. I want to say Saoirse Ronan is the girl, but that might be wrong. That's probably not right. She did some like indie movies, but yeah, that was his last. That was his last movie before he did the prequels, the Hobbit.
Oh, the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
Okay. Rachel Weisz was in it.
I think she was the mother.
Directed by Peter Jackson. Yep, here it is. I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, and
Rachel Weisz, Mark Wahlberg, Saoirse Ronan.
Yeah, Saoirse Ronan. It's
Saoirse Ronan?
It's spelled
no
completely different than the way you pronounce it, but the way I've heard her pronounce it is Saoirse.
Susan Sarandon, Stanley Tucci. Wow, that's a pretty big name cast. I've never heard of this movie.
It's a very heavy kind of handed movie. It deals with like grief and death and stuff, but I was riding on the coattails of like, obviously Lord of the Rings and King Kong. I was like, oh, cool, a new Peter Jackson movie. And that was it. But Stanley Tucci's great in it. I love him. And like, he's good in most stuff I've seen him in. So,
yeah, I don't know who this actress is. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but she's cute.
It's like an Irish or Celtic name, I think is what it is. She's done some indie stuff. I don't know if you're into that. She's okay. She's fine, but
on that topic though, there's a similar game where you are murdered in the opening scene, and you are a ghost, and you're trying to communicate with the real world and help have people solve your murder. And that's called Murdered Soul Suspect.
Oh, I was about to say, is this a David Cage game?
I don't know.
I don't think he did that, but I've heard of this.
Sounds like it though. I don't. You know what? let's see here. I'm gonna pull it up here, but I don't.
David
think
Cage
it
did.
is.
Yeah, he's done a lot of like cinematic games. Indigo Prophecy, he did.
Yeah.
Beyond Two Souls is what I was thinking of.
Okay. I don't know if he had any hand in this game. He very well could have. I just pulled it up on IMDb. I'm not seeing his name listed anywhere.
Yeah,
But
he might not be associated with it.
the main character is his name is also Ronan.
Oh, nice.
Unironically, because we were just talking about that actress, and her real last name is Ronan. This may just be a me personal thing, but the main character, I imagined him as because he looks almost identical to Thomas Jane.
Oh, really? Yeah.
When
Okay.
it was a very similar thing though, because did you ever watch The Expanse?
I've heard of it. I've never watched it.
Okay, so Thomas Jane was in like the first season or two of The Expanse.
Was he?
And
I might watch it just for that. I love Thomas Jane.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, my introduction to him was his Punisher, which is great. Although the best Punisher is Ray Stevens, and
I was
Punisher
going to say
Warzone.
that's my Punisher is Thomas Jane, but Ray Stevens was pretty good too.
I love that one. The late Ray Stevens.
Yeah.
Is it Stevens or Stevenson?
Stevens. Stevenson?
No, I think it's Stevens.
Okay.
Okay. I could be wrong about that, but yeah,
he's
you know
underrated too. He did some pretty good roles. I liked him.
Anyways, in Expanse, Thomas Jane, I think. Sorry, slight spoilers.
Oh no, you're fine.
I could be wrong about this though, because I watched it once a long time ago and I didn't really understand, because the show at least just throws you right in, like you're supposed to understand like the state of the solar system and who's who and what's going on. Like I have no idea what's going on, so a lot of the early stuff I don't remember. Like I was so confused, but I do remember that he was in it. I want to say that he died, but similarly, but he still showed up in the show as like not necessarily like a ghost, but like he appeared in certain characters' heads so they could see him and hear him and talk to him and stuff, but no one else could.
Okay.
So, but he in Expanse, he looks like he wears like a fedora and like a vest, and he looks like almost like a 1930s gangster sort of.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the main character in Murdered Soul Suspect looks like. So when I'm playing this game, I imagine it's Thomas Jane because he looks the same, he dresses the same, and he even has this similar like ghostly dynamic to him.
That's funny.
Interesting game. I ended up with the both because it has a separate stack for the 360 version and the Xbox One version. I think I got the 360 version through Games with Gold, and the Xbox version went on sale for like $1 or $2, so I picked up and I played both versions. But it was an interesting game. Like it does have to do with like death and demons and stuff, but I don't think it was like eerie, but it wasn't scary. So, and you're basically solving your own murder, which was a cool concept. So, shout out to Murdered Soul Suspect, since that was similar to that movie that you mentioned.
I think I'm kind of like you with demon stuff. I don't really go for that. Like I am a horror, like I like horror games, but I won't play games like The Mortuary Assistant or anything with like overtly like demonic stuff in it. The only thing I'll give a pass is Doom, but that's because you're killing them, you know?
Yes, I like Doom. That's like action horror, so it's like not scary. Except for Doom 3. Doom 3 is a little scary.
Doom 3 was fun. I played that for the first time last year too. Well, I shouldn't say that. I played it for the first time. So I got the Switch in 2021. I think I played it for the first time in 2022 because that's when I was in the middle of downloading all these new stuff on the system. I played it. I put it down because I didn't like it. I didn't like Doom 3 at first.
I haven't beaten it. I played a few hours of it. It was okay, but it's definitely my least favorite Doom for sure.
It's definitely mine too. But it took me like 3 or 4 tries to pick it back up and finish it and finish the DLC. Once I think I got the plasma rifle, I was like, okay, I think I'm good now, because the shotgun was just horrendous in that game. It was a slog.
I've started the game like twice, and I played it for like an hour, and then I put it down. Something about and I came back like years later. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start it over, play through the intro part again, and then I think I did it a third time, and that time I actually got maybe like a quarter of the way through the game.
Yeah,
and I put it down. And that was probably like 2 or 3 years ago. At some point, I am going to play through it entirely. And I do plan to beat it and the DLC. I don't know if I'll get all the achievements. We'll see. But I will beat it at some point. But I definitely know it's my least favorite of the Doom. But it's not as scary as I thought it was going to be.
But I did have a couple jump scares, but that's just because I wasn't paying attention, walking around the corner and like, oh, yeah, what's this guy doing? But it I don't know. It's just something about it. It was just hard. You know what I think it was for me though was I was kind of spoiled because I played Doom 2016 before that.
Same. Doom 2016 is the first Doom I ever played.
It was the first modern Doom I played too because I played the original.
No, that was the first Doom
that was
I ever played.
Like
was Doom
legit.
2016.
Oh, okay.
So I played
that
Doom,
set a
and
precedent then for sure.
after playing 2016, before Eternal came out, I went back and played Doom 1, Doom 2, some of Doom 3, a little bit of Doom 64. So I went back after playing Doom 2016 and kind of caught up on the series a little bit.
Yeah, 2016 definitely spoiled me because I think that's why I stopped and started Doom 3 so many times. Yeah. And I liked it. I mean, Doom 3 is a fun action horror game, but I don't know. I got spoiled on Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal even though that was kind of difficult for me a couple times. Like
Doom Eternal is my favorite Doom, and is also, when we did top 5 shooters, it ended up being my favorite shooter of all time. I freaking love Doom Eternal.
It's fun once you can get into it. I love that they included the icon of sin like in full.
Yes,
at the end of the game. That was
you're not just shooting at a wall.
Yeah, that was really cool. I really enjoyed that.
But yeah, it did. It took me a little bit to get into Eternal, but once I got it, I'm like, this game is freaking awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was, because when I started that first mission, after you're on the, it's like the boat thing that the thing's carrying when you finally get to the city, and it kind of threw me off because it has that little like a screen where it shows you an example of how to fire it looks like the sniper rifle at the spider demons. And I was like, wait a minute, you gotta shoot these guys like specifically with this gun, and that's what kind of
but it makes it easier.
Yeah, and that's kind of where my reservation for it was like, can I just use the shotgun the whole time?
That's a lot. Yeah, a lot of people. That is a big issue for them with Eternal, is like you have to play it a little bit differently than just shoot everything till it dies, especially with the Marauder. Really throws people off.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, I'm one of the few that's like in the camp of get good. You know, I couldn't get good.
So I love Doom Eternal.
And the Marauder's cool.
My favorite Doom. I haven't played
like
Dark Ages yet, but I will soon-ish.
The thing that my takeaway from Dark Ages, and I won't spoil it for anybody, but at the Game Awards, it won, I think it was like Best Action Game or something this past year. And I think it was one of the developers of the team. He was quoted. He was saying, "We made Doom Dark Ages." He was like, "We wanted to make a Doom for all Slayers," and I was like, "That makes perfect sense when you look at how different it is from the other two games, and like it kind of veers into like normie slop almost."
So my buddy Rozek, I mentioned, I went over to his house last month and hung out for a day, and we booted up Dark Ages. So I played it for a few minutes just to kind of get a feel for it. And I was like, how do you do this? Like, how do I dash? And like, how do I do all this stuff that I'm used to doing in Doom Eternal? I was like, oh, you can't dash. I'm like, what do you mean you can't dash?
Yeah, they got rid of that.
Like, oh, how do you do that? He's like, oh, that's not in this game. I'm like, what? Are you freaking kidding me? They took these great things out of the game.
You got to parry the whole time with enemies now. It's like you can't just like dodge and shoot them or something. And the parrying was what bugged me a lot too.
I'm sure I'll like it. It'll be very difficult to surpass Eternal for me, but I'm sure I'll like it. Just I don't think I'm gonna like it more than Eternal.
I feel like it's definitely a step down. If they want to do another one, maybe go back more towards the formula of Eternal in 2016. Maybe do like a sweet medium of those two games, I think would work. And there's a lot of games that are like indie kind of type games that have come out that are like in between of those two, but they're not Doom. It's like Mouse PI, for example, that just came out.
I've heard that related to
that has Doom. A lot of parallels to Doom Eternal. Like the specific strats and stuff that you do. James played it. He got legit mad on the stream. Not to call him out or anything, but even he was like, "Yeah, this is like." Because I was joking with him. I was like, on a scale of like 1 to 10, is it like Doom the Ancient Gods, or is it worse? And he was like, it's Eternal, pretty much. Plays a lot like Eternal.
That's another one that I will pick that up once it's on a good sale. But I'm looking forward to playing Mouse PI at some point as well.
It looks fun. It's got Troy Baker's the voice actor in it, so it's
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's the main guy. And It's got a good art style. I think we're going to see a lot more of those like legally distinct Mickey games coming out as we go.
I'm kind of surprised when Cuphead came out. I was like, oh, touching back on like early 30s animation, which I didn't know until I saw a Mouse PI development video that animation style has a name called Rubber Hose.
I never knew that. Yeah,
I didn't know that until Mouse PI. So I learned that term because of Mouse PI. But that's the same like style as Cuphead from a few years ago.
Yeah, I can see that.
When I saw that game come out, I'm like, oh, this is like those old cartoons from the 30s. I figured we'd see that like become a new trend, but nothing until Mouse PI. But maybe now it'll happen. We'll get more games in that art style.
Yeah, and when I think the special thing about Cuphead was that a lot of that was like hand drawn too. They hired artists to actually. I don't know if they did that with Mouse PI for sure. I think it's all 3D.
So,
but it's pretty close. It looks good for sure. I considered playing it, but at the same time, I do have some other games on my backlog that I want to try to get through. So we'll see. Yeah. And then there's the possibility I might try to get a Steam Deck. I don't know for sure. Because I don't know about getting a Switch 2. I really don't know if I want to commit to it. There's no games on it that are selling me right now. I'm hearing rumors about a Star Fox game. If a Killer App Mario game comes out, maybe I'll consider it, but I'm really just not feeling it. I can play all the games I want to play now on a Steam Deck.
Yeah. All right, quick question for you. If you had to pick between a new 3D Mario or a new 2D Mario, which would you pick? What
3D?
Which 3D? Do you like 3D Marios better than 2D Marios?
No. I mean, I like them both pretty equally, but I think the proper evolution for a Mario game is to go like continue with the 3D. I think honestly, the proper evolution for Mario right now is to do an open world platforming game. And they kind of experimented with that with the new Mario Kart because it's like a quote unquote open world racing game. World. And I feel like that was kind of like their soft experiment to try out what that would be like. Obviously, it kind of fell off. Obviously, there's not as much buzz for it as when it came out initially. I had no interest in it because it was just too different from Mario Kart 8. That's my current, like, my favorite Mario Kart game.
Yeah. That was the last one that I played was Mario Kart 64. So.
Oh no, yeah, that one's that. I mean, they've all got their qualities to them. My personal all-time favorite is probably Double Dash.
That's what I hear from everyone who's played Double Dash.
But I'm also hearing now. Like people playing it retroactively that it's got like a delay to it or it's got some jank to it. And at the time it didn't occur to me, but maybe it does, and I haven't played it since then. So and there's no way I'm buying it on the second market because it's like $300.
Holy shnikes.
It's dumb expensive. Yeah. It's really ridiculous.
GameCube games are, from what I hear, like one of the most expensive consoles to collect for.
That's kind of one of the selling points for me for the Switch 2 is because they have the GameCube online library. There's not many on there right now, but who knows? We may get Double Dash on there at some point. We've already got to start, I think, F-Zero, the GameCube F-Zero game that was on there.
F-Zero GX.
GX, there you go. Wind Waker's on there, but it's the original. It's not the DS remaster.
DS?
Or 3DS. Was it 3DS or was it the Wii U?
I know it has a Wii U. I've never heard of
the
a
Wii
DS or a 3DS version of Wind Waker.
I think it's
Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were both on 3DS.
Yeah, those are my one I'm confusing it with. It's definitely the Wii U version.
Okay. I know it has a Wii U version. I never heard of a DS or 3DS version of Wind Waker, but I do know that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask both have a 3DS version.
Yeah, it's not that version. It's unfortunately the old GameCube stock version, which I didn't mind because that's what I played it on. And it's got Star Fox Adventure, which is another one of my all-time favorite games. But again,
that one.
That's my favorite Star Fox game. Unbelievably, that's my hot take with Star Fox. That's my favorite.
I haven't played it yet. I do plan to, but I know that's I can't say it's the only black sheep of the Star Fox franchise because I do know that Star Fox Zero. Everyone says was terrible.
You know what? It's so funny to me because I played Assault when it came out. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I kind of like soured on it as I went because it felt too different from the 64. It felt like the characters and the art style, the overall gameplay, it kind of felt unfinished to me, honestly. It didn't feel like it was properly polished.
So, Star Fox, I was actually just talking to Winter Prince, not on stream, but off stream about this either last night or the night before because he was playing some Star Fox.
Okay, yeah.
And the original Star Fox on Super Nintendo. That was my second game I ever owned because like I said, my
Oh,
SNES came bundled with Super Mario World.
yeah.
But I
Okay.
also
Okay.
got Star Fox separately that Christmas as well. So that was my second video game I ever owned. So I played that. I liked it. I haven't played it since I was a kid. I do plan to go back and play it for retro achievements at some point. But I played Star Fox 64 because when I got my 64, which is that one right there,
Nice. Same one. That's
it
cool.
came bundled with Star Fox 64, and that is my favorite Star Fox game. I do also have Star Fox Assault. I don't think I got that at launch, but I got it later on, and I thought it was okay. But Star Fox 64, I think, is definitely the best Star Fox game. But I also haven't played Star Fox
Yeah.
64 since back in the day, so I will be playing that for retro achievements at some point as well. But Star Fox Assault is actually my some of the first retro achievement game I ever got all the achievements for was Metroid Prime, and the second one was Star Fox Assault.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. I think Assault caters more to fans who are more into like the anime style than anything, because it's really what it looked like to me, like as far as the art style and characters and stuff went. That just didn't gel with me, unfortunately. Ironically enough, though, I discovered, or not discovered, I knew about Zero. I watched gameplay of Zero recently for the first time ever, and I held off for so long because I heard it was just like not great.
Yeah, that's all I've
I
heard
actually
about it,
like
too.
that more than Assault. I
Okay.
actually feel like that has more in line as far as the character voices, the style, the gameplay to Star Fox 64. That feels more closely to and like the first mission Corneria is like 1-to-1 Star Fox 64 pretty much.
Okay.
But as you go through the game, not to spoil it too much, but there's like other
That's all right.
elements in the game that are actually pretty solid. Like if they ported it, or if there was like any way that I could play it on the Wii U, if I ever got a hold of one, I absolutely would.
Okay, I was just gonna say Star Fox Zero was a Wii U game, right?
It was, yeah, and it
Okay.
utilized the double screens, but it
I've
did it in kind of a unique way because it was like you go into the cockpit in the double screen, and then you kind of see the ship. The
okay.
one thing I didn't really like
I've
about it, from what I've seen, is the third alt mode that you get, because you get the Landmaster,
and
and you get some
the
like
chicken walker
that
mode.
thing. I just, it was goofy. That's the only thing I didn't like about it.
I remember seeing that a video of that. I'm like, that looks really dumb.
Yeah, it was useless. It's like, what are you doing? Just fly.
But yeah, I've never played a Wii U, so I've obviously never played Star Fox Zero, but I've not heard good things about it. But and then there was another one, Star Fox Command.
Command, yeah,
I think it was a
I've
3DS game.
I think so, yeah. I've heard very
I've
little of that one too.
I've heard very little on that one way or the other, so I have no idea if that one was well regarded or not.
It's such a tilted franchise, unfortunately, because it has so much potential to be really good. And I've always considered it one of the mainstays of like the heavy hitters of Nintendo, but that's only because of one game, and that's 64.
Yeah, so on my Retro Rewind, it's my Wednesday night retro game stream. I'm currently going through GoldenEye, but I wasn't sure as shout out to Dude because the last game I played for Retro Rewind was Link to the Past because I hadn't played it. I'd only played it one time like 20 years ago. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I was talking to Dude, and he's like, "You need to play more N64 games for retro achievements." I'm like, "You're right, I do," because the only N64 games I had played so far, and I just played them last month, was Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Because I was like, my first game for N64 retro achievements has to be Ocarina of Time because it's the best N64 game.
Oh, sure, yeah. Good entry title into doing retro achievements for it. That makes sense.
So that's just the first N64 game I played for retro achievements. But
okay.
So Dude's like, "You've only played 2 N64 games." I'm like, "I know." He's like, "You need to play more N64 games for retro achievements." So I was like, "All right, I do." So I picked out a couple of N64 games that I really wanted to play, and I put it on a poll in my Discord because I was like, I want to play all these games. So I was like, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide on what I play next for Retro Rewind. So it was GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Star Fox, Banjo-Kazooie, and Shadows of the Empire. And so GoldenEye won. So I've been playing GoldenEye on Wednesday nights for the last 3 weeks, and it's been a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying that. So once I'm done with GoldenEye, I'll be following that up with Perfect Dark because Perfect Dark is better than GoldenEye. But I do love GoldenEye. And after that, I'll probably do Star Fox. I'm really looking forward to playing Star Fox again because I also haven't played Star Fox 64 in forever, and that's a great game. So
I played it for the first time last year on the Nintendo Switch Online since playing it on the Nintendo
On
64,
the N64, yeah.
and it was just a total like throwback for me. It was like, it was so cool.
I do know that Star Fox 64 also got a 3DS version as well as.
Oh, that's right, it did. You're right. I remember that.
So there's the Star Fox Command was its own new game, and there was
Yeah.
Star Fox 64 3D on the 3DS, similar to Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D. So, yeah,
That's just so crazy. Like you got Zelda solid mostly, Metroid solid mostly, Mario, Donkey Kong, but Star Fox is like the black sheep of the black fox of the family. It seems like.
Yep. Although you could say the same thing about F-Zero, since everyone wants a new F-Zero, and the last one was
Yeah,
F-Zero
that's got a lot
GX
of
on the GameCube, and everyone
got a lot
loves
of-
that game.
Yeah.
Never played it, but I know that's well regarded.
A lot of people talk about it, and you never see any push forward for that at all. I mean, we got Kirby Air Riders 2 for crying out loud recently. We can get an F-Zero game. It's not going to hurt them.
No, fans are clamoring for it.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's see if I can. Every time I try to address chat, we get off on another tangent.
No. Go ahead. You're good. You're good.
So but that's the whole point of open mic is tangents. So yeah, Light says Lord of the Rings was peak. Absolutely, I love Lord of the Rings so much. I ended up reading The Hobbit before the movie came out. I tried reading The Hobbit like 3 times. I never got through it all because I just got sidetracked, and then I came back to it like 6 months later. I'm like, I'm gonna try it again. But I'm gonna start over. That happened like 3 times, and then I ended up losing the books. I never actually read the full Hobbit, but I did read the actual trilogy.
Those books, I mean, God bless Tolkien. He's awesome, but like the detail and just like the intricacy of it's just like for me anyway, because I maybe it's like a reading comprehension thing. I don't know. It just goes over my head a little bit, but they're good books.
It is a little tough to read because it's kind of old English-ish.
Yes,
with a very flowery wording and can be tough to understand. The thing that really confused the heck out of me on the books was in the books they called the mithril a set of rings. So I was thinking like rings you put on your finger, and it was confusing the F out of me. And it's like, no, it's like chainmail rings that you wear as a shirt. And that it's like, why didn't you just say that?
Yeah, chainmail. That's been a thing since the medieval times.
Yeah, so that was one thing I remember about the books that confused the crap out of me. Rodney, I read Lord of the Rings in high school when it was still part of the curriculum. That's awesome that it was actually part of the curriculum. The only book I ever had to read for school that I didn't absolutely hate was To Kill a Mockingbird. I actually rather enjoyed that one. Nightmare speaks blasphemy that Rings of Power is the best Tolkien adaptation. I should ban you for that.
If he was going to bring something up Lord of the Rings, it was going to be that for sure.
Dude,
I'm surprised he didn't bring up Tales of the Shire. What's going on there?
I was actually just thinking about Tales of the Shire earlier today because I
played that. He bought it for
because I actually asked Nightmare about a game and it's a Tales of, but it's not in the Tales of Arise is the name of the game.
Yeah. He likes those games
because he's a big fan of that game. He's told me about it a couple times. Like, what's that anime action RPG game that you're a fan of? Because we have a lot of similar tastes. So I was like. So I put that game on my wish list, so I'll keep an eye on it for when it goes on sale. But when you say Tales of games, usually it's like Tales of Vesperia or those other ones. But there's
Symphonia,
Symphonia, that's another one. But there's Tales of Rise, which is completely unrelated, and Kay's favorite Tales of games, Tales of the Shire.
Yep.
So dude says 3 rings of the elves, 7 to the dwarves, 9 to the kingdom of men, and 9 billion to Israel. Oh. He's making a political joke. Okay. Nightmare says my reading curriculum was all misery porn. And Light says, do you guys remember the small Halo movies that Neil released on YouTube? Yes.
Yeah. I remember his shorts.
Halo. Oh, there was a bunch of shorts. They made it into a full movie by stitching them all together at the end.
It was like ODST, wasn't it? It was like it was focused on them.
Yeah, it was the Recruits. That was really good. I forget what it's called. I want to say Nightfall, but that was not Nightfall. Nightfall was about Agent Locke. What the heck was that called? I think it was called Halo Forward Unto Dawn, is I think what that was called.
Was that the one? Yeah. I know there was that, and then
Yep, it was Halo Forward Unto Dawn. That
was the Blomkamp one? I didn't know that.
At least I'm pretty sure that's the one that Blomkamp was in. I remember that. But the one of the main characters, I was like, oh, that's the girl from Lion Witch in the Wardrobe.
Oh, sweet. No kidding.
Let's see. Pull up the IMDb and see if Neil's name is on here at all.
Because I've heard of it, I just never watched it. I didn't know if it was any good or not. I didn't know if any of the
Forward Unto Dawn was good. I just I'm not seeing Neil's name attached to it on IMDb, but that.
Oops, hold on.
That's what he's talking about though. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You dropped out for a second.
Yeah, Restream does that every once in a while, and
oh yeah, it did that earlier, and I was like, oh crap, the whole thing dropped, and then it came back. I was like, crap, I hope it's not me.
So, but yes, I do remember that light. So, Ariana, good to see you again. Yeah, Nightmare's like that. She always puts food emojis in chats, making me hungry too. So, let's see. I'm of the opinion that the word slop is overused, says dude. Nightmare, don't hate Lord of the Rings. I was just bored. Yeah, that's fair. I like sci-fi over fantasy, which is one of the reasons why I love Metroid way more than like Castlevania. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just not really a medieval fantasy guy either. Same here.
Never been.
I respect that was a good movie, but I'm not sure what movie he's talking about because that was so long ago. Maybe King Kong.
That's possible.
Video game based on Peter Jackson's King Kong is pretty good. I've heard good things about it. I did play it back in the day, but I actually went and looked at my True Achievements for it just recently, like a couple weeks ago, and I gave it like a 1 out of 5. So apparently I didn't care for it.
I remember playing it. It was pretty good. It had like an alternate ending to the movie where you play I can't remember Adrian Brody's character's name, Carl Denham, I think. He flies the plane.
I don't remember.
In New York after King Kong instead of like the military guys. So it's kind of cool. Got some fun moments. That would be a good game where they would do where they could do some quality of life improvements to it, like HD remaster it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've often seen that movie on or that game listed on like best like movie game adaptations. Apparently, I didn't like it, even though I did play it. But that was one of the early 360 games I played, so it was like 20 years ago that I played it almost. So
it's good, but I don't know if I would say it's the best movie adaptation.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We did top 5 movie games. Let's see. What did I put as my? I probably put GoldenEye as my number 1.
GoldenEye's pretty high up there, I think. That Wolverine game that came out in 2009 was pretty good.
Game is awesome. I know that was on my list.
That was one. That was another one where I was like, I should get a 360. Just
also a Raven Software game.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Let's see here. Where the heck is it? I found my video game movies, but I want movie-based games. Did we do top 5 movie-based games? I thought we did. I'm not seeing it in my list.
Be a good category if you didn't. Be definitely worth doing if you haven't already.
No, I know we had to have done movie-based games. I'm not seeing it in my top 5 notes here.
Oh, the one I really like, it's a Metroidvania, Mummy Demastered.
I don't know. Oh, that was on my list because I freaking love that game. That game was actually in my top 5 Metroidvanias until it got bumped out by Prince of Persia: Lost Crown.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a solid game. I love that game.
I love that game. I'm going to be doing that one for Metroidvania Monday in the near future because I want to play that game again because it's been too long. Because that's an excellent game. Yeah, also has excellent music.
Yeah, the soundtrack's great. Best thing about that whole movie, honestly.
Yeah, the movie wasn't. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't think it was as bad as everyone said it was. But I'm glad that it spawned that game because that game is excellent.
Yeah.
For sure. I could have swore we did top 5 movie-based games, but we did video game movies. But I'm not seeing anything in my notes here for movie games. So, I guess we haven't done that. So I don't know what my top movie, video game or movie-based game would be. So, but yeah, the Wolverine game is awesome. Light says, random fact, Ryan Gosling was supposed to play in The Lovely Bones, but got fired the first day because he gained weight for the role. They replaced him with Mark Wahlberg. Interesting.
Really? I never knew that.
Nightmare says,
it would have been cool to see him in it, yeah.
That lady's name that I can't pronounce is a Welsh name.
It's either Welsh or Celtic or something, because she's, I want to say she's like an Irish Catholic, or I don't know. I don't know enough about her to know. I know she was in an indie movie called Lady Bird that I heard a lot about on Tumblr.
I heard about that movie, but there's no way I was going to watch that. I'll skip it. That's definitely skip. So, but Light says The Expanse is amazing, and he was amazing. I think he's talking about Thomas Jane. It's worth watching The Expanse. Let's see here. I don't like horror. You do have to get super close for Shotgun to one-shot the imps. Dude says about Doom.
Oh, and 3, yeah.
Yeah, he said, I've done the dude says I've done the Doom 3 Chiva list 3 times over already. That is his favorite Doom.
I was about to say that's his favorite. I remember him saying
it is his favorite. We talk about Doom 3 often, and that is his favorite.
It's fun. It's got some stuff. You just got to commit to it, I think.
Yeah, Nightmare, Doom 2016, Eternal are two of my favorite games ever.
Yeah.
Same here. I love those
Yep.
games. They're such good power fantasies. I
For
was so
sure.
pissed about Dark Ages removing glory kills. Literally the most fun part. Same here. Doom Dark Ages is Doom for normies, normie audiences. No wonder I hate it. They turned Doom into Soul Slop. I was interested in Mouse PI, but I was disappointed. It's more shooter than detective. I have no problem with that. Oh, this was already a little while ago, but dude is heading out. Have a good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out while you
Have
were
a good
here.
one, man.
Nightmare says I've offered to slosh my old Steam Deck for cheap a bunch of times. Hey, there you go. You
I'm still swimming around it. I'm definitely considering it. So I'm just kicking my feet because there's other stuff that I'm trying to work on getting a hold of right now. So
And Nightmare agrees that Double Dash is the best.
fun.
Fortunately, we have emulators. Yeah, and we talk about F-Zero often, and Nightmare goes on a tangent about it. He's like, I won't speak about my F-Zero idea again because he's told me a few times, and it's a really good idea.
I didn't even know Nightmare was an F-Zero enjoyer.
Yeah. So Rings of Power seems more painful than Tales of the Shire. I would agree. And my top movie-based game, I think, was Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I feel like we did that one. Are my notes incomplete? So, well, that got us all caught up on chats finally, and we're already at 3 hours, and it's like flown by. Cause like
I was about to say, man, it didn't even feel like
that I wanted to talk about so far. Are you good to keep going? Because I normally allocate like 2 hours, but I'm good to go as long as the guest wants to. So
throw whatever you want at me. I'm good to go.
All right, excellent. I'm glad to hear that.
I got like 10 water bottles here. I'm hydrated.
I may need to take a break because my water bottle is getting low, so I may need to fill up.
You're good. Yeah, whatever you got to do.
Anyways, you mentioned something at the start. I wrote it down because I didn't want to forget. And we were talking. It would have been a great segue, but I want to catch up in chat because we were talking about my favorite standard platformer for SNES was Donkey Kong Countries, because the Mega Man X games are platformers, but those are more like action platformers, not straight platformers. You're not like jumping on people's heads.
I always had trouble trying to pinpoint what the Mega Man X games were, because I would always say like a shooter or an action game, but they had platforming.
I would say it's more of a run and gun than a platformer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like Contra.
Yes, 100%.
Anyways, where I was going with that is you mentioned Donkey Kong Country Returns, which so I played the Donkey Kong Countries on Super Nintendo back in the day. The only one I actually owned was Donkey Kong Country 3. Donkey Kong Countries 1 and 2. Same thing with Mega Man X, because Mega Man X3 is the game that's in my Super Nintendo right now.
Okay.
And that is, like I said, that's my favorite Mega Man game, my favorite Super Nintendo game of all time. Similarly, both with Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 on Super Nintendo and Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3 on Super Nintendo. The third one is the only one I owned. The first two I either rented or borrowed from friends.
Yeah, that's how I was.
So,
like I owned one of each, and then the other ones were like loaned to me, and we just like grew apart as friends, and they never asked for them back, or maybe just me not like bringing it up like maybe I should have. And holding on. I do
have one or two games same thing. I think that's actually how I have my Super Nintendo version of Smash Brothers. Is I borrowed it from a friend, and then we ended up like drifting apart and never really talked to him again.
Yeah,
so I still have this Super Smash Brothers.
That's happened with so many things, like action figures that I probably still had that I
never done that with that. But I did just last summer get my own copy of Mega Man X1, so I still need to get a copy of X2.
Okay, that's hard to come by. The original NES.
Fortunately, I already have X3 because that's the hardest one to find.
Is it? That's even harder than 2? More expensive, I would say, probably.
Yes, I actually learned from some like Dude and some other people who are into physical collecting that X3 is the hardest one to find, and I'm pretty sure that X3 is the most valuable video game I own, and I didn't even know it until they told me.
I would doubt it. For sure.
Mega Man X had quite a wide print, so I actually ended up picking it up last summer when I went out with Snap Rai.
Oh, sweet! You met up with him.
Yeah, because
or wait, did you guys do the Vegas meetup? Were you one of the ones that did it with him? Or
he was in Vegas, and I did see him in Vegas.
Okay.
But prior to that, so he grew up here in Sacramento. He's moved now, but his parents
Yeah.
still live here. So he's visiting his parents. So he came and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to be in town. We should
Oh,
hang out
man,
today."
that's
So we
cool.
went and hung out one day last summer, or
Snap's
actually,
solid. He's
it
a good
was
guy.
summer. So because Vegas was in April, so this would have been after Vegas.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless was that 2 summers ago? I thought we met up. We first met before Vegas, but either way, he came and he took me to a couple of game shops here in my area that I've never actually been to, and that he used to go to when he lived here. And so I ended up picking up a copy of Mega Man X. So I now have X and X3, which I've had for a long time, but I still need to get a copy of X2. But once I have income and I start, because I'm going to start retro collecting, X2 and Super Metroid are the top 2 games on my list that I need to get physical copies of.
Okay, yeah. I had a copy of Super Metroid. I know this is probably going to break some hearts, but I sold a bunch of my cartridges off just because I wasn't playing them. I wasn't doing anything with them. The only one I have left is Super Mario World, and that's because that was the first one I got.
Yeah, I still have my Super Mario World as well.
And I think I still have my old Super Nintendo. It's like in a box,
I did a similar thing where as like some of these games that have been released on newer systems, like, oh, I've got it on this newer system.
That's
why do I need the old
that's
one? And I ended up selling some of my old cartridges. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm an idiot. I should have kept those.
That's kind of what I was thinking too when I did it. I was like, I've got them on the Switch, I've got them on digital, and it doesn't bother me not to have them. But that's why, and it's funny because I sold Mario with those, and I went back and I told the guy, I was like, is there any way I can get Super Mario back? He's like, yeah, man, you're fine. Because I explained to him, like, that was the first Super NES game that I got, and it was my mom's, and she had passed by that point. So he was like, yeah, just go ahead and take it. You're good. And he's a solid dude. They run it's like a vintage toy shop around here, but they deal with a lot of vintage video games too. So he's cool. It was good. I got it back.
So it was that day that I was talking about when I went and hung out with Snap Rai that really gave me that like physical collecting bug. So
yeah,
I haven't bought any. Well, I think I actually did buy one like off Amazon, but I'm talking about like going to like a retro shop. I think I bought a newer game that's more modern, like a Series X game or something off Amazon. So I bought a physical copy. But for like the old stuff, going and hanging out with him that day, I'm like, all right, I'm going to start retro collecting once I have income again. So it's because of that day that it's like I got the bug. So I have a long list of retro games I want to acquire once I have the means to do so.
Yeah, once that bug hits, it's hard to shake it. It's like, I do a lot of toy collecting and like different stuff, but game collecting, like I still have my physical copy of RE4. I still have Tomb Raider Legend, I think, on the GameCube. Wind Waker I still got. So I still have some physical copies. But I never was in the habit of like really going out of my way to collect them, because like you, like I kind of rationalized that I can play them on digital.
Yeah. So I
would like to, but
some of my old cartridges, I'm like, I'm an idiot. I should not have done that.
Yeah, and they hold some sentimental value at some point too. So it just depends on what you're willing to let go and what kind of memories you got with them, I think.
So Tomb Raider Legend, I think that was one of the ones that, well, I was talking about Wii earlier, the Tomb Raider games. I forget which ones they were. But Tomb Raider Legend on GameCube does have a retro achievement set.
Does it? So, wow. Okay.
You got these retro games. You need to start playing them for retro achievements. Wink, wink.
Might be good. Might be fun.
Anyways, where I was going with that with Donkey Kong Country is I played Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3. Back in the day, I actually just replayed them for the first time since childhood last summer while I was away on my summer vacation.
Okay,
because a lot of my retro gaming has been here on my Retroid, and
is that worth it? Like I've seen a lot of different reviews for it, but I was just torn on it.
I absolutely think this thing is worth it. I freaking love it. So
is the emulation like 1-to-1, or is it's pretty solid, like as far as NES and Super NES games and stuff goes?
Oh, it's been great. I play for retro achievements, which means I can't use a lot of like the emulation stuff that you can use, like save states and stuff.
Okay.
But you can't use that for retro achievements because when you turn the achievement mode on, it's called hardcore, it disables all that stuff. So I play it.
Yeah.
So It's
makes sense.
essentially like playing it as it was on the N64. The only modern convenience that you have access to that doesn't disable, it isn't turned off when you play it for retro achievements, is the ability to fast forward. So it makes like when you're just walking long distances handy, or getting through dialogue faster.
Okay,
But
yeah.
yeah, other than that, those other modern conveniences with emulation are there. I just can't use them unless I, if I've already done it and I've already got the achievements, then I could do it. But if I'm playing for retro achievements, so I don't have that on. I have the hardcore mode on, so I can't use those things, but they are there.
That
So
makes sense.
I think it's absolutely worth it. This thing is awesome. It has been worth every penny, and it's great to take it with me everywhere. It runs on Android, so you can put on whatever emulators.
Yeah,
on
that
it
makes a big difference for sure.
that are on Android. So I can play. I could play pretty much almost any console. So I've got basically all the Nintendo consoles up to Wii. I don't know if there are any Wii U emulators, but I never played Wii U, so I don't have any.
I've never heard of many of them
on here.
I've never heard
and
of
I'm
many
also
people doing it.
most of the stuff I'm playing on here is all for retro achievements. So Wii U doesn't have retro achievement support. So all the Game Boys and stuff. There is also like a Switch emulator on here. Well, I don't have it on here. I did download it, but I can't get it to run. But I've heard that it even does Switch emulation well. The thing is that for the Switch emulator, you have to download like the BIOS from your Switch and load it in here in order to be able to play the emulator.
Yeah.
And the problem is that the only way to do that is you have to use the micro SD card reader on the Switch. You do something and it loads this information on the SD card reader on the Switch, and then you take the SD card out and you put it in here and point it, the emulator, be like, here's the BIOS information. The SD card reader on my Switch doesn't work. I bought it secondhand.
Okay.
So I have no way to transfer that information over. So I could put my Switch games on here, but there's no point because I can't get the Switch BIOS on here. So, but yes, this thing is awesome. I love it. I take it with me everywhere. And when I can, in order to get the retro achievements, though, of course, you have to be connected to the internet. So if I'm somewhere I don't have internet, I just pair it to my phone, and then I can, play for my retro achievements, which is how I played it overseas. And so all that to say is, last summer when I was on my European vacation, I was playing. I played through the Donkey Kong Country games again on this, and that was a lot of fun. So I still need to play Donkey Kong 64 for retro achievements.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever played that or what?
Yeah, I have it on N64. I don't think I ever 100% it because there's a lot to do 100%, but I probably I'll have to boot it up and look, assuming that the cartridge battery hasn't, is still good and my save hasn't been erased. But I need to boot it up and see what percentage, because I'm sure I got pretty close. If I had to guess, I'd say I'd have at least 90%, if not 95% on my N64 cartridge. But I do need to play it for retro achievements, at some point. But that was the last Donkey Kong Country game I played. So I actually didn't own Donkey Kong Country Returns or Tropical Freeze until earlier this year or late last year, and I still haven't actually played them. But with the Wii launching with retro achievements, Donkey Kong Country Returns, was a Wii game, and it has retro achievements. So I actually just started playing the retro achievements for that yesterday or the day before.
Oh, nice.
And,
okay.
Because after my retro achievement Wii games, I started off Metroid Prime 3 was the first game I played. Like I said, I beat it, but I haven't mastered it. And I still have I will go back at some point. Then I played Twilight Princess, and I mastered that one. The third one I played was Smash Bros. Brawl, and there are 375 achievements. I have 119 of them so far, but I still have a long ways to go. Unlikely I'll ever get all the achievements in it, but I did beat Subspace Emissary, so I have beaten Smash Bros. Brawl. So I was like, I'm going to piecemeal the rest that while play it here and there, because there's an achievement for like beating every mode with every character. So there's 35 characters, so that's a lot of achievements just by doing that. So I'll play it here and there a little bit each day until I get through all of those. But I was like, I'm going to work on another like main game. And so I was like, I'm ready to play Donkey Kong Country Returns because I've never actually played it. So I was playing it yesterday, the day before, for the first time ever. And I like that they returned back to the 2D. Not that I didn't like Donkey Kong 64, but they went in a very different direction, because at the time it's like no one wants 2D games now. It's all about making everything 3D. And so, but yeah, I do like the going back to the 2D style. However, the problem I'm having is I don't know what the deal is, but on level 1-5, so pretty early in the game, right after the checkpoint in that level, the game crashes every single time on Dolphin.
Wow.
And I can't get past this level. So I'm like, I don't know what to do, because I've never had this before. And I've only played a couple of games on Dolphin, but I've played a good number of GameCube games. And it pops up with an actual error message that I have no idea what it means, but I've done it like 8 times in the same spot. Every single time it crashes, and I don't know why. So I was like, my plan was to play through Donkey Kong Country Returns, but I can't, because one of the early levels crashes the game, and I don't know what to do to fix it. I did go and Google it, and I found a forum post from like 15 years ago, or I don't know how long ago it was, but someone had the exact same issue on the exact same spot, but there was never any resolution to the forum thread. So
and that was when they were on the Wii. That was they were playing it on the Wii.
No, they were playing it on Dolphin as well, but Dolphin has been around a long time. So how long Dolphin's been around, I'm not exactly sure, but they had the exact same issue on that level on Dolphin, which I'm having now. And the one response was try updating Dolphin to the latest version. This was years ago, so obviously my version of Dolphin is much, much, much newer.
And I was about to say that shouldn't be a problem by now.
I don't know what to do. So I wanted to play through Donkey Kong Country Returns. I enjoyed the first 4 levels, but I'm stuck. So have you played through Donkey Kong Country Returns and beaten it?
I've not beaten it. I think I got up to, because originally, trying to think here, it was back in the mid 2010s. I had a secondhand Wii because my GameCube had crapped out on me, and I was just playing games on the Wii from that point.
Okay. I actually sold my GameCube after I got my Wii, because like, why do I need my GameCube anymore? Because my Wii plays my GameCube games.
Yeah, and it runs them smoother, runs them a little better, and that was my rationale for getting it. And I got it cheap anyway. It wasn't too expensive. It was like $40.
Nice.
But I also kind of ventured into like the Wii games too, because I didn't just want to use it for just the GameCube games that I had. I played Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii and loved it. And then I played Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii. Little difficult for me to kind of adjust to it, because I really hate the motion controls. That was the only thing I never got used to. Was never a fan of those.
That's the thing. Fortunately, there's very little motion controls in Donkey Kong Country Returns, but that's what I hear from everyone. Their big gripe is they mapped the roll ability to. Let me get my Wiimote here.
It's like
they mapped it to waggle in order to roll. So when I played Metroid Prime 3, I'm using my Wiimote. This is actually my Skyward Sword Wiimote right here.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I like the gold accent, or the gold on it with the Hyrulean accents on it.
So I use this when I was playing Metroid Prime 3. I use this for when I was playing Twilight Princess. Obviously, I'm not using that for Smash Bros. Brawl, because Smash Bros. Brawl you can play with a GameCube controller, which is the best way to play Smash Bros.
I agree.
And even back in the day, that's the only way I would ever play Brawl, because I played a crap load of Brawl with my buddies back in college. But and it was funny. Each of us had like a different preference. We had one guy who would only play with the Wiimote this way. And we had another guy that only played it with the Wiimote and the nunchuck. And then
that's how I played it initially. Yeah.
Use the GameCube controller. So the GameCube controller was how I always played it back then, and that's how I played. When I've just been replaying Brawl now, I've been using not an actual GameCube controller. I'm using my third-party Switch controller.
Yeah. Okay,
but it's this traditional controller like the GameCube controller, not a weird one like the Wiimote. However, for Donkey Kong Country Returns, that is the gripe that I heard, is the waggle is how you roll. So instead of using the Wiimote to play Donkey Kong Country Returns, I'm also using this, and I just mapped waggle to a button. so I
Yeah.
can play it with a controller, and I've been very much enjoying it. And I don't think I think if people were able to do that back in the day, they would not have the issues with it. So that is even though I'm playing for retro achievements, like I said, a lot of those modern conveniences like save states and stuff I can't use. I can still remap the controls any way I want, so I can just map waggle to a button, and then it makes the game way better.
Well, thankfully they did some improvements with the Switch controls compared to the Wiimote with the new version. And
I have the Switch version as well, but I have not played it yet.
all you got to do is just push a button to roll, and it plays just like the original games. That's what I like about the Switch version. I've only kind of dipped into it recently because I started it today, but I remember it being pretty good. I mean, it was fine despite my frustrations with the Wiimote at the time. I got all the way to it was like a bat boss. It's like a giant bat that chases you through a cave, and that was as far as I got. I haven't gotten nearly that far yet this time, but I'm gonna play through it. And I mean, the art style is the only thing that I really am super happy about, because I like the original.
You're not a fan of the art style.
I kind of like it, like it's 3D, 2D, and that's fine. It's just, and I'm one of the people that really doesn't like the new Donkey Kong anyway. I'm like DK, rare Donkey Kong is my Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
Even though this one's rare Donkey Kong, technically he's just kind of.
Yeah, I think it looks great. Have you played Bonanza?
No,
because you don't have a Switch 2. So
no, but even if I did, I don't know. I probably
do want to play
wouldn't.
Bonanza, but not worth getting a Switch 2 for.
Yeah, that.
But I don't like the redesign of Donkey Kong in that game. I think the Super Nintendo Donkey Kong is way better looking.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And they didn't even because they did a DLC of like Donkey Kong Island, and you can get Diddy, and I think Dixie is in there on Odyssey. But all it was just like a little area that you go to, and it's not even really part of the game. I don't think. I think you do stuff in it, but it's not nearly as like it's not a hard sell to want to get Bonanza. And it's from Bonanza is from the same dev team that did Odyssey. So
okay.
If anybody's played Odyssey, you've pretty much played Bonanza.
I was talking to someone on stream one time, like, how is Donkey Kong Odyssey? And I just jokingly, because it's very similar in style. I didn't realize it was from the same team. It's
the same, and it's down to like the mechanics in the game where you get outfits just like you do in Odyssey. You I'm trying to think, like some of the aesthetic and worlds like that you go through and stuff are sort of similar to Odyssey.
Odyssey is the one where you throw your hat and take over things, right?
Cappy, okay. Yeah. Odyssey, I played that for the first time last year. That was it's probably pretty low on my list as far as Mario games goes. 3D Mario games goes, I'll say. Odyssey, it was very much like a love letter to the original games and the fans of the original games, but I felt like that held it back creatively. Like I really felt like they could have gone with the like open world concept, like I mentioned, but they're not doing that. And Odyssey has a lot of stuff that I feel like holds it back creatively and thematically. It relies too much on nostalgia, and it's trying to be like a modern Mario game, but it falls back on that a lot, and I think that's what hurts it a lot. All told, though, it's like I love the songs in it. Like there's a Bowser song, and then there's a song about New Donk City where you go. And it's pretty much like the old Donkey Kong game. It's just like fully realized into a metropolis city. Pauline's the mayor of the city. And like you do a lot of really cool stuff in it. I just felt like, I don't know, it was just held back creatively, I think. And it's the last like big Mario game that we got. I don't count Wonder as like a really solid Mario, like mainline game.
Yeah. And that reminded me, because earlier when I asked you if you could have another 2D or 3D Mario, and you said 3D Mario.
Definitely 3D.
Ask, is that because we just recently got Wonder, or even if we didn't get Wonder, you would still want a 3D Mario over a 2D?
I think just based on just the fact of it just being the evolution of Mario, the natural evolution, because you went from 2D to 3D, and they kind of took a step back with the new Super Mario. I guess it was like the Wii games or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
And those were fine.
That's like a 2.5D. sort of
Yeah, they were just, but they were like, they felt like a step back. I think 3D is the way to go for Mario, and like to stay forward with it.
Okay, and that's actually kind of funny because on Party Chat just 2 days ago, one of the topics we had on Party Chat is what franchise do you think transitioned best from 2D to 3D? Obviously, Mario was a popular answer among the panel.
Man, that's a good question. Mario is definitely high up there. Metroid, I thought, was a pretty good one.
That was my answer. But it also has the advantage of it skipped the N64 generation.
True.
So it went from Super Nintendo to GameCube.
That is true. Zelda it would be in the conversation for sure.
That was my other answer.
Star Fox was kind of already 3D.
Yes.
And they didn't really do too much to like jump it forward, just like graphically was the most that they did with it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a toss up. I mean, Mario was dead, but Mario, you're still doing like virtually the same things. You're just doing it in 3D. With Zelda, it's a little bit different because you can ride the horse Epona. You can do all these like different things that you couldn't do in 2D. With Metroid, I don't know. Metroid's like a direct 3D translation from the 2D.
That's what
and
I
it's
think.
Still good. It's not bad at all. It's just, I don't know.
Oh, I think 3D Metroid is the definitive Metroid. I like it.
Yeah. I mean,
not
I'm
that
trying
I
to think about my
just
top
like 2D
3
because Metroid is my second favorite video game franchise.
That's probably my third favorite, honestly.
Okay. So,
only because Resident Evil and obviously Mario, but
okay.
they're all solid. Like they all have my heart to some extent. So
yeah, it's like, so if you were to ask me the 2D and 3D question for Metroid, because like I said, I prefer 3D Metroid to 2D Metroid, but 2D Metroid is still mostly good. There's a couple of stinkers, but
yeah, I was gonna say it's hard to like. Metroid's a solid franchise where there's only like 1 or 2 games that are really like weak. All told,
yes, of the main Metroid games.
Yeah,
the one
there Federation Forces. I don't know if you would count that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said
or pinball or
exactly. Federation Force and pinball wouldn't count. Hunters is debatable. I would still count it as main, even though it wasn't that big of a game since it was a DS game. But there are 2 bad Metroid games of the mainline ones, in my opinion, and that is the original one and Other M. But for
I know,
very
and that
sounds like reasons.
That sounds like a nuclear take, but honestly, I feel kind of the same way. And I don't even consider it a bad game. I just consider it a game that has a good concept that was executed much better with Super Metroid.
Okay, you're talking about the original NES.
The original,
Metroid?
the original NES Metroid.
It had a lot of great ideas, but it's like, what were you thinking? Because you could make a bunch of slight changes and it would be a drastically better game.
Yeah, like a map.
Yep, that's one of them. Though, if I could only change one thing about the original Metroid, though, is just spawn with full effing health.
That
would be my number one change.
Hang on, I got a little buffering issue here.
I'm not, you froze on me.
Yeah, my bad. I set my mic down. I was trying to open a Pepsi here. I don't think that had anything to do with it, but the only thing I didn't really legitimately thought was a bad mechanic was the short beam. Like
oh my god, it's so pathetic.
Yeah, and they put that they carried that over into a Zero mission. Like they did it in that too. I think
that is true. Yes.
Was it? Yeah.
You have to get the long beam. But it's funny because everyone I've brought this up many times recently across streams, but how like everyone's like put Super Metroid up on this like holy pedestal. It's like it's a good game, but it also has issues, and people like never want to acknowledge that fact. But
grapple beam,
that is one of them.
Which in theory it's cool. Like I liked it in 3D. I liked it during Prime. I thought
yes,
that was kind of fun.
Much better in Prime than it is in Super Metroid.
It's got that cool grapple beam like noise to it.
Terrible in Super Metroid.
Yeah, there's no need for it. That ball thing, that track system that you ride on, was a better improvement, I think. And
was
it made
that
more sense.
Actually in Super Metroid? Or
no? I don't think it
I don't
was.
remember that being in Super Metroid, but I'm
Zero
glad
Mission,
you
I
brought
think it
that
was.
up. So let's see here. I just don't want to forget. Anyways, where I was going with that is Zero Mission is actually my favorite 2D Metroid.
There you go. Yeah, not bad. That's not bad. Fusion's mine.
Okay.
Just because that's the first one I discovered. I remember where I was when I first saw it. I was in we have stores they're kind of like Walmart. They're called Meijer. Maybe
I've heard of
regional, I
Meijer,
don't
but
know.
I've never seen one before.
Yeah, I was in one, and by the electronics section, I saw they had the SD Game Boy Advance, or is it SD?
SP.
Yeah, SP.
That's my
And it had
favorite.
a
That was
demo
my
of-
favorite handheld.
That was mine too.
I love my Game Boy Advance SP.
Oh, it's so good. I got a
until
red
it got
one.
stolen.
Mine stopped working, unfortunately, and it was the first generation with the dull screen. It wasn't the bright screen.
Oh,
unfortunately.
So that's the original Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
because the Game Boy Advance had the horizontal layout and it was not lit. It was the SP that was the clamshell factor.
Oh no, yeah, no,
folded
that's what I'm
open.
saying. I had the original SP. It just didn't have the bright screen before they did it was like a second gen that had the brighter screen.
Oh, it was a lit screen. It just wasn't very bright.
It wasn't the bright one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they had two gens.
I misunderstood you then. I did
no,
not.
No, you're fine.
That.
I did have the original Game Boy Advance too, though. I had a white one.
I had the ice blue one, which is like the transparent light blue one.
Nice. Not bad. But yeah, that's when I first discovered Metroid Fusion.
That was really when I got into Metroid as well, was Metroid Fusion and Metroid Prime, because they both came out, I think, on the same day.
Yeah. Same it was like that's cool, man. I wish they would do that again with stuff. I mean, obviously they can't because of the handheld, but that was always fun. Like you got two releases in one day of the same franchise. It's rare that happens.
Yeah, that's about when I got into the Metroid franchise. I do love Fusion, but Zero Mission's my favorite 2D Metroid because
Zero Mission's a good one. It's
all
good.
the
it's
other
my
2D
favorite
Metroids,
version of that game.
It's like I said, the original Super Metroid is not very good.
No.
But Zero Mission is excellent and
it's solid.
One of the epitomes of the way to do a remake.
Yes. Absolutely. That's in the conversation for one of the best remakes ever.
Yes,
for sure.
Where is it going with that? So each of the 2D Metroids, I have various levels of nitpicks or gripes with.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
This is not a good game with the original one, but like Super Metroid, it's a great game, but there are some things that could really use being fixed, which is why, like, if I could get a remaster of any game, it would be Super Metroid. But I'd want it to look and play like Dread, but it's just Super Metroid. All the map is exactly the same. It just looks like, and it plays as smooth as Dread.
That could work. I'd be all for that. Yeah, for sure.
That'd be my number one remaster I'd want. But like Dread, excellent game, but I still have a couple of nitpicks. I have zero nitpicks about Zero Mission, so that's why it's my favorite 2D. But my favorite Metroid, as I mentioned, is Metroid Prime Remaster. It's my number one favorite Metroid, my number two favorite Metroidvania, and my third favorite game of all time. But it's great that you brought up the balls track thing on Zero Mission, because last summer I played Super Metroid GBA Edition, which is a ROM hack.
Yeah,
for Zero
I've heard of that. I think you mentioned it a couple times.
I mentioned it a few times.
Yeah, it sounds good though. Sounds awesome.
It was a ROM hack for Zero Mission, but they rebuilt the game to be Super Metroid. It's not 1-to-1, because they can only use the assets that were already in the game, which
makes
a
sense.
lot of the bosses that are in Super Metroid were in Zero Mission, but there's some that weren't, like Fantoon. So they had to repurpose one of the bosses that was in Zero Mission instead. But it fixes basically all of my gripes with Super Metroid. And I think, my opinion, Super Metroid GBA is better than the original Super Metroid. I know that would be a hot take, but it was excellent. And one of the things it did was there is no grapple beam, but once you get the grapple beam upgrade where it would be in Super Metroid, instead of having the grapple points, it has that ceiling conveyor where you just grab on and it carries you to the other end, which is so much better than the garbage grapple beam.
Yeah,
so that is
all
one
you
of
need.
the excellent upgrades.
it's more consistent. It's like just a straight shot through the through that part of the map. You don't have to swing and try to time where you're going to go or anything. That was my only issue using the grapple beam with Super Metroid. And I got used to it at the time, but knowing that it could be better is definitely an improvement for sure.
So that is one of the excellent improvements, in my opinion. Another one is I didn't even remember this until I replayed Super Metroid last year on Metroidvania Monday for the first time in a long time. I forgot that when you Shine Spark, it drains your health.
Zero Mission, yeah, it does.
Zero Mission, right. It doesn't do that. So GBA, Super Metroid GBA Edition, Shine Sparking does not drain your health, which is a nice improvement.
That's good.
That's good. Space jump is way more consistent than it was in Super Metroid. So you're not just space jumping, then randomly falling out of space jump, even though you push the jump button. It works. The space jump works way better. Trying to remember what some of the other things were. The other main thing that's probably my biggest complaint about Super Metroid is the controls. And it's funny how with the more buttons on the Super Nintendo controller, they had worse controls than less buttons on the GBA, because both Fusion and Zero Mission have better controls with less buttons on the GBA than the Super Metroid does on Super Nintendo with more buttons.
Yeah, well, they're more responsive too. Like that input lag, like it can really take its toll if you get in a moment like where you're impatient about it, for sure.
That was one of the other things that I was just trying to think about a second ago, is in Super Metroid, the wall jump is also very inconsistent.
Yeah.
And Zero Mission, it's very consistent. So Super Metroid GBA Edition has a consistent wall jump in addition to consistent space jump. But my biggest thing that I like this version better is because it has the same controls as Zero Mission, which the controls in Zero Mission are perfect, whereas the controls in Super Metroid are very much lacking. That's my biggest issue with Super Metroid, are the controls, and they're fixed with Super Metroid GBA Edition. So I've heard that there are a couple other Super Metroid hacks for Zero Mission. So they take Zero Mission and make a Super Metroid out of it that I have not tried yet, but I've heard that they are even better. So unfortunately, those ones don't have retro achievements, whereas Super Metroid GBA Edition does, which is why I played it. So I'm hoping that those may get retro achievements at some point. Maybe I'll finally play it, or maybe I'll do it for Metroidvania Monday at some point and try them out, because there's like 2 other versions that I've heard are even better. So I want to give those a chance. I want to check those out at some point.
Yeah, I was going to say, you would think they would put like those versions on there too, just because of the reception that they're getting as like the best version of a Super Metroid almost.
Yeah.
It would make sense.
Brimstone showing up in chat. What's up, Brimstone? Welcome. The fact that you said welcome, valued customers, that was my suspicion, but thank you as always for notifying me that there was a raid, because Restream does not inform me that I was raided. I would have to have the actual stream open myself. So I just pulled up the stream and I don't. Oh, Sons and Shadows. There it is. So Jeff over Sons and Shadow, he was in stream at the beginning, but he had to go because he does a Thursday night show as well about Stargate, which I was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Not bad.
Stargate files on Thursday night, which I've been on a number of times. That's a lot of fun. I'll be on, I think I'll be on again in a couple of weeks in May. But he just raided after his stream. So thanks, Jeff, for the raid. I appreciate it, man. As always, we're just talking about some video games, and currently we're on the topic of Metroid.
Heck yeah.
So, all right, I asked you about the Mario Wonder thing. I mentioned Super Metroid GBA Edition. The other thing I was going to mention when I was talking about my Retroid is, I think this thing is absolutely worth every penny. It was like $220, I think.
It's not bad.
I love this thing. It is, like I said, I play all my retro achievement games on the go. It is excellent. So this is a Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is what this model is. There's another company that does it, legitimately looks exactly the same as this. The only difference is there's a second screen right here in the middle, which I want to get that one because it'll make playing DS games so much better. That one's made by a different company. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like, or I don't remember how to spell it. It's like ARYN or something like that. But I do know that the model is called the Thor. So I would love to upgrade to that one because it's exactly the same. It just has a second screen down here in the middle. The only difference is that I love this. It's got the 2 joysticks up here, and it's got the D-pad and buttons down here. Is on the Thor, I think it's backwards, and the D-pad and buttons are up here, and the joysticks are down here.
Yeah, that'd be tough to get used to.
I like this. Most of the games I play are all D-pad and buttons. I've rarely played any games so far that are joysticks because most of the stuff I play is older. But I've got my GameCube games on here. So if I wanted to, and if I was to play Metroid Prime on here, that's how I would have to do it. But most of the games I play on here are all 2D stuff, so I just use the D-pad and the buttons. So the joysticks I don't use that much, but I do prefer this layout rather than having the D-pad and buttons up here and the joysticks down here.
Yeah, that's how I would prefer it too, I think.
But I did want to shout out the Thor because it has dual screens on it, and I really want to upgrade to that at some point. And it runs on the exact same software. It might have better hardware. I haven't actually looked into the hardware. I just 2 screens. I love it. So shout out to the Thor or the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. Retroid has a bunch of other models too. I love the clamshell flip design, but they have ones that look exactly like a big PSP. That's called the Retroid Pocket 5, although I think the Pocket 6 came out recently, and it just looks like a big PSP, but with some more buttons. So if you don't like the flip screen, they have other models that you could look into as well. But if you're into retro gaming and especially into retro achievements, I highly recommend it because it's awesome. You can take your stuff on the go.
Yeah, I've heard of the Retroid. I never did enough research into it, but that does look pretty appealing for sure. I like the flip screen too. I know that's kind of a gimmick, but
that's why part of why the Game Boy Advance SP is my favorite handheld. I love the clamshell form factor.
It's hard to beat for sure. It was my favorite at the time too. I played the heck out of it. I played Yoshi's Island on it. I definitely played Metroid Fusion, and I think I played Zero Mission. I think
that's how I played Zero Mission Fusion, was on my GBA SP.
It's good stuff, man.
So, and Jeff says it's in 2 weeks from tonight. I'll be over on. There'll be no open mic because I'll be over on his channel for Stargate Files. So
that's all right. You know your stuff with Stargate, though. Let's go.
Yeah, I love me my Stargate. So the other thing I was going to mention earlier, and I was going to mention it, and then I forgot, and then I'm like, oh, let me write it down so I don't forget again. When we were talking about Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, is maybe you caught some of it. I don't know. But when I first started my Retro Rewind Wednesday night retro gaming stream, let's see, the Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 were the first things I played, and then I did Link to the Past, and now I'm doing GoldenEye. So I haven't done. I only started it recently. But the first thing that I did, like I said, it was Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, but it wasn't in their natural Super Nintendo forms.
Oh, was it the collection version or
no? So I do have that. I'm just pulling up. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. So my first 2 streams were Mega Man, and then I did Link to the Past over 4 streams, and I did episode 3 of GoldenEye, or part 3 of GoldenEye last night. I'll probably beat GoldenEye next Wednesday on the 4th one. But anyways, the first 2 streams were Mega Man X, but I had recently discovered, I actually gushed to Cherrick, who was on Party Chat the other night. Because I recorded something with him on Sunday night off stream. He's going to post it in the near future.
Okay, yeah. I know Cherrick.
I was gushing to him about this because he also loves Mega Man. And he is a big fan of randomizers. And he's asked me a bunch of times, like, hey, have you ever tried this randomizer? Have you ever tried this randomizer? I'm like, no, I've never done a randomizer. Also, randomizers don't have retro achievements, so it's also not an incentive for me to play them.
Yeah.
But a couple months ago, I discovered a Mega Man randomizer that randomizes all of X 1, 2, and 3 in a single randomizer. And I posted in my Discord, and I tagged him, and I sent a couple other people that I know are big fans of Mega Man, like DJ Axis. And I told Cherrick, I'm like, I think I found my first randomizer. Unfortunately, there are no retro achievements for it, but I did my first playthrough of the Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 randomizer for Retro Rewind. So you can go and check out those first 2 streams. But
yeah, for sure.
It's a pain in the butt to set up, but if you do go back to either of those streams, I have the link in the description on the YouTube video that explains how to get the randomizer up and running. But it not only is it difficult to get up and running because you got to download these files, you got to move them into different folders and stuff. But the randomizer options are all in Chinese, so you have to rely on Google Translate, and some of the translation is like, I have no idea what the heck this means. But I got it all up and running, and I streamed it, and it was there was one, because it's all randomized. Enemies can show up. Obviously, enemies can't show up in separate games because they have to have the assets in each game. So but stuff like you get like beating a boss doesn't necessarily give you that boss's weapon. You may find like Chill Penguin Shotgun Ice. You may find that randomly lying around the stage in X2 or
okay.
So you might find you might find the X3 helmet upgrade in the intro stage of Mega Man X. So stuff can be lying all around as a little icon. Obviously, if you get a weapon, you can only use it in the game that it was originally in. So if you find, like I said, the Shotgun Ice, if you find it in like X2, you can't use it in X2, but it unlocks your ability to use it when you go back to X1. And when you're on the menu screen at any, you can hit the select or back button, whatever button you map it to switch from X1 to X2 or X3. So you can jump back and forth between any of them at nearly any time. And like I said, all the stuff can be totally randomized on where it shows up. And the other interesting thing is you don't have all of the levels available at start. Each of the 3 games, you only have like 2 levels, and you have to find a key that unlocks a level. So you may only start out with like Launch Octopuses, maybe the only stage on X1 that you have available, and you have to find like Armored Armadillo's key in some stage in X2. And you also don't have like the intro stages or the Sigma stages. You don't the way that those work is like the Sigma stages, you don't unlock by beating all 8 bosses from that game. You have to find the Sigma keys that are also scattered all over the place. And each game requires a different number of Sigma keys to unlock each of the Sigma stages. And some of those Sigma stages may hold keys to other levels or power-ups that, any one of either the leg parts or one of the weapons. So stuff can be anywhere, and those keys will also unlock the intro stages to each of the games. So you don't even start out with the intro stages available. You have to unlock them. And one of a late game ability may be hidden in one of the intro stages, or you might find stuff in the Sigma stage that gives you a weapon that'll allow you to beat one of the bosses in, X3 or whatever. So stuff is all over the place. So it's a really awesome randomizer.
Yeah, this sounds nuts. It sounds fun, but
so if you're a fan of Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, I highly recommend it because it is awesome. I did it on stream. A lot of the information it gives you makes no sense. Shout out to Neo Kenshin. He's a guy who just randomly showed up in my chat, and he streams this randomizer once a week, so he knows his crap on this game. Okay. And he was in chat teaching me all this stuff, and like, this is what this means. This is what this means. Here's what you need to look out for. Here's, he's giving me strategies on how to go through this randomizer, and he was awesome. So shout out to Neo Kenshin. I've gone to his channel and watched him do the randomizer. I think he does it like on Sunday night. So every once in a while I'll hop in and watch him play it because it's different every time, essentially.
Oh yeah. It sounds like it for sure.
So, and one other thing, it is a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Every time I talk about it, I want to go and play it again, but it's like, I have so many other things that I haven't played yet that I need to play. So it's like, I'm not going to go through it again, but I do want to. One of the things that's annoying though, is that there's only a specific emulator that can do it. And that emulator, and because of the fact that you have to move files around, you can only do it on like a PC, like Windows, or you could probably do it on Linux, but I can't play it here on my Retroid because I can't modify and move those files around. Otherwise, if I could play it on here, I probably would have played it like 10 times by now.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
But one of the other things that's really interesting is that when you start the game, depending on your settings, by default, you don't even start with the X-Buster. You only start with 1 or 2 random boss weapons. But that is one of the changes that I made in the options. Is I said, no, start with X-Buster, so I at least have something to work with, because those weapons run on energy. What I didn't know for a long time is, though, one of the nice things that they did, because another thing is when you start out with very small bit, your energy bar for weapons is very short, just like your health bar, because over the course of the games, you get health upgrades that extend your health bar. Same thing for energy. You have very short energy bar for your weapons. You have to find energy upgrades that increase the amount of weapon energy you have. But because by default, you don't have an X-Buster, so you have to use some of these other weapons, and your bar is super short, so you can run out really fast. If you charge it up, even if you don't have the charge shot yet, it'll actually refill some of your ammo, so you can't actually run out of ammo. So that's a nice thing. But I did change the setting to start with the X-Buster, but the X-Buster is super weak and shoots super slow. So you have to find upgrades as you go to make your X-Buster shoot faster and do more damage.
Okay.
As well as your charge shot. But when you started out, your charge shot, it takes like 200% essentially the amount of time it takes to charge versus the base game. So if it took like 3 seconds to charge fully, at the beginning of the randomizer, it takes 6 seconds, but you eventually upgrade that till it's like 50%. So it only takes like a second and a half to charge versus the base game. So there's lots of upgrades. Stuff can be hidden all over the place. And it was awesome. So after I did it on stream, I actually did play it again off stream, like a few days later, just to do it again for fun. But I haven't played it again since then. But I do sing the praises of this randomizer because it's awesome. And like I said, I want to play it again, even though there's no achievements for it, retro achievements for it. But yeah, if anyone does check it out and has any questions, I'm happy to help however I can. But yeah, it's a really awesome randomizer. It's just it can be a bit sketchy because the options page, it does pull it up in a web browser, and there are tons of options. And like I said, it's all in Chinese, so you have to use like the Google Translate to be able to read it. And then what you do is you pick your options that you want, and then it gives you like this code, and then you paste that into the randomizer because you can, like I said, you can pick if you wanted to randomize just X1 or X2 or X3 or any combination of them. But obviously, I think the best experience is randomizing all three of them. And there are different like default randomizer options. There's like, I forget what there are, but there's like standard, there's full minus and like full plus, and like all of them except for one, the randomizer will prevent like soft locks, because you could essentially get soft locked by something that you need may be locked behind something that you need something else, but you can't reach it. So
that makes
there
sense,
is one version that you can get soft lock. There's no restrictions on it, but all the other ones do have it so that it is completable. It's just stuff will be all over the place. The one change that I made, like I said, was I did the full randomizer, so everything is randomized except I can't get soft lock, so it is completable. I just, like I said, changed that to start with the X-Buster. So I have the settings that I used for when I streamed it are in the stream description of that one. So if you want to play with the exact same settings I had, you can go and copy that code into your randomizer, and it'll have the same settings. Obviously, stuff is going to show up in different places for you than they did for me, but you'll have the same base settings as I did.
It sounds fun. I like it. I don't know. Might be worth checking out. I'll have to see if my my PC's optimized enough to be able to play it. I've never done any games on here before, so
it pretty much anything should be able to run it. But yeah,
it sounds wild.
Yes, Neo playing a game even though it has no achievements to get. I'm shocked. I also played Metroid Prime 4, and that had no achievements. So occasionally I do play games without achievements. Yeah, that randomizer was freaking awesome, and I love it. Just it breathed some new life into not that it needed it, because I love these games so much and I played them. The first game I ever played for retro achievements when dude introduced me to it was Mega Man X.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, I played them all back to back essentially. But so I've played them a number of times since then as well. And because Mega Man is one of those games that there's tons of ROM hacks for it, and a lot of the ROM hacks have retro achievements. So I've played a bunch of different versions of them as well. Like I said, I played Mega Man X2 just this week. I played the Mega Man X2 Proto Edition, where you actually play through Mega Man X2. The only difference is you're playing as Proto Man instead of Mega Man.
Oh, well, how does that play? Is it like, does he have different abilities, or is he built like Zero rather than Mega Man?
The only difference on X2's Proto Edition, because I have played X1's Proto Edition, I will be playing X3's Proto Edition. I just haven't gotten to it yet. But in X2, the only difference is that I think the length of his dash is shorter than Mega Man in the base game. Not that that's that big of a deal, but
It's
it
not
does
okay.
seem like when you hit the dash button, you don't move quite as far. And the only other difference is that there is no I'm pretty sure it's the chest armor upgrade, because you do get the capsules. It's just it doesn't change your look. It does give you the ability, like when you get the leg upgrade, it gives you the ability to air dash, but it doesn't change the look of your legs at all. So your character model stays the same. You just get the ability of whatever the ability was in Mega Man X2, except there's no capsule for the chest upgrade for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm pretty sure it's a chest upgrade, whatever. But if I'm wrong, it's the in Morphmoth's stage. You have to use the spin wheel to cut down into the floor, like right towards the beginning of the level. And there's a capsule down there. I'm almost positive that's the chest upgrade. So that's not in it. Although I was playing version, I think I was playing Proto Mega Man X2 Proto Edition 1.1, because that's the one that has the achievements for it. Proto Edition, Mega Man X2 Proto Edition has released a 1.2 version, and it does have that capsule there, but that version does not have achievements. So that I didn't play the 1.2 version. I played the 1.1 version.
Okay.
But other than that, the game is exactly the same. So it's just like, hey, another reason to play Mega Man X2 and still be able to get some achievements for it. I did beat it, but there are a bunch of achievements in this ROM hack that I think are really dumb. And every stage has an achievement for beating the stage using only the X Buster. And I don't know where he got these numbers, but you also have to not jump over a certain number of times. So it's like, beat this stage with only the X Buster and only jumping 13 times or less, or 50 times or less. Where these numbers he came up with, I have no idea. I think these achievements are really dumb, and I probably won't get any of them. But I was happy to, just another version of Mega Man X that I can play for achievements. The Mega Man X1 Proto Edition, everything is exactly the same as Mega Man X, except you're playing as Proto Man, of course.
Yeah.
All the capsules are there. The only different in the X1 Proto Edition is that you take way the heck more damage. Even when you do get the chest upgrade, the reason why I haven't beaten it is because I can't beat the final form of Sigma, because even with the full health bar and the armor upgrade, which cuts your damage in half, the final form of Sigma, you can take 2 hits, but the third hit will kill you. So even with full 4 sub tanks, that's you can only take like 8 hits until you die, and that's with using each sub tank. So I got this close to beating it, but I couldn't beat the final form of the rotating hands version of Sigma.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because if you die, you still have to go back and fight both, because it's a 3-step boss fight. And anytime you die, you have to do the whole thing over again. So first you start off fighting his robot dog, and then you have to fight what I call Jedi Sigma, because he flies back and forth and he has a lightsaber. And then you go into the rotating hands version. You have to beat all 3 of those forms with basically taking less than 10 hits.
That sounds like a slog. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be. I mean, obviously, it can be done, but it's just like the patience and the timing. That's insane.
So I have not beat Proto Edition. X1's Proto Edition. I do plan to go back and beat it at some point. It's just really freaking hard because, like I said, sure. That's the one other difference is there's no Hadouken in the Proto Edition of X1. So,
well, that kind of cuts that having to like wall skip up the mountain, do that like timing. That gets rid of that then, at least, I guess.
Yeah, but I would love to have that so I could get through the first 2 forms of Sigma much easier, so I'd have still full health to fight the final form.
Yeah, but they got to make it easy for you, don't they?
I can beat the robot dog pretty consistently without taking damage, but the Jedi Sigma version is I usually have to use at least one sub tank because he's really fast. And
I remember that version. Yeah, he was like, I don't know. It was
So.
just like stupid hard.
It is quite hard. I will play the X3 version of Proto Edition at some point, but like I said, X3 is my favorite of all the Mega Man games and also my favorite Super Nintendo game. However, there is a better version of X3 called Mega Man X3 Zero Project, also a ROM hack. And in my opinion, that is the best version of Mega Man X3 because in Mega Man X3, that was the first time you could actually play as Zero, but you can only play him for very short periods of time.
I remember that, yeah.
Mega Man X3 Zero Project, you can play the whole game as Zero, and he's awesome.
And he's fully powered up like he is in the original game?
Like well, you don't start that way, but you get upgrades just like Mega Man, but you get stronger over the course of the game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you can also switch back and forth between him and X at any time as well. So it's not like you're locked into him. Because that's one of the things in Mega Man X4 is you have to pick which one you're going to play, X or Zero, at the beginning of the game, and then you play through the whole game as that character.
I think
X5 and X5 and beyond, you can switch back and forth between them at different times. Like in X5, at the beginning of every level, you can pick which character you want to play as and which armor you want to use. In X8, you can actually switch between them in the middle of gameplay. But X3, I think you can, or the X3 Zero Project, I know you can switch between them on the menu, the level select stage. I don't remember if you can switch in gameplay, but I'm pretty sure you can because that was in the game by default. So they also, not only can you play through the whole game as X or Zero, but they also made some nice quality of life improvements that didn't really make a whole lot of sense in the base game. Like one of the big things is the ride armors. Even if you get one of the collectibles for the ride armor, you can't actually use them in game until you get one specific ride armor that is in Blast Hornet stage, which is typically the last stage most people play, because typically you'll pick a certain boss and get their weapon, and then use that weapon to go against whatever boss is weak to that one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did too. Yeah,
and typically Blast Hornet stage is the last one in most people's order of bosses. So you get almost to the very end of the game, and you haven't even used ride armor yet because you have to get the right armor in Blast Hornet stage in order to use any of the other ones you've already unlocked. They fixed that in Zero Project, where as soon as you get one of the collectibles, you can then use it. You don't have to get the one in Blast Hornet stage first. So they made a couple of little tweaks like that. And so stuff like that is why Mega Man X3 Zero Project, I think, is the definitive way to play Mega Man X3.
Sounds good. I like that.
And that one does have retro achievements.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That helps. That's a good bonus.
So, man, we're at 4 hours now. It barely feels like we started.
No, we've been.
That's the
going
sign
on
of a good open mic.
Have you played? What is it called? Corruption?
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
Is it worth it, or because I've seen very little of it, and I was honestly kind of impressed with it, but I didn't know if it was worth it or not.
Okay. I'm almost out of water. So, Mega Man X Corrupted. This is a fan-made Mega Man game.
Yeah.
And it looks and plays exactly like Mega Man X1, 2, and 3. It looks like a Super Nintendo game.
Yeah, that's what I liked. Yeah.
Which is
initially
what sold me on it too, because in my that is my favorite Mega Man aesthetic as well. Mega Man X1, 2, and 3 on Super Nintendo.
It's so good.
The difference is, and this is why this could be one of my favorite games of all time, because I'm a huge Mega Man fan, and I'm a huge Metroidvania is my favorite genre, and I stream Metroidvanias every Monday. This is a fan-made project built from the ground up by a fan, and it is a Mega Man Metroidvania, and it's got basically an interconnected map, kind of like Super Metroid, and you go and beat bosses and get their abilities, which allow you, and leg upgrades and arm upgrades and stuff, which allow you to reach areas that you couldn't reach before.
Okay. Yeah, that I had no idea about. I thought it was just like mission based.
No, it's basically open, and you can switch. I am pretty sure you can switch between X and Zero, and you can mix and match your armor parts. So, like in Mega Man X4, you get armor upgrades like or actually, I don't know if 4 did it this way, but I know 5 did, because you'll find, because typically, there's 4 upgrades. There's the helmet, the chest, the arms, and the legs. So there's 4 capsules that upgrade your armor, but there are 8 stages in pretty much all these traditional Mega Man games. So like Mega Man X1 and 2, there are 4 capsules, but there's 8 stages. So there's 4 levels that don't have a capsule in it. Mega Man X3, all 8 stages have a capsule, but there 4 of them are blue, which are the ones that give you your base chest, arms, head, or leg upgrade. And then the other 4 are pink capsules, which are enhancement capsules, which will increase one of your abilities, but you can only take one of them.
Okay. Yeah, I remember the pink capsules.
So like you can either choose the it tells you ahead of time, when you go up to it, Dr. Light shows up in the capsule, is like, hey, this is the enhancement chip for your helmet or whatever. But if you take this one, you can't take any of the other ones, unless the best way to play X3 is don't get any of the enhancement capsules, because at the first level of the Sigma stages, if you don't have any of the enhancement chips, but you've gotten everything else in the game, there's one capsule and it gives you all 4 of them. That's called the hyper armor, essentially, and you turn gold and you have all 4 of the enhancement chips, and it's awesome. But Mega Man X5, all the levels have armor upgrade capsules, but there you get 2 separate sets of armor. So there's the Falcon armor and the Gaia armor, I want to say, is in Mega Man X5, and they each operate differently. But there's, like I said, there's 4 parts to each armor, but you can't actually use the armor until you get all 4 of the armor upgrades. So you could have 3 parts of the Falcon armor, but you still can't use the Falcon armor until you get the 4th capsule. So it's kind of a hassle. It's like, why can't I use some of the armor until, why do I have to wait till I get all 4 of them in order to use that armor? So Mega Man X Corrupted, you could put like the Falcon arms with the Gaia head, and you can mix and match your different armor pieces, which is really cool.
That's cool. I like that.
The thing is that this game is not available to the public yet. It's still being worked on. You can go to the guy's YouTube page, and he posts videos of sections of the game, so you can go and watch the gameplay. But
yeah, that's where I saw it.
You can't play it yet.
Unavailable.
And this guy has been working on this game for probably close to 15 years, and it's still not available.
That's crazy.
So this has been like my number 1 most anticipated fan game of all time. And he had already been working on it for years before I discovered it, but it's probably been 10 years since I discovered it, and the game is still not out. And like I said, I'm a big fan of Mega Man, so it comes up often on streams, and someone actually in chat, or maybe it was someone who I was on a panel with, informed me. It actually might have been, so the very first stream I ever had on my channel was a Mega Man stream, where me and DJ Axis and Gino SMRPG 95, first thing ever on my channel was a stream. The 3 of us were just talking about Mega Man for a couple hours, and I'm pretty sure it was on that stream that I think DJ told me about this, because he has been looking forward to this as well. The guy who is developing this, his hard drive or computer or crashed a couple years ago, and he lost everything, and he had to start over from scratch. And that's part of the reason why it's taking so long.
So what you're saying is his hard drive got corrupted?
I see what you did there. Yes, because it's called Mega Man X Corrupted, and yes, his hard drive got corrupted or something, so he lost everything and had to start over.
That's terrible, though. That's honestly that makes sense why he probably held off for as long as he did. But at the same time, what we're seeing now, that's current stuff, isn't it? That's stuff that he's already built and it's ready to go now.
Yeah,
or is that archive stuff?
No, he releases videos every once in a while of new updates to the game.
Yeah.
So he is still working on it, and if this game ever does finally become playable, I will be playing it day 1. Absolutely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I definitely would too.
My favorite game, one of my favorite games of all time, because it's one of my favorite franchises in my favorite genre. Because Mega Man is so perfectly set to be a Metroidvania with how the games work.
It kind of is, yeah.
There are technically already a couple Mega Man Metroidvanias, but they're not very good, and that is the ones on DS. Mega Man ZX and ZX Advent are technically Metroidvanias. They're just very poorly executed. So
I think I've heard of those.
I have not played ZX Advent yet. I will at some point. I have played a good chunk of Mega Man ZX. I couldn't figure out where to go, so I fell off and I never finished it. I will go back
Yeah.
at some point and finish it, but I couldn't figure out where to go because the game is just designed so poorly. But you do get new abilities that allow you to reach areas you couldn't reach before. It's just I couldn't figure out where to go, so I never finished it. So I was hoping that that would be really good when I first played it, which was the first time I played that was in the Mega Man Zero collection, which only came out a couple years ago. But Mega Man X Corrupted is a proper Mega Man Metroidvania, and every time I look at the videos, I'm like, it pains me that I still can't play it because it's not available yet. But I want to play this game so effing bad.
I heard there was a lot of hype for it. I honestly already thought it was already out. I thought he like had it like ready to go. I never knew he was working on it for as long as he did. Most of what I've seen was just like casual like conversation and viewing and stuff. But I was super impressed with some of the gameplay that I saw. I was like, this is the Mega Man game.
Games is the guy who's working on it.
Okay. Is he on YouTube?
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel.
Okay.
I was like, I know it's like 3 letters. It's like JKB something. And yeah, it is JKB. You could obviously look up Mega Man X Corrupted.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, he has a YouTube channel. He posts videos of what he's been working on and stuff. So, yeah, I actually just recently discovered a couple other Mega Man fan projects that I'm super interested in. Oh, it doesn't look like. Oh, these are just stream logs. So I just pulled up his website, and I was like, the last thing on here is from May of 2024, but I think that's the last time he streamed the game.
Okay.
But there's a couple other Mega Man fan projects that I'm super interested in, and I had just recently stumbled upon them. Where the heck did I write that down? I wrote it down somewhere because I'm like, oh, I need to keep an eye on these because I'm not going to remember the names of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I Corrupt is really the only one I've ever heard of that got as much traction as it did. So
let's see.
Anything else that comes along, be interesting to see.
I'm trying to remember where I wrote it down so I could tell you what it was because I wanted to write it down so I didn't forget, but I don't know where I wrote it down. Let me try the search. Man.
I mean, fan projects are just like, I don't know. There's a good movement with them right now. I think, the indie stuff is fine, but like stuff like this, like stuff like the HD RE remaster, stuff like that's what I really appreciate.
Shoot, it's gonna bug me now. I know I wrote it down somewhere, but now I don't remember where I wrote it. Yeah, there were some Mega Man fan projects that looked excellent that I very much want to play as well. So, shoot, I don't remember where I wrote it down, so I'll have to find it. If I find it, I'll put it in the stream description after the fact in case anyone listens to this and wants to check it out. I'll add that in after the fact once I figure out where the heck I wrote down the notes on where those fan projects are.
No, absolutely, yeah.
So
if they're half as good as the Corruption, then for sure be worth checking out for sure.
One
stuff like that
I will give a shout out to. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard good things about it. I did play the demo and I really liked it. Is so Mega Man. We were talking about earlier, like the Mega Man X franchise, like 1, 2, and 3 are excellent.
Yeah.
4 is great. Some people like it. This is the best. I think it's great. I don't like it more than 1, 2, or 3. 5 is okay. 6 is not great. 7 is terrible. 8 is pretty good. But Mega Man X4 through Mega Man X4, 5, and 6 were PS1 games. I think Mega Man X7 was a PS2 game, but I know for a fact Mega Man X8 was a PS2 game. The first time I played X7 and X8 was in the Mega Man X Legacy collection on Xbox One. But originally, I think X7 and X8 were PS2 games.
I think that's how I played them too. Because I played a GameCube version of it, and then I actually have a Switch version of it now that only has one X1 through, I believe, X6. It's only got like the first 6.
That's what I was just gonna say. Is when GameCube got retro achievement support in 2024, one of the games I played was the Mega Man collection on GameCube,
Okay.
And that one only has X1 through X6, so it does not have X7 or X8 in it.
Yeah, I never understood why they didn't put those on there. They actually split them. I think they had a part 2 of I think.
There's 2 Mega Man collections on GameCube. There's
Are there? Okay.
Let me pull it up here real quick.
I know there's the original one too. It's got all the original titles.
Let me see. I'm searching my retro achievements list for Mega Man games, and there are 81 of them because in addition to all
ROM hacks.
original games, there's a bunch of Mega Man hacks that I either have played or I want to play. So I'm searching Mega Man, and let's narrow it down to GameCube because there's not very many of them. There was the one that I played was just called the Mega Man X Collection on GameCube, and that had X1 through X6.
Yeah.
There is also the Mega Man Anniversary Collection on GameCube. That one I have a watch on for retro achievements because that one does not have a retro achievement set yet, but someone is currently working on it. So as soon as it gets retro achievements, I'll be notified. So I'm going to play that one. But that one has the classic Mega Mans. I think it has Mega Man 1 through I think it has Mega Man 1 through 7 on it. No, Mega Man 1 through 8 because 9 and 10 were not released yet at the time. So
yeah, I remember those. They were later on.
Yeah, Mega Man Anniversary Collection is probably the other one you're thinking about, and that has Mega Man's, I think, 1 through 8. Not X 1 through 8, the original 1 through 8.
Yeah.
Plus, that's another thing, is the Mega Man X Collection that I was just talking about also has Mega Man Battle and Chase, which is a Mega Man kart racer. I haven't actually played that mode yet.
Oh, I'd never even heard of that.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's any good.
I don't think it's very good. It's one of those ones that a lot of people didn't even realize exists because I think that's the only place it exists is on this collection. It was never released as its own standalone game.
No kidding.
Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the case. And I've heard it's not very good. So it's good that it's in a collection of better games. But the Mega Man Anniversary Collection has, I'm pretty sure, Mega Man 1 through 8. And it also has, I don't remember what they're called because I never played them, but there were a couple of Mega Man fighting games, and it has those on it as well.
What era were those from? They sound familiar, the fighting games. Were they from the PS1 era, maybe?
All right, I'm pulling the Mega Man Anniversary Collection up on the wiki because I've been on this wiki before. So it does have Mega Man.
I've heard of those.
It does have Mega Man's 1 through 8 on it, and it also has Mega Man the Power Battle and Mega Man 2 the Power Fighters, and those are fighting games, not platformer action run and gun games.
I wonder if they didn't make any more because of Capcom versus Marvel.
Let's see here. Let me go back and click on one of those and see about it. Mega Man the Power Battle is a 1995 fighting game developed and published by Capcom for arcades.
Oh, okay.
It never had a home release until this collection.
That'd be interesting to see because I feel like I've heard of it, but I'm very vague on it. Vague recollection of it.
And I'm going to pull up the X Collection on GameCube real quick because, Mega Man Battle. Yeah, it's Mega Man X 1 through 6 and Battle and Chase, which is a kart racer. Which, let's see here, was this one. Did it have... Okay, never mind. I was wrong. It was released for PlayStation 1.
Okay.
So it did have a standalone release. Those fighting games, though, I don't think had a home release until this collection since they were arcade games. This one was on PS1.
Be interesting to see those fighting games. That's crazy. They're arcade titles only, I guess.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Which, I mean, you can't go wrong with Capcom arcade games.
Oh, anyways, where I was going with the Mega Man X8 is a fan game is someone... It was originally, I think it was called Mega Man X8 Demastered, but they changed the name of it when they released the 1.0 version. And it's just called the Mega Man X8 16-bit edition or 16-bit version. And they turned Mega Man X8 into a Super Nintendo Mega Man X1, 2, or 3. So it looks exactly like Super Nintendo Mega Man X1, 2, and 3, but it's basically the Mega Man X8 levels redesigned in the Mega Man X1, 2, and 3 style. So I have that. I haven't played it yet, but I'm very much looking forward to playing it because it looks awesome.
That would be interesting to see. That style is just, it's so good.
It is excellent. I Googled Mega Man fan games to see if I could find the ones that I was thinking of, but I'm not seeing them here.
Nothing currently in development or anything.
I'm pretty sure they're in development, and they're actually, if I remember correctly, one of them was scheduled to be released very soon. It's just killing me that I can't remember what they were called, because there was 2 of them in particular, and I wrote them down somewhere. It's killing me that I can't remember what they're called. So I'm sorry that I don't have that information. Not necessarily just to you, but to anyone in chat who watches this after the fact. But
that's okay. After
the stream, I will find that information, and then I will put it in the stream description so you can go check it out after the fact. It kills me that I can't remember what they're called or even what was unique about them. But I do remember being very intrigued by these 2 that I stumbled across literally like a month or 2 ago. It was very recent.
If you get a hold of them, let me know. I'll definitely check them out.
So, all right. Well, I think that's probably a good place to call it, because
no, that's great. That's fine. And time flew by. I wouldn't even, known if I didn't look at the clock.
I'd be happy to go longer, because I love chatting with people about video games, and yeah, man, talking with you time has flown by, and that's always a great sign of a great open mic. I'd love to have you back again sometime to continue this conversation, because there's plenty more. There's a couple of questions that I usually fall back onto if for topics to talk about on open mic, and we briefly touched on one of them, and another one we didn't talk about at all. So I'm sure, and those usually lead to multi-hour discussions. So if you want to come back on again sometime, I'd be happy to have you on to keep chatting video games, because this has been great.
Absolutely, man. This is cool. This is really good. Thank you for having me, for sure. So, thank you for being patient with me, more importantly.
Yeah, no worries. Open mic is pretty easy. It's my Tuesday streams, because usually a panel of 3 to 4 people. That one we have to kind of keep on it a little bit better, but just one other person. It's easy to be laid back, and that's the whole thing of open mic, is just have an open-ended conversation, and going however long you want to.
That's all right by me. That's why my subtitle says Spurg on it. So,
but I am almost out of water, and I need to go eat. So, it's been over 4 hours already. So, great having you on, man. This was excellent. Yeah, I definitely would love to chat with you some more.
For sure.
Oh, Nightmare says, yeah, luckily Neo didn't have to ask. So how's everybody's weekend going? It's not weekend yet. It's Thursday, which I've been seeing him basically say that in like every chat. So the other day, I think it was during Chat's Factory, I'm like, you've been saying that everywhere, even when it's not the weekend. Like, are you quoting something, or like, what's the deal? Why do you keep saying that? And
now he's got Kay doing it too. She does it on Twitter, does it in the
So he informed me where that came from. Do you know where that came from?
It's a Kino Casino, or a quartering thing. It's something he does.
Yes.
It's something he does when there's like dead air.
That's exactly what Nightmare
runs
told
out
me.
of. Yeah, it's like he's just trying to like fill dead air.
Yeah. So he informed me that that's why he keeps asking that question, because I think it's because he's making fun of quartering.
I just want to know what the oranges are for.
What are the oranges for? So, all right. As usual, I've got links to his stuff in the stream description, but is there anything that you want to let us know that you're doing, or, anything you want to shout out?
Not really right now. I'm working on a podcast, but it's kind of just coming along very excruciatingly slow. So maybe look out for that eventually. I do have some music I'm going to try to put up on my Rumble, only because it's easier to upload like DMCA free stuff on there.
Yes.
I do have some stuff on there currently. And then I have some stuff on my YouTube that I linked to you. And if you want to talk to me on the Melee Discord, I'm in there all the time. If you want to find me on X, Lord Slosh on X, you can talk to me on there, add me on there, do whatever. And that's it for now, honestly.
All right. Well, had a great time chatting with you. That was a lot of fun.
No, this was fun, man. Thank you. Thank you for letting me come on here.
Yeah, it was great. So, yeah. So if you want to go check out his YouTube or his Rumble or his X, links are in the stream description. Go give him a follow. As for myself, I will be live in the morning again with Lois as we continue on our Satisfactory, because that is a really long game. But we're just playing some Satisfactory and having a lot of fun. And then I'll be back on Monday, but not with Metroidvania Monday. Taking a week off, and we're doing Mass Effect Monday. So Nightmare's going to join. Max Smalls is going to join. And Clan Duran said that he's in. So we'll have a full party. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then, yeah. So anyone, open mic, the whole idea is just talk video games. If anyone ever wants to come on and talk video games with me, let me know. It's an open invitation. I have a long list of people that I want to get on and talk to, so I can't necessarily say it's going to be right away, but I'm definitely open to having anyone on who may want to come on and talk video games. But for the rest of next week, so Mass Effect Monday on Monday. I don't have anything on Tuesday because normally Tuesday alternates between Party Chat and Top 5, but since I haven't talked to Jason, he hasn't responded to me in a while. We don't have any Top 5s on the schedule at the moment, so I don't have anything going on Tuesday. But I'll be doing some more GoldenEye for Retro Rewind on Wednesday night, and then next Thursday will be another open mic, and I have Atomic Patriot joining me as the guest. So
nice.
That is a little rundown of next week. So thank you, Slosh, for joining me for a great discussion. Everyone in chat, Nightmare and Light are still here. Crazy Landlow, what's up, Crazy Landlow? Says, am I on that list? I believe you are on the list. So
Landlow's cool. I like Landlow. He puts he was doing Geeks and Gamers clips there for a little while. I don't know if he's still doing them or not. I haven't
seen any of them, but I do know that was kind of his thing. But the next week's open mic is the last one I have scheduled at the moment. Obviously, the week after that, I won't have an open mic because, as I mentioned, I'll be on Jeff's channel for Stargate Files. But the rest of May, I don't have anything scheduled. So, let me know what Thursday you might want to come on and do open mic in May. I got the 14th, 21st, and 28th open. So, that's what my schedule looks like right now. So,
hey, awesome for sure. Yeah. Maybe just because I might remember them right now, but if you want to DM me the dates in Discord.
Okay. Well, I was just saying anyone in general, like.
Okay.
For Crazy Land, if he wants to come on one of those days. But yeah, if you want to come back, because I usually like to, if I have no problem having guests on multiple times. I try to space it out a little bit.
No, you're good. You're good. Landlow would be a fun guest.
But yeah, so that's what my schedule looks like for anyone who may want to come on for an open mic. So it says I still do them sometimes, but I'm focused on my other channel more these days. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Oh, the clips and stuff. So definitely happy to have you on again because this was a great discussion. So awesome. That's what the schedule looks like for now. Thanks to everyone for hanging out in chat, and Slosh, thanks for joining me. I had a great time chatting with you. So everyone, you all have a great night, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow for some more Chatta's Factory. So, and if not, have a great weekend, and we will talk to you later. So everyone, have a good one. Talk to you next time. And as always, in the meantime, game on.